So once again, good morning, welcome. I need Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Hot Rod and Exhibition, come on down.
Hi. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. I am looking for Hot Rod to lanes 2 and 3 and Exhibition to lane number 8. It's going to be a spectacular day here this morning at Famoso Drag Strip. I'm watching all the usual suspects come rolling in. Hot Rod to lanes 2 and 3. So once again, Hot Rod, and Exhibition cars. Need you guys to the lanes, please. Once again, good morning. Welcome. Day number 2 of the California Hot Rod Reunion right here at Famoso Drag Strip. Hot Rod racers, need you guys to the lanes. Hot Rod competitors, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Your third and final time session, and next time we'll be racing for real. Eliminations later on today, sometime after 12. But I need Hot Rod and Exhibition, need you to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod to the lanes, please. I'm starting to see some of the cars roll in here in Hot Rod. We got more than what's here. So Hot Rod, if you guys are in Hot Rod, please come to the lanes. We're finishing up on track. We're going to send you guys down here in just a couple minutes. Now, once again, I need Hot Rod. Look at that. They're starting to roll in. Hot Rod, Hot Rod, Hot Rod. So just like that, we're going to start our third and final time session this morning. AFX, going to start things off. Our exhibition. Exhibition going to start things off this morning. Here we go, Sil Brander, San Jacinto, 1959 Megablock Mopar. And Bruce Boardman out of Norco, 1956 Anglia. He's actually got a 55 called Bad Obsession, same paint job, same sponsors, same everything, except this car is a C-Gas. And the 55 he's got is a D-Gas car. $11.06 for Bruce getting down there. First, $11.22 for Sil Brander. Next up, Bill Weber. We're going to get a few of the exhibition cars, so then we're going to get into Hot Rod. So Bill Weber out of Briar, Washington, the fabricator, 1963 Plymouth, 440 under the hood. All right, so A-game racers in Hot Rod, be on your A-game. Best reaction time gets a single in round one. Potential. Carl Camerly going to start things off in that 56 Bel Air. He was the first one in line. And Lucas Nunez drove that thing a bunch last weekend at the Tri-5 Association race. And good to see him back out here this weekend out of Rich Grove, California, 55 Chevrolet. Carl Camerly is wasted gas right now as Luke goes 007. Green. 11:46, 1:14, and Carl did not get a time. Bob Sanders and Herschel Ward. Reaction time could potentially lead you to a buy run. Herschel Ward, Morgan Hill, the elevator mechanic. 68 Camaro over there, 427 under the hood. And Bob Sanders, 540 for power. Blower on it, 69 Chevelle over there in the three-way Chevrolet side. Pumping some air in that baby. 110 half track top end. 10:05, 137. 10:23, 131 for Herschel Ward. Ken Morris, Steve Madrigal. Madrigal over there in the Nova. 69 Nova at a Hayward. 565 Dart under the hood. And Ken Morris, Sacramento. Stryker Orthopedics back, 73 Camaro. Red light start for the Nova. 171 red, 121 green for Ken Morris. Nova out front. Nova going to get down there with a 1021 at 141. 11:39.7, 118 for Ken Morris. Doug Holmes and Tony Citro. Tony currently sitting top 5 in points, and then 75 Camaro out of Oakley. Douglas Holmes to Hatchapee, 64 Nova. 385 under the hood. Getting on in there's Douglas Holmes, and here we go. 012, Tony Citro 002, and that's why he's in the top half of the points. Well, he heard the call this morning. He goes 1048, 129, 1143 on the left side, or in that three-way Chevrolet side at 118 miles an hour. Andrew Presamoni, Las Vegas, 76 Nova, and Lloyd Anderson, 73 Vega. For Lloyd, 096 for Andrew. Top end 928, 143, 1101 for Lloyd Anderson. Dale Thomas, Chowchilla, retired phone man, 68 Dart over there, 512 cubic inches. Norm Bergman, the roofer out of Concord, 66 Mustang. Better the reaction time going to the Mustang. 080 for Dale Thomas, who's like almost 80 years old. 1060 Norm Bergman with a 3-124, so he's ready for degas. Dale Thomas, Chowchilla, he goes 1109.5 at 120. Fred Shoemaker, Reno, Nevada. Mike Thomas at a Camarillo. Fred Shoemaker, that good looking Nova over there, a little tardy in reaction time with a 275 light. Top end Fred, 916, 147, 1092, 123 for Mike Thomas. Wayne Carroll, Walt Arnold. The third, Walt out of Victorville, 51 Ford called Old Testament. Wayne Carroll called Chevy Royale, the Chevy Coupe out of Temecula. So that was very odd out of that 37 Chevy, a big puff of smoke. pickup truck goes 1183, 114. 1479 at 71 miles an hour. Dave McGuide. The Rim of the World High School built Camaro over there in the three-way Chevrolet side, and all his students out here helping with the tune-up, the wrenches, all that stuff. So good to see that kind of participation here in 2021 at Vince Generalo. 64 Nova, good-looking hot rod there in the Budweiser CP side. Nova goes 1018, 132, 1059, 129 for Dave McGuide. Don Thomas. Sonora. 64 Fairlane. Kenny Sims. 63 Falcon out of Bakersfield. Probably. So attention to the pits, attention in the pits. D, David Gass, need you to the lanes, please. D, David Gass to the lanes. Joy Tucker and John Hildebrand. Tucker over there in the cornet, Hildebrand in the coupe. Better reaction time going to Joy Tucker in the Mopar with an 022, but Hildebrand got the horsepower. He's going to get down there first. He was 054 on this end and 919, 143 on that end. 1168, 112 for Joy Tucker. So Mark Beaven from Queen Creek, Arizona, 72 Duster. That 67 Chevelle over here in the Budweiser CP side. Everything good to go there. Chevelle, Duster. Double 02 for the Chevelle. 030 on the red side from Mark. Later on, that red light will cost you. Right now, it's free. 978, 137. Getting down there first. 1098, 119 from Mark Beaven. It's Stephanie Bracey out of Woodland. 64 Volkswagen and Kurt Camerly, brother of Carl. .011 for Kurt, 114 for Stephanie Bracey here. EMT out of Woodland driving the Volkswagen. 2332 for power. 1009 gets there first for Kurt. 134. 1243, 108 for the Bug. Jack Molyneux at a Bishop. 67 El Camino. Ed Cooper out of Yucca Valley. 65 Cornet. All right, attention to the pits, attention in the pits. D Gas, need you to the lanes, please. D, David Gas, and also Nostalgia Eliminator 3. NE3, need you to the lanes, please. NE3 to the lanes. So Ed Cooper out of Yucca Valley, 65 Cornet. Jack, 67 El Camino out of Bishop. Kind of love the way a Mopar takes off. It kind of slants the tire, lifts up and goes. Better reaction on the 196, 258 left second for the El Camino. El Camino gets down there first note, 1194 for the Cornet, 1179 for Jack. George Thomas, 56 Chevy wagon on a Mariposa for the body shop owner. Justin Crosby out of Lancaster. Big Booty Judy, they call it. It's 46 Plymouth Coupe. Put the blower back on this weekend. 48 better reaction time, but 989, 135 for Big Booty Judy and Justin Cooper. Don Mommy. Another one of the big, heavy Chevys out here, but that thing goes low ET. If you like cars that do wheelies, three-way Chevy side of the left lane, close to all the RVs, that thing will hang them high right now. And Dan Davis, 64 Polara. Now let's go 912. I love it. 006, top end, 921. 143 miles an hour, 962 for Dan Davis. That was a good little matchup there. Tyler Fry. Tyler Fry, brand new card at the racing stable there. Vega Wagon. Dale Hicks, 68 Camaro out of Goodyear, Arizona. He was 038 on this side. Tyler was 031. Hicks, 945, 142, 1027, 128 for the small block powered Vega Wagon. Greg Racecott, the Nova out of Ventura, and Dan Jordan. 65 GTO, 468 under the hood, and the Plumber out of Chino. Red line start by 45 for Dan. Greg got 060 on the green side, and he's sitting top 10 in points. 981 for the GTO, 1144 for Greg and the Nova. For the 2021 March Meet champion, Marvin Rolls, 72 Vega, retired out of Chino, and William Sinclair, 68 Nova, out of San Diego. Marvin turns on the green with a 21, better the reaction times. William 004 red, 1023, 133 for Marvin, 1225, 108 for William. Todd Ferguson and Bill Freeman. Freeman in the Texas Gold 57 Chevy. Todd Ferguson, 56 Thunderbird. Red line start for Bill Freeman. 050, and Todd Ferguson goes 053 green. He's pulling out in front. Gets there, 971, 138, 1154, 117. Kristen Frizzle out of North Pole, Alaska. She's a COVID nurse. 67 Chevy 2, and we thank you for your frontline service, Kristen. And Bill Beatty, the former mayor and retired fire captain of Moreno Valley, 73 Camaro. I love a politician that drag races. We need more of those. The 020 for Kristen, 019 for Bill. Kristen in the Nova. Top end, 912, 148 for Kristen, 990, 134 for Bill Beatty. So once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. NE3 and D David Gas, you guys need to be in the lanes. NE3 and D David Gas need you to the lanes. So a couple pairs left here in Hot Rod. Stephen Reynolds out of Visalia. But I love an oval windowed bug. And that is a 55 bug of Jeff Newcomb out of Reading. Getting down there first, though, is Ed Vega, 947.5, 143 for Steve McReynolds and Jeff Newcomb, 1172.4, 109. So David Gass, Gas, need you to the lanes, please. So Larry Warren and Tom Stansel. Tom in the Corvette. Big old wheels up launch here for Larry Warren. 023 for Tom Stansel. The Corvette. He's out in front, gonna get down there first. 1006, 130, 1063 for Larry Warren, who actually, little fun fact about Larry Warren, he was the first one to put his name in the raffle at the Tri-5 Association last weekend for the crate small block, and they pulled his name to win said small block. So, little fun fact. So, congratulations, everybody. That's going to do it for me, and I'm going to slide on out of here, give the microphone to the voice of the California Hot Rod Reunion, Mr. Bob Beck.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome back for a second day of the California Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Bob Beck, and we are getting ready for D-Gas. D like a David Gas. They're in the lanes. They're getting ready to go. Weather is cool. Horsepower should be good. Getting the power to the pavement doesn't seem to be a problem for these guys so far this morning. And we got a couple of Camaros pulling out first. 2 second-gen Camaros. One of the big bumper cars and one of the early steel bumper cars. So here we go with D-Gas. Your number one qualifier so far is Jeff Patton running a 1060 with a 5. Dan Brown with a 1062 is in the number 2 spot. Dave Melguide is from Running Springs, California, the auto shop teacher with the 71 Camaro over in the 3-way Chevy lane. Tony Citro out of Oakley, California, the 75 Camaro. Both with big blocks, 496 Mountain Motor in the Budweiser lane, 427 over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. All right, moving up, fully staged, lights drop, they're gone. Reaction time's a little on the slow side this morning as they're waking up. 210 to a 158. Remember, Trip Zip is the perfect light. At the finish line, 1052 from Melguide. 129 miles an hour to a 1059 for Citro at 112. First generation Camaro, Bill Rogers, 68 Camaro out of Bakersfield. He's currently in the number 12 spot with a 1080. Vincent Reilly out of Sacramento, the number 10 spot with a 1066. Trying to improve. 71 Nova. Nova gets the lead with an 069 reaction time to a late 235. Coming up on the stripe, it's going to be Reilly. Goes 1056. The index 1060, so he's under the number. 1086 for Rogers. That is not an improvement. He actually slowed down. The elusive number for the D-Gas category is 1060. Little Vega here in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Daniel Brown out of Iceland. 72 Vega, 373 small block. Ron Workman out of Wasco. 63 Nova with a 355. Nova's introduced 1962. It was Chevrolet's good answer to the Ford Falcon, the Plymouth Valiant, and the Dodge Lancer at the time. Remember, the Dart didn't become a compact until 63. Hit the loud pedal and off they go. Dan Brown with the better of the two reaction times at 034. Coming up on the stripe, looking for the 1060. He goes 1060. Dan Brown, 1060 with a 2. That is an improvement for him. 1052 quick for Ron Workman. He needed to pick up the pace. He'd only run a 13 last time, but at 1050, a tenth too quick. But Brown goes right to the top with his 1060 and a 2, 3 thousandths of a second better than Jeff Patton. Steve Barta out of Bakersfield, the 62 Nova, over in the three-way Chevy lane. Norm Bergman out of Concord, the roofer in the Mustang. Mustangs run a best of 1066 so far to a 1063 for Barta. They're looking to improve. Coming up on the stripe, 1055 too quick for Bergman, 1059 with a 1, 9 thousandths of a second too quick for Barta, but he's in the right neighborhood. Little Pinto of Gary Hardy out of Cressley, California. 73 Pinto with a 460 big block. Don Fournier out of Sunnyvale, California. The 48 Anglia. It's a retired auto shop instructor. Number 3 qualifier with a 1063. Hardy, number 11 with a 1066. Excellent reaction times, 059 and 037 for the pair. As they head down track, the Anglia in the lead. It gets a 1056 too quick to a 1063. That's an improvement for Hardy. Hardy with the 1063 goes up to the number 3 spot. Good improvement for him. Kenny Sims out of Bakersfield, California, 63 Ford Falcon, 502 big block in that machine. Number 13 qualifier taking on Rapid Ron DeHoop. DeHoop cuts an 066 light to a 167 for Sims. DeHoop out of Bellflower, California's Lucas sponsored machine comes up on the finish line first with a 1065, exactly what he ran last time, to a 1057 too quick for Kenny Sims. So no improvement for either of the drivers. Actually, DeHoop ran a 65 with a 7 against his 65 with an 8 last time, so he's definitely consistent. Tri-5 Chevy moving up. Looking good. It's James Burt out of Kingsburg, California. 55 Bel Air, 427 big block. He's qualified right now with a 1065 in the number 8 spot. 427 cubic inches worth of motivational power in the machine. Burt moving up. He's going to make a single run here as the last D-Gas car had some problems firing up. Leaves the line with an excellent 0:20 reaction time. He's looking to improve on his 1065. He's coming up on the stripe. The Tri-5 goes 1056 under the number. 125 miles an hour, not going to improve his previous run, obviously, with that one. Next up, Screaming Yellow Camaro. A first-gen Camaro over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. It's going to take on a second-generation Camaro coming up here in the Carrillo Budweiser lane. Jeff Patton was number 1. Now he's in the number 2 spot. He ran a 1060 with a 5 on his previous run. David Curiagra. Not slow enough. He went too quick on his previous runs. He's got a 1055 and a 1057. He's got to slow it down just a little bit. And Patton's the guy that he can pattern with and get that number. Curiagra out of Santa Ynez, 67 Camaro, first-gen Camaro with a 498 big block. Patton with the second-gen with a 505 cubic inch big block. RPM start to come up. They hit the loud pedal. Patton's wheels go up in the sky. Better reaction time for Curiagra. Hopefully he doesn't stick with Patton too closely and go too quick. He slows it down. Ooh, way slows. 1074 to a 1069. So Patton slows down a wee bit, 900ths of a second. Curiagra goes 74 on a 60 index, and that is a real slowdown. Danny Shrokash out of San Marcos, California. He ran under the number with a 1057. Mark Storms out of Acton, California. He ran under with a 1056 in the 57 Chevy. So second-gen Camaro. Last of the Tri-5s, the 57, here in the right lane, the Budweiser lane. He's got a 515 cubic inch big block. We don't know what's in the Camaro. He didn't tell us. He's keeping it a secret from us. as we get ready to go. Shrokosh out of San Marcos, California. Mark Storms out of Acton, just north of the LA area, the San Fernando Valley area. RPM's coming up. They're gone. Oh, look at that. 0-14 reaction time for Shrokosh. Excellent reactions as they head down track. Comes up on the stripe. Too quick again, even quicker though. 10:54, 125. The 61, Mark Storms right where he wanted to be. 10:61 with a 0. So Storms moves up. All right, Nostalgia Eliminator 3 coming your way. Lindsay Lister over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, Los Angeles, California, her base of operation, or his base of operation. 72 Shoemaker, a true nostalgia car with a 383 small block. The number 6 qualifier with a 966 on a 960 index. Cameron Webb out of Bakersfield, California, 23T. A Sarmento chassis car with another small block, 377 cubic inches. Ran under the number big time with a 936. They're looking for 960s right now. Watch the scoreboards. You'll see the reaction times. Again, the reaction time, the lower the number, the better the time. Trip zip, 3 zeros in a row is a perfect reaction time. Anything higher than that is a bit late. Lister with an 0.31 to an 0.84, but the T is just not performing. Lister way out in front. T just kind of motoring down track. Lister goes too quick with a 955 at 133 miles an hour. Temperature's cool, air is dense, and cars are going quick. 14:57 for Cameron Webb, not in the neighborhood they wanted to be. Ron Azalone out of Los Osos, California. I love his T with the inline 6. 292 cubic inches worth of Super 6 cylinder. He's number 5 qualifier right now with a 963. Gabe Brown in the 34 Ford Coupe, 355 small block Chevy. He's run 972. The index 960. Brown out of Reno, Nevada. The 711 Chop Top Coupe is cool. Three-stage light lit for Azalone. Anzalone is out of Los Altos. Love watching his Super 6 cylinder car. Hit the loud pedal off they go. Reaction times on 079 to 069. Azalone pulling away. Is he going to be too quick? He's at the stripe first. He goes 957, too quick. 957 for Brown as well. They both go too quick for the index. So their previous runs will hold. Anzalone with a 963 will stay in the number 5 spot. Gabe Brown with a 972 will stay number 9, at least, depending on someone else moving up ahead of them. Like John Miner out of Lakeside, California, currently sitting in the number 7 spot. He can move up, but it will have no effect on the previous runs. 967 is what he ran last time, improving by 1/100th of a second over his previous run of 968. Mike Munzer, Munzer, out of Trabuco Canyon, California, Orange County area. 1964 Williams chassis car with a small block Chevy. He's currently the number 10 qualifier, running a 1018. He's got a big way to improve and move up. Miner, he's pretty good with that 967. As they move up, stage, pre-stage, dragster against T. RPMs come up, and oh, right lane is gone, left lane sitting there at the light. Reaction time's not an issue. This is a qualifying run. Miner goes 962. Good improvement for him. And Michael goes 1061. but the problem is it's a 960 index. So he was a full second off, slower than his last run. But Minor improves with the 1062. And Minor goes up to the number 4 spot. Don Mallory from Citrus Heights, California with a 960 index. He's run 1055. A lot of room for improvement there. Carl Carlson out of Discovery Bay, California is sitting with a 970, a 10th over the number. Takes a hop, heads towards the wall. He straightens it back out again, but it's still wiggling a bit going down the track. Left lane out in front. The freeway Chevy lane goes 973. Good improvement. The 985 for Carlson will not change his status, but the 973 jumps Mallory up into the number 10 spot with that 973. Last of the 9-second cars so far. Don Morris out of North Highlands, California, the Nielsen Parks chassis. C-Gas and NE2. C-Gas and NE2 to the lanes. Jeff Foland out of Mission Hills, California, 23T in the Budweiser lane, number 1 qualifier with a 961. Don Morris out of North Highlands, the number 12 qualifier at 1031. And he's picking up the pace. He's out in front of the number 1 qualifier right now. Is he going to go too quick? No, he goes 963. Excellent run. Moves himself way up in the ladder to a 966 for Foland, but his 961 is going to hold him in the number 1 spot. So Morris goes up to the number 6 spot with that 963, and the top 10 are all in the 9s. Dennis Keck over in the three-way Chevrolet with his team moves out. He ran a 961. He's the number 2 qualifier against Robbie Udell, who's the number 3 qualifier. And Udell goes too quick, as does Keck, so their previous runs will hold. Udell ran a 962 to stay in number 3 previously, and the 961 for Keck keeps him in the number 2 spot. Ed DeSante out of Rosemead, California, in the Corvette. He's the number 5 qualifier right now with a 963. Mike Gillespie out of Concord, California, the 23T with a 565 Dart, is under the number big time with a 944. So he's got to try and slow it down. We'll see if he can do some fender racing here. They hit the loud pedal. He takes a little bit of a hop. They're side by necks going down track. 60-foot marks are both identical. Coming up on the finish line lights. 968, good run for Mike Gillespie. 958 under for Ed. So he stays the number 5 spot with that 63. Gillespie with a 968 moves up to the number 9 spot. Art Justice out of Mojave, California, 23T. Got the big wing. He's in the 14 spot right now with a uncharacteristic 12-second pass. He's got to improve. He's got no one to match against in this one. It's all up to him. 632 cubic inches worth of motivational power in the T. He leaves the line a little soft. Trying to pick up the pace. Gets a little bit of a wiggle. All by his lonesome. He's got to improve. He does, but it's too quick. 929 at 129 miles an hour. He's looking for a 960, so he's way under the number, and he tried. All right, lots more racing happening. We need nostalgia. NE2 and C-Gas to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 and C-Gas to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, NE2 and C-Gas to the lane. All right, we got some gassers coming out at you. And remember, we're talking about the cars, not the drivers here. Well, at their age, you never know. Anyway, Corvette coming up over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. It's Fred Shoemaker Sr. out of Carson City, Nevada. 76 Corvette with a 555 big block. He's gone under the number. The index for this category, the C-Gas, is also 960. Randy Harmon out of Bakersfield, the 75 Vega, is the number 2 qualifier with a 961. So a big bumper Vega. Vegas were introduced in 71. Chevrolet's answer to the Pinto. And actually, I owned a Vega back in those days, and it was a good handling car. It had its issues like everybody else's, but the engine was the shortfall of that. But it was a fun car to drive. Corvette over in the three-way lane. Vega in the Budweiser lane. RPMs come up. Vega holds shot. Corvette heads towards the wall. He pulls it back away. Reaction advantage, a huge one. 028 for Randy Harmon. He's looking for that 960. He goes 62. Not an improvement for him. But Shoemaker still under the number with a 949. 140 miles an hour to 139. They were moving down track. No one lifted. So a 949 is a little bit slower, but still not slow enough for Shoemaker. He's looking for the 960. He was at a 949. So Harmon stays in the number 2 spot with his 61. Cale Mallory is on top right now with a 960 with a 6. Shoemaker, 27th position with a full 10th under the number at 149.5. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, you should be in the lanes. Gassers are moving up. A little bit of sweeping going on the starting line. Cleaning things up, getting it ready. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. The 30th anniversary, but the 29th running because of last year's COVID cancellation. 30 years. It's hard to believe it's been going on for that long, and it's been fun for all this time. We're glad you could make it out for this historic event. Thank you for being part of it. California Hot Rod Reunion started 30 years ago. It's hard to believe. I was here, and I remember it was a true reunion. I saw guys I knew from high school. We cruised the boulevard with. We did a little exhibition runs and traffic light to traffic light a few times. No one does that, though, right? I mean, we're all more mature than that now, right? Sure we are. All right, drivers are getting suited up. We're getting ready to go. Lots of action going to be happening for you today as we continue on with qualifying. We're going to have the Cacklefest later on this evening. We'll read off the memorial for those racers who have passed this year. Bob Fry alluded to that a little bit last night during our honoree presentations. 80 members of our racing family were lost last year. So think about it. Who and how do we get some of the younger guys involved in this? Got to keep it going. Keep the hobby and the sport alive. All right, the sound of horsepower coming your way. 2 Super Chevys headed up to the starting line. One of the last of the rear drive Malibus. Mark Jordan out of West Sacramento, California. A 1980 Malibu with a 572 big block. Currently sitting in the number 17 spot with a 967. Tom Christian out of Reno, Nevada. 67 Nova. 522 big block in the number 14 spot. Malibu was introduced in 1963 as a 64 model, and it was the mid-size for Chevrolet. Now, Chevrolet didn't have to give up any of their compacts. They kept the Corvair and they kept the Nova. The Malibu was introduced in 63 as a 64 model. The other divisions, Pontiac, Buick, and Oldsmobile, lost their compact cars, and the compact names were now assigned to the mid-size cars, the Cutlass, the Skylark, and the Tempest. RPM start to come up, 960 the number, wheels go up in the air high for Mark Jordan. Headed down track, and it's a 956, too quick for Christian. 961, good run for Mark Jordan. Jordan's 961 puts him in the number 2 spot. Your number 1 is on the line now. That's Cale Mallory from Bakersfield in the 67 Camaro. He's taking on Bill Becker's Paso Robles Base 34 Willys sedan delivery. They head down track. Oh, near perfect 004 reaction time for Cale Mallory. Mallory, number 1 right now with a 960. Let's see what he does. 967 slows it down. Bill Becker, too quick. 954. So his 963, keeping him in the number 9 spot, will hold. Alan Brown out of Vista, California, 34 Ford Coupe. Of course, it's Chevy powered. 454. He's the number 13 qualifier right now with a 964. Bryson Klingman with an 021 red light is in the number 4 spot with his 69 Camaro. Coming up on the stripe. Got to improve. Can he do it? 951, too quick. 962. An improvement for Alan Brown by 0.02 of a second. And Brown moves into the number 6 spot. Ron Combs out of Alberta, California. 67 Corvette Coupe with a 496 big block. Taking on the Nasty Nova, Billy Teague out of Reedley, California. Teague in the number 11 spot with a 963. Combs in the number 21 spot, 976. They hit the pedal and they're gone. Teague with an 042 light. Combs with a better 024. The elusive 960's the number they're looking for. 980. Ooh, slow down for Combs. No improvement there. A 66 for Teague. He slows down by 0.03 of a second and will stay in the number 11 spot with his 963. Kent Combs out of Gulf, California. 67 Camaro, 565. He's in the number 8 spot with a 962. Jay Biddle out of San Diego, California. 66 Shelby, he says, with a 351. Jay Biddle, American. Parts supplier, high performance Ford stuff, and more. He ran under the number with a 958 previously. Got to slow it down just a little bit. And he's got the door open. Starting line people talking to him. All right, door closing. He's okay. Mustang was introduced 1964, April 1964. Became an instant hit. Now, it wasn't the first pony car. The first pony car was actually the Barracuda. But the Barracuda, no one noticed it. Biddle leaves the line with a bright red light. Looking for that 960. He goes too quick. 950. 961 with a 7 for Kent Combs. So Combs with a 961 goes to the number 5 spot. Jason Barta out of Bakersfield. B-gas to the lanes. B-gas. Johnny B-gas. B-gas to the lanes, please. We need B-gas to the staging lanes. Jason Barta out of Bakersfield, California. 69 Chevelle with a 540 big block, number 12 in the qualifying. Larry Cardone out of Royal Oaks, California. 63 Plymouth He is in the number 26 spot, running under the number with a 9:56. Now Barta is out in front. Cardone has slowed it down to a 9:70. 9:61 with a 4 for Barta. So Barta goes to the number 5 spot now. And that is a good run for him. Rocky Young out of Bermuda Dunes, California, 41 Studebaker. Chevy powered. Sitting in the number 19 spot with a 9:69. Mark Capps out of Madeira, under with a 9:59.3. So he's got to slow it down just a little bit. Capps' Mustang is out in front. Mustang galloping to the stripe. Is he going to gallop too quick? Oh, a 64. That's a good one. 9:64, 138 to a 9:84. Rocky Young slows it down by 2/10, but that's okay. His 9:69 will hold. But Capps goes into the top level with that 9:64. Ernie McAllister out of Norwalk, California, 65 Corvette, number 9 qualifier with a 9:62. John Friel out of Arbuckle, California, 67 Nova, a 9:68. So your number 9 and number 19 qualifier right now. Super Flame Corvette over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, pulls away with an 098 reaction to an 084 for Friel. The 960 is the number they're looking for, and it's a 67 for McAllister. No improvement for him, and Friel goes under with a 958, so his 68 is going to hold on. Steve Papalias out of San Jose, 68 Camaro. He ran a 977 last time out. He's in the Budweiser lane. Chris Ria out of Elk Grove, California, 64 Nova. He ran 964. B gas, boy gas. We need you to the lanes. B gas to the lanes, please. So Chris Ria trying to improve. He's 964. He goes red with an 012 reaction time, but it's qualifying, so that doesn't matter. He's way out in front and goes under with a 958. Steve goes slow, just a slight bit quicker, 976 from his 977. Chris Robbins out of Mariposa, California, 64 Fairlane Thunderbolt style with a 580 big block. Number 7 qualifier with the 961. Lee Roberts Jr. out of Sparks, Nevada, 41 Ford pick-em-up truck with a Brodex 496. He's the number 17 qualifier with a 966. Pops the wheels up just a little bit. 046 to an 065 reaction time. The pick-em-up is moving. He's out in front. 64, slight improvement for him. 63, little slowdown for Chris Robbins. So his 61 will hold. Roberts' 64 improves by 0.02 of a second. Larry Hessman with the Pinto out of Gulf, California. 421 cubic inches worth of Chevy. Another Ford, built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. He's the number 18 qualifier with a 967. Scotty Morgan over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Number 10 qualifier with a 963. It's 0.03 of a second off the index, and he's already in the number 10 spot. Tight field of racers here today. Scott Morgan moving up into the beams. White goes green. Morgan and Hansman with the same reaction time of 039. Morgan's car pulls away at the top end for a 964. No improvement there. 999. Hessman slows down quite a bit from his 967. So their previous runs will hold. They'll stay right where they're at. Connie Wold, Crazy Connie as we call her, out of Buena Park, California. Watch the front wheels of that car. They very rarely touch ground. The 72 Comega. It's got Comet taillights on a Vega body. She's run 976. Wheels go up. She sets it back high on the wheelie bars. She loves leaving the line like that. No matter where she's at, that's her way of doing it. Looking to improve. She goes 972. Slight improvement for the lady, and she moves on. Actually, she's having better runs today than her husband, Jerry, who's a little bit lower in the, or higher in the qualifying ladder. Scott Hodges out of Anderson, South Carolina, 37 Chevy Coupe. Number 16 with a 965. Gary Lynch out of Sylmar, California with the Austin 1958 model. He's under the number with a 959. He's got to slow it down just a shade. They hit the loud pedals and off they go. Austin with an 070 reaction, 045 for the Chevy Coupe. Coming up on the stripe. 965 to a 962. Lynch does what he needs to do and gets in the show with a 962 on the 60 indexed. 65 with a 1, slight improvement by 0.03 of a second for Scott Hodges. Robert Duke Baker out of Thornton, California, the 69 front engine dragster, as we change over to the Nostalgia Eliminator 2 category. Terry Lindbad out of Chico, California, the VP of Structural Steel in the 1966 true nostalgia car, Williams, with a 392 Chrysler Hemi. The 69 front engine dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet lane with a 427 Chevy for power. Now we've switched to the Nostalgia Eliminator 2 category. It's a center steer class with an index of 860. Baker with number 11 qualifying time of 63. Lindbad number 12 at 64. RPMs come up. Red light start for the Duke. A 10 in the red. At the stripe, it's close. 863 with a 0. Slight improvement for him, but Lindbad runs under the number by a full 1/10 of a second quicker than he ran previously. So Terry's going to stay at the 864 number. Gary Ryan out of South San Francisco, the Junkers Racing Club, I believe is his club. The 32 Bantam with the 331 cubic inch Chevy engine. Number 20 qualifier with an 876. Troy Moyle out of Carson City, Nevada, 23T with an 898. So both can improve. (1932), a banner year for the Bantam Roadster. It's America's first sports car, I guess you could say, back in the day. Moyle goes 003 red. 865, good improvement for Gary Ryan. 911 slows down, so the last run of 898 will work for Troy Moyle. Gabe Wood out of Bakersfield, California, says he works for NASA. He's driving the 48 Fiat. He's backing it up right now. Chevy with a 392 power. I've got a feeling that might, well, I'll take a look at that engine. I'm not sure it's a Chevy. Yeah, I guess it is. Sam Tucker out of Redding, California. 32 Bantam with a Mopar 470. Tucker, the number 6 qualifier with an 861. Wood, the number 8 qualifier with an 862. Both are solidly in the field, but can still improve. The Bantam body you see is a reproduction on the car here in the Budweiser lane, but it was a production car in 1932. American Bantam was a company making compact cars back in the day, before they were even desirable. 854 to an 859 with a 9. Sam Tucker misses a perfect run by 1,000th of a second. He goes 859 with a 9 on a 960 index. So both cars running under the number. Their previous runs will hold. But Tucker's going to be tough. 859 with a 9 and 861 on his last pass. He's in the neighborhood there. George Chatterton III. Out of Escondido, California. 37 Topolino with a 406. He's the number 13 qualifier with an 864. Jason Justice out of Aliso Viejo, California. 41 Willys is what it says, but no, it's not a Willys. Oh, yeah, it is. It's a Jeep. Oh, my gosh. Pedal to the metal as they head down track. Excellent reaction times of 020 and 038 at the stripe. 884, not good for Chatterton. He slows down by 0.2. Justice also slows down to 883. So they fender raced going down there, and that was not advantageous for either one of them. Adam Westbrook out of Porterville, California, 32 Bantam, coming up here in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Jerry Bonds out of Escalon, California, the 92 Fried chassis car, going to be in the three-way Chevrolet lane. A long wheelbase dragster up against an Alter. Small block Chevy against big block. Bonds comes in number 18 with an 869. Westbrook, number 7 with an 861. Cars moving up to the beams, getting ready to go. Westbrook only has a slight amount to improve if he does. He ran 861 with a 9 last time. Red light start, misses a perfect light by 0.02 of a second, but then Westbrook shuts off. He's pulling to the side. Not a good number for him. 847, way under for Jerry Bonds, but Adam Westbrook has a problem, and he does the right thing. He comes to a stop, pulls the guardrail on his side of the track. If something is coming out of the car, it's going to be an easy cleanup. And we do know that drag racers are quite capable of disassembling their vehicles while in motion. I think he got a little bit of commotion there, but stopped the motion. Now they're pushing him back. They're not going to wait for the AAA tow truck. You got one person pushing him back there. And he said, okay, I give up. I'm not pushing anymore. So he's come to a stop as the track crew comes up to check the vehicle out. Thanks for coming to the California Hot Rod Reunion. If you're here and if you're watching on dragracer.tv, thanks for tuning in. We had people from all over the world tuning in yesterday. Neil Panks out of Great Britain said hello to us. I'm going to shout out to him as well out in Great Britain. Neil Panks, one of our drag racing brethren, runs at Santa Pod on a regular basis. Jeff Stillwell is there as well. He's also a Bonneville record holder and a drag racing enthusiast, one of the main people behind the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. We'll have a good contingent of them next year. Unfortunately, the borders didn't open up in time for them to make it here this year, but they tell us they're going to be back for next year. All right, so we'll get the track clear. Adam Westbrook's vehicle going to be pushed off track. Crews are checking it out right now. Doesn't seem to be anything under the car. So whatever happened to the car, it shut off. And he is getting ready to be taken off track. Thanks for coming out, and thanks for watching the 30th California Hot Rod Reunion here at famous Famoso Drag Strip in Bakersfield. Racing's been going on here since the 1950s. The track has gotten bigger and better over the years. And looks like the quad's going to push the altered off track. I will be back to racing action in just a little bit with Clint Ariel out of Porowan, Utah. The 47 Fiat Topolino Coupe with a 468 Chevy for power. He's currently qualified number 24 with an 882. Eric Warner out of Reading, California. 2017 number 9 qualifier with an 862. They are patiently waiting back there as we get the track cleared and move on to more action. Staging lanes are full with some great race cars, and it is going to be a beautiful day. Sun is coming out, the clouds are clearing. Temperature will increase on the track for better traction. The air is still dense enough that they're going to be making some good horsepower. We do appreciate you being here with us at the California Hot Rod Reunion. I've been a part of the event for its entirety, and it is an event I do not miss. Even gotten my wife involved with it, and she looks forward to this event each year as well. It's been a true reunion this year because we didn't have it last year, so seeing a lot of people this year that we haven't seen now in over a year, almost 2 years. And in some cases 2 years because of the previous one. And it's great to see everybody back out. All right, just about clear. He's made the turnout, and we will begin. The cars fire back up again and move up in the line. Flamed Model T, Eric Warner out of Redding, California. 27T with a 510 cubic inch Chevy big block. Clint Ariel out of Porowan, Utah. 47 Fiat Topolino Coupe. Model T put forward on the map for the world. He improved on the assembly line concept. Now, one thing you may not know, the Dodge brothers were instrumental in Model T production. Dodge brothers worked for Ford Motor Company. Of course, Henry, being the stingy, cheap son of a gun he was, decided not to pay them. Well, they took him to court. They won. And they won enough money that they started the Dodge Brothers Car Company. Fiat Topolino, the economy car. It's a two-seater from the factory with a flathead four-cylinder. Model T was also a four-cylinder car, basic transportation. Model T went into production in the late 19teens, stayed in production through 1927. Fiat takes a hop, heads towards the wall. He straightens it back up again. Better reaction time for Warner with an 036. Looking for the 860. He goes under with an 859 to an 872. 10th of a second improvement for Clint Ariel. The 862 will stay the best run for Eric Warner. Jeff Burchesser out of Forest Ranch, California. Another 32 Bantam, 440 Chevy for power. He ran an 862 to be in the number 10 spot. Robert Johnson out of Visalia, California. An S&W chassis car with a 427 cubic inch Ford motor. He's the number 16 qualifier with an 866. Injected dragster over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. The Budweiser Corilla lane, Jeff with the Bantam. Most of us have seen Bantams as race cars. Very few people have seen a real Bantam, the Steel Street Machine. A little two-seater, very small two-seater, even for today's times. It was introduced in 1932. The problem was that was during the recession or depression, and sales did falter. They hit the loud pedals, 017 to an 043 reaction time, and an 857. Too quick for Jeff. 863, 0.03 of a second of an improvement for Robert Johnson. Lauren Kirsteins out of Littleton, Colorado, 27T in the three-way Chevy lane. Mike Nitz in the Budweiser lane. From Happy Jack, Arizona, a 1988 Spitzer chassis car. He's the number 3 qualifier, running 860 with a 6. Lauren ran an 882 and is in the number 23 spot. So the T bucket from Happy Jack, Arizona, solidly in the show with a number 3 qualifying position. 0.06 of a second off the index of 860. Light goes green and they are gone. Nitz with an 0.37 reaction time. Kirsten's chasing, goes 8.65, a 0.2 of a second improvement. 8.60 with a 5. Nitz is consistent, improved by 1,000th of a second. Goes 8.60 with a 5 against his previous 8.60 with a 6. So that is consistent. That is going to translate to a tough competitor during eliminations. Jason Truby out of Bakersfield, California, 48 Topolino with a 565 Chevy. Your number 4 qualifier with an 861. James Overton out of Wilton, California, 67 Chevy powered dragster, 454 cubic inches, is the number 25 qualifier with an 885. So he's got a lot to improve upon. A lot of room there. Truby solid with a number 4. Side by next, coming up on the stripe. And 850, too quick for Overton. Way too quick. A 10th under. 861 with a 0. Exactly what he ran previously for Jason Truby. Yeah, he ran an 861 with a 0 previously. Runs an 861 with a 0 now. Man, you can't get any more consistent than that one. And he had an 061 reaction time. Jim Miller out of Rancho Santa Fe, California, 23T. Or 29 Ford, excuse me. 29 Ford Highboy. 565 Dart engine. Number 5 qualifier with an 861. Eddie Lucas out of Modesto, California. Number 18 qualifier with the Bantam and a 622 cubic inch mountain motor. RPM's coming up. They're gone. 019 to a 006. Excellent reaction times for both drivers. Coming up on the stripe. 857 too quick to an 860 with a 0. Eddie Lucas goes to the number 1 spot, running at 860 with a 0. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. NE1, not anyone, but NE1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. Jeff Schultz out of Gold Hill, Oregon, 48 Fiat. Number 29 as he ran under the number by a 16 foul. He ran an 858 with a 4. James Howe out of Apache Junction, Arizona, 23T. Got a lot of room for improvement. Ran a 1349 on his previous run. But Wes Anderson, the second one of 2 people that have done an 860s with a 0. Lucas goes in the number 2 spot because he ran it second. So you got 2 on the top with 860 for the 0. Wes Anderson, your number 1 qualifier, and your Lucas number 2. Going down track, looking to improve their times. 863, good for Schultz. That slows him down right where he needs to be. 856, way too quick for James Howe. He goes from a 13-second run to an 856. He's under by 3. Larry Battenberg out of Cool, California, 37 Topo with a 396 Chevy big block. He ran an 860 with a 1. 1,000th of a second off the number, and it puts him in the number 3rd qualifying position. And he's got his 1937 Fiat Topolino moving up. Does the burnout. He gets ready to go. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Please come to the lanes. NE1. RPM's coming up. Ooh, takes a little bit of a hop, heads towards the wall, brings it back out. Had an 012 reaction time, and Battenberg goes through the lights with an 861 with a 7. So his 860 with a 1 will hold on. He runs 153 miles an hour. George out of Las Vegas. He's a banquet rider. Okay. George Lorenz out of Las Vegas. Banquet Rider, 1962 Swindell chassis car, 350 cubic inches worth of Chevy power. He's the number 24 qualifier right now. Love the bodywork on this dragster. I love when they enclose the parachute in the bodywork. Lorraine's running solo down track. Goes 865. Good improvement. 865. A good run for him at 149 miles an hour. Now Neil Schneidler out of Eugene, Oregon. He does embroidery. An 05 Sarmento chassis with a 427. He's got that big, huge wing thing up on top. Number 18 qualifier with an 865. Wes Anderson out of La Mirada, California. A TV repairman, he says. Do they really repair TVs anymore? He's the number 1 qualifier with an 860 and a 0. He ran it first. Anderson is the number 1. He's the guy with the target on his back. How do you improve on an 860 with a 0? I mean, you're number 1 already. Where are you going to go? He's going to be number 1 plus. 001 reaction time for Neil over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Wes Anderson with an 047 light. Goes 859 with a 3, just slightly too quick. 861 for Schneidler. That 861's a good run, and that moves him up into the number 6 spot. Doc Beebe from Porterville, California. Family with a strong racing history. It's the number 22 qualifier right now with an 869. History of this team, the BB and Mulligan team. Move it up into the beams, getting ready to go. RPMs come up, wheels do too. Looking to improve upon his number 22 qualifying position. He ran 869, trying to get down a little bit quicker. 863, he does it. 863 at 151 miles an hour. The 863 moves Doc into the number 14 spot from number 22 down to 14. That's a lot better position to be in. All right, we're changing categories now. We're back to door slamming action as the gassers come your way. Sun is coming out. Track is getting warm. Traction going to get better. Temperature still on the cool side, so they're making the horsepower. 1955 Tri-5 Chevy over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Taking on the 69 or 68 Camaro. 68 or I'm trying to look at it from here. It's hard to tell. Can't see. 67 Camaro for Mike Rabiner out of Paso Robles. 582 big block, number 2 qualifier with an 860 and a 9. Tim Gorman out of Bakersfield, Tri-5 Chevy, the 55 Chevy with a 598 big block. He ran 861 on his second pass to go into the number 4 spot. 55 Chevy ushered in the performance era for Chevrolet with the introduction of the 265 cubic inch V8, not Chevrolet's first V8 engine. Check me out on this one. The first Chevrolet V8 engine was in 1917. It was 288 cubic inches. And that was also the year that Willie Duran brought Chevrolet into the General Motors portfolio, but he wanted Chevrolet to compete against Ford, the economy cars. So he made the Chevrolet brothers drop the V8 engine. The Chevrolet brothers, in disgust over that and other things, would Willie quit the Chevrolet division and went racing. One of the mistakes they made. Although in 1917, they also won the Indianapolis 500. It's last pedal, on they go. 039, 032 reactions, pretty close. Almost identical 60-foot marks. Coming up on the stripe, 862, no improvement for Raptor. 860 with a 7. A little improvement and a good run for Gorman. Gorman now moves into the number 2 spot behind Megan. So Tim redeems himself and moves up to the number 2 spot that he was in earlier yesterday during qualifying. Rich Zondervan out of San Jose, California, the 72 second-gen Camaro, 604, big motor. He was the number 8 qualifier. Brian Franks out of Elk Grove in the 68 Camaro. Franks right under the number with an 853. He's got to slow it down just a little bit. You got a first-gen Camaro up against a second-gen. 68 was also the second year of the Camaro, and the improvements were just slight. Left lane, pulls the front wheels up, drifts towards the center line. He's wiggling, he's wobbling. I think he may have even crossed the line that time and backs out of it. So Brian Franks goes 859 with a 9, misses the number by 1,000th of a second. The 1101 for Rich was a wild ride, and he'll hold on to his 866 run previously. But Franks goes, oh, he slows it down, but misses it by 1,000th of a second. Megan Gorman, your number 1 qualifier, still out in front of Tim. Chris Turek out of Queen Creek, Arizona, in the 70 Chevelle, it says here. Your number 10 qualifier with an 866 in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. The Budweiser Carrillo lane, Megan Gorman, the number 1 qualifier with a 67 Camaro. So Tim and Megan holding on to number 1 and 2 spots so far. Well, they initially qualified number 1 and 2 can as well. 026 to an 029 reaction time. Left lane's out in front. Could be too quick. Yep, 856 to an 859, 150 to 157 miles an hour. So their previous runs will hold. Jim Black out of Paso Robles, retired police officer in the 66 Nova, Rodex 632. And you did see the news. Chevrolet is now going to offer their own 632 crate motor. Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles also. He's driving the 57 Chevy with a 548. Armstrong's qualified number 11 with an 866. Jim Black under the number with an 855. He's got to slow it down to 10th. Armstrong's okay where he's at. He can improve, only 600ths of a second. And they're gone. 57 starts to pull away. Is he going to be too quick? Is Black going to be faster? 852, way too quick. 885 slows it down by 0.3 of a second. Big slowdown, but it gets him on the right side of the ladder. John Solani out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. 69 Camaro's your number 4 qualifier over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Rick Krasenga out of Cypress, California, the 55 Chevy, number 12 qualifier with an 867. Low down and mean Tri-5. Called Tri-5s because the 55, 6, and 7s were so closely related. Minor body changes through those 3 years before the 58 was a total redesign. Those are the exciting years in the auto manufacturing business to me anyway, because they made so many changes on the vehicles from year to year. I love the number of Tri-5s. I love it. Great ride. They hit the loud pedals and off they go. 01 to an 04 reaction time, and Solani goes way too quick. 854. Rick slows it down. 868. No improvement for either of these two drivers. Bill Miza out of Glendora, California, the 82 Trans Am. Steve Poland out of Indio with the 69 Camaro. He's got a Donovan 555 under the hood of the Camaro. Number 14 qualifier with an 868. Bill out of Glendora, the 82 Trans Am with a 368 Chevy. Probably one of the most aerodynamic cars in the category. He ran 862 to be in the number 5 spot. '69 Camaro was the last of the first generation Camaros. Was actually built for 2 extra months because the 70 Camaro was not ready for production. They were having stamping issues with the fenders. They couldn't get it right, so they continued to produce the 69 Camaro for 2 extra months. Headed down track, side by next. Who's going to get the win line? Who's going to get the better time? 860 with a 7 for Bill in the Trans Am. 855, too quick for Poland. So Poland's 868 is going to hold. 860 with a 7 for Bill puts him up in the number 3 spot behind the Gorman family. Justin Federmeyers out of Snoqualmie, I can't even pronounce this city, in Washington. 33 Willies with a 350 for power. He's the number 21 qualifier with a 927. Russ Raley out of West Sacramento, California. The 64 Thunderbolt style Ford with a 706 monster motor. Got to be the biggest engine in the class. He's the 22 qualifier with a 1072. Hasn't been able to get the numbers down to where they need to be. The index is 860, and he's 2 seconds plus off that number. So Justin Federmeyers out of Washington. 33 Willies, it says, and he's got the little coupe ready to go. Russ Raley trying to get that Ford into a more realistic number for the class. Right now, he's 2 seconds off the pace. That is an eternity on a drag strip. Full staged, lights dropping. Oh, and a hole shot for the Ford driver. And not a good reaction time, but it was a hole shot. He goes 837 under the number. Now he gets the car running right, and he goes way too quick. 847 for Justin. Both cars too quick for the class. So their previous runs are going to hold on at this point. Chris Dollinger out of Exeter, California, 69 Mustang, 632 cubic inches worth of power. Ran 863. Gerald Wald, the screaming Norwegian, out of Buena Park. He owns Brothers 3 Auto Repair. He's qualified 19th with an 886. His wife, Connie, crazy Connie, is also in the show. Jerry with a blown big block powered Camaro. Ran 886. Chris Dollinger, 863. Reaction times are close as they head down track. Not good, but close. Wold out in front, puff of smoke, and he goes 842, too quick. 159 miles an hour. Dollinger also too quick with an 857. So Dollinger's 863 will hold. Wold's going to have to settle with his 886. But he knows he can run the number. He can run under the number. Greg Peterson out of Chino, California, 68 Camaro. A regular at Irwindale Drag Strip. He's run 887. Neil Westbrook at 868. Westbrook's Camaro's out in front. Reaction times were very close. Peterson runs there with an 872. That's an improvement. 863, also an improvement for Westbrook. So Westbrook with his 863 goes into the number 8 spot. Greg Peterson, the number 17 spot. Mike Munoz out of Ojai, California, 65 Oldsmobile 442. In 1964, the Cutlass was introduced as a midsize, and the 442 came out. 65 was the second year of it. His 056 reaction. Mark Schaff out of Redlands with the Henry J. He's looking for a good improvement. He gets it. He ran a 17-second time last time. This time he goes 8:89. 8:55 for Munoz is too quick. His 8:68 will hold on. But Schaff had run an 8:32 and then a 17 flat, so the 8:89, much improvement. Mark Leager out of Windemar, California with the 64 Chevy Nova. Got a picnic table on the back as a rear wing to keep this thing stable. He's going to take on the Barracuda of Kevin Riley out of Santa Clara, California. 67 Barracuda. First full redesign of the Barracuda body style that was introduced in 1964. 2 weeks ahead of the Mustang, and nobody noticed. The Cuda powered by a 572 Mopar motor. The Nova with a 427. With a near perfect 003 reaction time. The Fish is swimming to the stripe. Goes 860 with a 6. That is a good run. 862, an improvement for Leager. So Kevin Riley goes up to the number 2 spot with an identical time to Megan Gorman and bumps Tim Gorman down to the number 3 spot. Leager goes up to the number 7 position. Boyd Shower with the big bad 40 Olds 4-door out of Menlo Park, California. 80 years young, and he's still driving strong. It's a 540 cubic inch Oldsmobile motor. He's the number 18 qualifier with an 875. Weasel Anders out of South San Francisco, who's a plumber with a 66 Chevy Chevelle. He's run under the number with an 844. Boyd Shower was running at the Kingdon reunion a few weeks ago. Headed down track, hole shot for Weasel, and he goes 814. A-gas to the lanes, A-gas to the lanes. So Weasel goes too quick with an 814. Shower goes too quick with an 859 with a 5. So Shower's number of 875 is going to hold, but Weasel, he ran quick before. He ran even quicker this last time. And we're going to let Warren Evans talk to you about what's coming up next, and that is Nostalgia Eliminator 1.
Well, thank you, Bob Beck. Appreciate the opportunity to jump in here and talk about our next category of cars. A-gas, by the way. A-gas, we need you to the lanes if you're not there. Come on down. A-gas to the staging lanes, please, as we roll into NE1. Right now, Steve Schoenfeld leading the way with a 760 with a 2. That is the index, by the way, 760. Dustin Lee also ran the number yesterday, 760 with a 5. 24 cars so far have made qualifying attempts here. And our first pair right now, this is Dave Lawson and Dan Shrokosh. Shrokosh out of San Marcos, California. And Dave Lawson from Mariposa. Front motor dragsters heading down track side by side. Top end, it's going to be a 761 at 175 for Dave Lawson. That's an improvement, and that'll move him up on the qualifying sheet by a few numbers. Shrokosh, 759 at 178. He goes under by 4 thousandths of a second. Two more front-motored cars roll towards the water box right now. Dragster left, Alton right. Corey Bogue with the blown front-motored car over there, the Dragster, out of Chatsworth, California. alongside the little injected altered over here on the right-hand side of Garrett Crisp from Visalia. Rodak powered injected machine over here on the right. Crisp has been having his troubles this weekend trying to find the performance there, and the little altered got shut off on the first pass, and then here on the second pass only squeaked out an 823, so he's got a pretty big window to jump up into to get closer to that 760. Once again, A gas, alpha gas. To the lanes, please. A gas to the lanes. Pro pre-start, away they go. Garrett still not able to figure out what's going on there as the car leaves the starting line, makes a move to the left, and he steps off the pedal. In the meantime, 7:55 at 179 for Corey Bogue. Garrett Crisp, 14:66 at 64. Two more dragsters roll out of the water box right now. Left side, that's Dustin Lee. Ran a 760 yesterday as well as a 762. The Filer, Idaho runner in the Neal and Parks chassis machine over on the left, alongside Hans Jacob from Lake Havasu, Arizona. Home-built machine over here on the right. The injected big block Chevy, alongside the LS powered dragster for Dustin Lee. Hans with a 766 best performance yesterday on the safe side of the number. Only puts him number 10 on the qualifying sheet right now. Hans rolls forward. Dustin's in. And they head for the finish line. Dustin drifts a little bit out to the left, close to the wall, goes 7:58 at 174. And Hans Jacob goes 7:58 at 171. Both of them too quick here in Q3. So that will not give them any gains on the qualifying sheet. Ryan Doyle, Tehachapi, California. The Fiat Topolino altered over there. 468 powered machine alongside Bobby Lee from Monrovia, California. Oldsmobile powered 23T altered. He calls it Whiplash. Once again, A gas. A gas, if you're not in the lanes, we need you this way. A gas to the lanes. A gas to the lanes. So Bobby Lee drifts to the left, gets off close to that center line, wisely clicks it off. Ryan Doyle 771 at 184. So he'll figure out what he needs to do before round number one of eliminations. Bobby Lee off the throttle there at the finish line, 10:45 at 75. Sabrina Pecora comes up now. the Sonoma racer in her little Fiat. Small block powered machine over on the left. And right side, Ed Silberman. The King Baby dragster over here, the injected 555 Chevrolet out of Lake Isabella, California. Both of them about a tenth off the pace right now. Looking for a little more improvement this morning. See if they can get closer to that 760 number. It's certainly out there. They just got to go get it. Good lap for both drivers. 763 at 173 for Sabrina. That'll help a bunch right there. And for Ed Silberman, he jumped up a bunch as well, a tenth and a half improvement, but he goes under the number 755 at 176. So he knows he can get to 760. He's just going to have to slow it down a little bit when we get to eliminations. Max Cassie out of Sacramento. Backing up from the burnout right now over on the left-hand side. Big block Chevrolet powered machine alongside Jason Barta. Barta from right here in Bakersfield drives a big brown truck Monday through Friday. Driving the front motor dragster right now. Barta was 761 yesterday, so a little fine tuning should get him on that 760 number. And Max needs to find about a tenth to get there. Final call for A gas. Final call for A gas. So the S&S fabrication machine will roll forward here, trying to find that pre-stage beam. Max Cassie 10 on the tree. That'll help him in eliminations. 764 at the finish line at 173. That'll help him in qualifying. Jason Barta, very consistent, 762 this time around at 171. Couple that up with his 761 from yesterday. Looks like he's got a race car he can work with. Here's Steve Schoenfeld, your number one qualifier out of Murray, Utah. The winged Bantam altered over there on the left-hand side. The three-way Chevrolet lane. Mr. 253. I'm sure that I don't know what that means. However, Steve, Mr. 253 Schoenfeld, the Utah runner, alongside Dave Isley out of Ontario, California. The Tuttle-built front motor dragster over here on the right. He was right there as well yesterday, 761 his best effort. Schoenfeld 760 with a 2. And when you're index racing, that's what you're looking for. How close can you get to the number without going under? Steve did it best yesterday as he went dead 2 on Q2. Little wheels up start there for the altered. He's out in front by about a car length at the finish line. 756 at 174 for Steve Schoenfeld. Dave Isley 757 at 177. And how about that burnout right there for Pete Crona? Columbia Falls, Montana. 23T altered. Stops down there at the 660 mark, and he'll hustle that green machine back here. Find his spot on the starting line. He's Just rolling quickly back here, not to hold up his opponent, Damian Dorland. Dorland out of Bakersfield. Waits behind the starting line in his dragster. Appears to be the first pass for Dorland, as no time recorded from any earlier qualifying. Pete Crona, his best yesterday, a 7:68. As we wind our way down through our Nostalgia Eliminator 1 category. Decent leaves for both. Top end of the track, it's a 7:61 at 186. Not bad out of the trailer. 1 over 7:61 at 186. Pete Crona 7:54. He's 6 under at 174. Attention in the pit area. We need 7-0 Pro to the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro. We need you to the staging lanes, please. 7-0 Pro. Bring them on down to the staging lanes. 7-0 Pro. Bill Workman over here on the right-hand side, the 32 Vicky, Rodeck powered, supercharged machine. I believe it is. Can't tell from my angle, but I believe it's got the 671 up on top there. Little death wobble out of the front wheels over there. For Cole Foster, Salinas, California, backing up. Front end started to do a little shaky on him. He got it calmed down. Hemi powered front motor dragster over on the three-way Chevrolet side. 838 is best yesterday, so there's plenty of room for improvement there. And Bill Workman with a 776. He'd like to find a little something as well. Foster is in. Workman is in. And away they go. And the dragster swaps lanes, starts left, winds up right. All the orange cones are safe, but he'll finish up over here on the right-hand side as the car kicked right on him, and he gathered himself up and took it down through there. So no good for Foster. Bill Workman was way out in front of him with no problem there. 737 at 178, way too quick for Workman. And as it turns out, that's a good thing, as he was clear and out of the way before Mr. Foster got there and moved over into his lane. So just a handful more cars here in NE1, and then we will go into A-Gas. Mr. Mike English will jump in here and tell you all about the A-Gas category when they roll up. 7-0 Pro. 7-0 Pro, we need you to the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro, we need you to the staging lanes, please. So we're going to do just a quick check out there on the out on the racing surface itself. Not sure that we've got any problems out there, but anytime there's a little incident like that, we just want to make sure. And all appears to be good, as we'll take the quad down, just do a quick check on the right-hand side. And if all is good, we'll bring out our next pair. Again, 7-0 Pro. 7-0 Pro, we need you to the staging lanes, please. 7-0 Pro, come on down to the lanes. We need you. So as it turns out, I was watching the crew member on the quad out there and did not see the scrubber sneaking out there. Must be just a little bit of fluid out there. So we will get that cleaned up as quick as we can and get back to action as we finish up the category here in NE1. Now, while we got a moment of quiet here, just want to let you know we are finishing up qualifying session number 3 for our categories today. Q2 for top fuel and Q3 for top fuel. That'll be happening today. Funny Cars, their final qualifying will be happening around noon, and then their round 1 will run later tonight. I know there's some confusion about schedules out there. I'm not sure why there's confusion about schedules. It was set up yesterday and has not changed. So here's what will be running today in round number 1. Hot Rod, Nostalgia Eliminator 2, B-Gas, Nostalgia Eliminator 1, 7.0 Pro, Pro Mod, and Nostalgia Funny Car. All of those categories will be running round 1 tonight. If you didn't hear your category, it runs tomorrow in round number 1. So once again, these categories are running round 1 tonight. Hot Rod, NE2, B-Gas, NE1, 7.0 Pro, Pro Mod, and Nostalgia Funny Car. Those categories running round 1 today. Everybody else, your round 1 will be tomorrow. So hopefully that clears up some confusion or made it worse. I'm not sure which. But that is the schedule. It's posted at the bottom of the tower. It has not changed from yesterday. So the schedule that was put out yesterday evening has not changed. This is the same schedule. And again, these categories are running round 1 today. That is Hot Rod, NE2, B-Gas, NE1, 7.0 Pro, Pro Mod, and Nostalgia Funny Car. Those are the categories that are running round 1 today. Everybody else, your round 1 will be tomorrow. All right, we're back to it. The NE1 car is coming hard out of the burnout box right now. That's Tom Brown, Pearl City, Hawaii. His best yesterday, an 892. Well, actually, his best was a 741, but that was too quick for the category. And then Larry Rosenbaum over on the left side. Larry Rosenbaum's 23T over there on the left. With a little bit of aero modification to it. Tom Brown, the front motor dragster over here. With the belt drive intake on it, aka the blower. Good looking laps for both. Top end says it's a 757 at 175 for Larry Rosenbaum. That'll move him up on the, well, actually, he'll still be under on the number. Tom Brown, 769 at 174. That's a big improvement by more than a second for Tom Brown. And this appears to be your final pair in NE1. George Johns, left side. The big wing Topolino over there on the left-hand side. He throws it in reverse, backs up right now. He was too quick yesterday with a 742. And Kenny Upton over here on the right, Garden Grove, California. The Donovan-powered dragster over here on the right. Our final pair before we go into a gas. 7.0 Pro, if you're not in the lanes, we need you. 7.0 Pro to the lanes. Upton rolls forward. Now the little altered does the same. George left, Ken right. Final pair. Staged and gone. Upton dangles the front wheels out there and heads for the other end. In the meantime, the altered's going to get there first. 752 at 151, still a little too quick, as is Ken Upton. He's 756 at 176, so that ends qualifying here in NE1, and now it's time for a gas. And to tell you all about it, it's Mr. Mike English.
Thank you very much, Warren Evans. Appreciate that, man. A great job. And hey, by the way, Warren, thank you very much for bringing Drag Racer.tv and the live feed out there on the World Wide Web. And all my friends hanging out across the world here, thanks for joining us. Wishing you were here. Going to A Gas qualifying session number 3 with the number 1 in the points for the championship, Ray Castanello here on the right side of the track, and Brett Pelchler. That's a pretty good matchup down there. Ray goes 7:59.8. Brett goes dead on 5. And I believe Brett, yes, he does, by 3 thousandths of a second. He bumps that points leader off that number 1 spot. Ray went dead on 8 yesterday. And he'll be in that number 2 spot now as Brett goes to the number 1 spot. Of course, I said Ray Castaneda will sit in that number 1 spot for the NHRA Heritage Series National Championship, which we will crown those champions, well, tomorrow. And the race for the championship is basically 5 people. And I will say Mike Mossy does have a chance. He's going to need some help. But Frank Miranda's in there, Richard Wilson's in there, Jim Teague, and, of course, points leader Ray Castaneda, who just ran too quick by 2 thou. He was dead on 8 yesterday. It's Cliff Boyles come rolling on up in the Studebaker. And one of those championship contenders comes up over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Frank Miranda, the home wrecker for Rambler Wagon. And you go, seriously, Mike? A Rambler wagon? Come on, take a look at that, baby. Isn't that cool? Supercharged big block Chevrolet under the hood of the Rumbler. Supercharged big block Chevrolet under the hood of the Studebaker for Cliff Boyles and the team. I mean, honestly, let's have a Saturday morning question. If you were thinking race car, would you pick 53 Studebaker or 59 Rambler wagon? Steve LaBarber said he'd go wagon. Yeah, well, what's he know? I got to admit, I was all over the wagon too. You know, the Long Roof Racing team car, far side for the guy who's sitting number 4 in the points in the national championship. Cliff Boyles, he's top 10er in the world too. Number 8, red light start for Cliff. He's absolutely up. That baby went left. Wow. Frank's not hanging around. The wagon down there, top end, 757.0, and he will stand on yesterday's dead on 9 and stay number 3. Cliff left the starting line there, and you saw that baby kind of go left there and snaked right on by the Christmas tree, and he lifted off that throttle and close to it, 1274 at 64 miles an hour. Hey, Data, good to hear from you. I hope things are well up in Oregon there, and miss having you down here as the next pair come rolling around the corner. And this is a couple of big-time players with Tom Fowler, the King's Oil Tool Camaro, over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. And Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, Terry Newton, the McClure Family Motorsports. Another one of them Studebakers. Tom Fowler, 765.1 for the number 7 spot. Terry Newton with Josh Newton, his kid, doing the tuning for the old man, 769.3 for the number 10 spot. And I will candidly tell you that both these guys would like to pick the pace up a little bit. 765 for the Camaro over there with wife Evelyn out in front. Might not light up the wind light during any round of elimination in A gas. But that black, 2 cars here on the starting line right now that just love to hunt that 760. And surprisingly, neither one of them's been, and you go, well, Mike, Tom Fowler went 765. These guys and gals in A gas, in all the index categories, they're 5 off, and they're going, oh man, we need to pick the pace up a little bit. So this is going to be fun to watch. .006 on the tree, Terry Newton in the Studebaker. Watch that, baby. 753. Oh, Tom Fowler, dead on 4. Goes to the number 1 spot by a thou, and I told you that dog can hunt, man. Dead on 4, Tom Fowler. Terry Newton, I'm a little surprised at 753.1. $186 down there, top end, so he'll stand on that earlier 769. But Josh Newton doing the tune-up, and I think he may have taken a little bit of a shot there. But Tom Fowler, the King's Oil Tool team car, to the number 1 spot at 7604. Is the next pair coming up now. Richard Wilson, the Voodoo Hemi. I love that. The Dodge Aeroflow for Richard over there far side, who sits number 4 in the points, and Ray Pageant, the Corvette out of Santa Paula. Santa Paula, that town at the western end of Highway 126 by Ventura. It's empty because everybody's here. I kid you not. You go through the entry list in all the classes, there's like a gazillion people from Santa Paula. Well, maybe not a gazillion, but there's a lot. Brenda out in front, that Racing Paget family. Backing her husband up, the 63 split window Corvette. 762-1 for the Corvette for Ray Paget, number 5. 762-5 for the Voodoo Hemi. Richard Wilson, number 6. I love cars with cool names, like the Voodoo Hemi. A couple of guys who might want to pick the pace up. I mean, 762 ain't bad, but Tom Fowler, Brett Pilcher, and Ray Castaneda are dead on, along with Frank Miranda. Oh, hang on there, Richard. Woo! That Dodge Aeroflow that ain't made the road race. Ray goes too quick, 757.6, 177. Richard went whoop, 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 and then lifted off the throttle over there. Gets a 1394 at 83 miles an hour. And that Voodoo Hemi doesn't do that very often. That was like, wow. Next pair rolling on up, former national champ. That's Casey Truer. Another one of the King Oil Team Machine cars. The 33 Willies over there far side. And Jim Teague, number 2 in the points with the show quality 67 Novata Sanger for the body shop guy. And I think I thought about this. Jim Teague does spectacular paint jobs. I thought my GMC Terrain would look so cool with a Jim Teague paint job on it. It was just a thought, because the chances of that happening are probably slim to none. Of course, that Willie's over there far side, that 3-way Chevrolet lane. That ain't a bad car there. Oh, and he's not back. Casey's not backing up. That is something that doesn't happen very often. So Casey's car not going to move. They'll get him out of the car and over the wall, and Jim Teague is going to go take a single run down the 3-way Chevrolet, the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Jim over here patiently waiting, got that big old honking air conditioner sitting out there that you call a supercharger. So, whatever they did, they got Casey's car to back up there. Rick Schrogart's going to walk over there and say, bring that baby up here now. So Jim Teague sitting number 2 in the points. Jim Teague's job this weekend is going to be for that championship, light wind lights, and add to your points total. Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, wow, 749.9, 170, and I do not think that was the number that Jim Teague and the guys wanted to put up there. That car had gone 766.7, and I believed that Jim Teague was not looking for a 749 when you're running on a 760 index. AFX, need you to the lanes, please. AFX, need you to the lanes, please. Boy, getting messages from people all over the world, man. Appreciate that very much. And glad you're joining us on dragracer.tv. And you can't be here. Dana up in Oregon, got Colin over in Sweden, Rachel and Ben Mudford down in Australia there, just all kind of Ross Preen and everybody all over the world. Glad to have you. Appreciate it. So we're going to get Casey off the track over there. And, oh, man, we got a whole array of A-gas cars here in the lanes. And let's see. Oh, I was told AFX and Nostalgia Superstock need you the lanes, please. AFX and Nostalgia Superstock. Need you to the lanes, please. So whatever was wrong with that 33 Willys of Casey Truer, I guess they got it fixed. And he will roll up, take a time shot down that three-way Chevrolet lane. So see what Casey does on the single run here. 57 on the tree. 141 miles an hour at half track at 768, 174. Picks up 2 from that earlier 770, but 768, 174 for Casey. As Jim Data, the Pontiac Chieftain, and Brian Rogers, the Chevrolet Nova. Richard Gutierrez, glad to have you in the house here this weekend. Good morning, my friend. Great videos, as you always do. Appreciate that very much. Continuing on with qualifying session number 3 in A-Gas. Brian Rogers, that's the Nova. The team out of Lake Havasu. And Jim Data, one of my all-time favorite cars. And I have put that 57 Pontiac Chieftain in my fantasy garage numerous times. Of course, Brian Rogers' Nova isn't too bad either, but, you know, when you're picking cars for your fantasy garage, you got to have a 57 Pontiac Chieftain, especially the 760s, right? So Jim coming back over there, Brian back over here, and continuing on. Q3, A-Gas. You want to go to the number 1 spot? 7603 or quicker will get you there. Tom Fowler, check this out. Top 4 cars. Frank Miranda, number 4. Ray Castaneda, number 3. Brett Pilcher, number 2. Tom Fowler, number 1. All dead on that 760 index with a something, and Tom Fowler leading the way there. So here we go. Brian right, Jim left. Now, whoa, what happened to that Pontiac? That baby didn't move at all. Brian, the red light star, don't worry about that. It's all about qualifying. Down there, top end, that Nova goes too quick, 758.6, 180. Jim Dadler, man, that was weird. That car didn't move off the starting line like it normally does. Goes 944.9 at 182 miles an hour pedaling, and then get back in it again. Oh, another cool matchup here. Love this. Ron Connor. Rafael Quiroga, the 5.7 Chevrolet for the Chumash Indian Casino over there in Santa Ynez. That Bel Air is so cool. 728 cubic inches. Big block Chevrolet under the hood of that 5.7. And Ron Connor, the Corvette, the 63 Corvette. Supercharged BBC for the Corvette, or air conditioner as I like to call them. This is going to close out. This is the final pair to set the field in A-Gas. Tom Fowler sitting in that number 1 spot, dead on 4. As 7.0 Pro will come out next. We'll drop that index down. Qualifying wise, Raphael, that very lucky number 13 spot at 775. Ron Connor in the Corvette, 7654 for the number 8 spot. And as I said, you want to go number 1, dead on 3 or better. You be the man. Starting line advantage, Raphael on the 5.7. See how it works down there top end. Wow, Raphael goes 7.616. That won't get him number one, but that'll move him up. Ron Connor goes 7.48.7. So Raphael moves up into the top 10. We're going to make a change of class and drop the index down to 7 flat with Dwight Garland Jr. and Lawton Fiera the second. The team out of Spring Valley, the Top 5 Racing. Fiat 47. Fiat Lawton over there far side. Dwight Garland. The Big Block Chevrolet for the Ape Shaker 2, team out of Orange County. Dwight coming back here with his burnout. Qualifying wise on that 7 flat index, that Richard Phillips team dead on 2 for the number 1 spot is Rich Phillips in the bunch. So left you a couple thousands to get under possibly. There's a whole lot of cars here in 7.0 Pro that are plenty capable of doing that dead on 2. So Dwight coming back here, the dragster. Lawton Faria over there. Lawton number 6 qualifying, 7.086. Dwight number 11, 7.24.6. Richard Phillips, who will be in the next pair, number 1, 7 flat with a 2. With the move off that starting line in that Fiat. Let's see numbers down there. Ooh, 7.078, 185, Dwight Garland Jr. 7.15.4, 187, Lawton Faria. And I believe, well, Dwight picked up a bunch. Lawton slowed some. Lawton will stand on his earlier 7.08. Dwight Garland up to the number 6 spot. Bumps Lawton back 1 spot. As now it'll be number 1 qualifier in the final session, Rich Phillips. Richard and the team in from Visalia. The Bantam Altered over there far side, dead on the index with a 2. And Stan Heiber in from Saskatchewan, Canada. Stan over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. I apparently had too many Budweisers for breakfast and keep confusing them. Stan has gone to an 836 pedaling it down there with the dragster out of Canada. Here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Rich Phillips, well, Richard, no problem at all. Dead on 2 for the number 1 spot. You know, it's absolutely gorgeous here for most of the drag strip. I'm wondering what it's like at Stan's place up in Saskatchewan, Canada. I'm going to look that up. Ray Thurston, listen back there in New Jersey, I never make things up. That's a fact what I said. Listening in all over the world. Here at dragracer.tv. Can't believe people would question things that I said. Jeez. Ray Thurston, I can go home and get people to question things I say. So they're pre-staged. Rich look for another 7.0 far side. Identical 068 reaction times, and Stan's not running 7.0, I can tell you that. Rich go, ooh, too quick, 694, 191. Now Stan picked up a bunch, but 754 in 7.0 Pro probably will not work. Stan jumps up to the number 16 spot. As their next pair fired up already, Mark Terabacchia. That's the Bad Medicine Barracuda and Jerry Buckley out of Oregon. The retired truck driver is Jerry Buckley over there far side. Now Mark Terabacchia, part of that Northwest Double B Funny Car Association, those guys put on some great shows. Spent a lot of time in the NHRA Lucas Oil Products Drag Racing Series and Top Alcohol Funny Car. Love the burnouts, don't you? Isn't that cool? So the very cool dragster versus funny car matchup, 7.0 Pro. You got to love that. Qualifying wise, Mark Terabacchia. That is the Barracuda out of Oregon. Also, the Commercial Fisherman, Mark, what do we have for dinner tonight? Because I think I'm going to hang out with them guys. Number 17 qualifier at 764 II. Jerry Buckley over there far side. Number 14 qualifier at 732.7. Both drivers pre-stage. Tarabakia, bring the RPMs up there. Set. Here we go. Move off that starting line to that buddy car. Improve on that earlier run. 7:46, Mark Tarabakia in the CUDA. 7:31, Ralph Fox picks up Jerry Buckley picks up a Hun. Mark picks up a whole bunch. See how much he moves up in qualifying here. Mark up to the number 16 spot. Jerry Buckley will stay in that number 14 spot as Ralph Fox and Richard Hyde. Now we'll go dragsters a pair here. Ralph Fox and the team coming up here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo line. And Richard Hyde. Rich, one of the big-time players over there. A couple of Arizona neighbors there. Richard Hyde over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane out of Lake Havasu. And there seems to be a tremendous amount of drag racers living in Lake Havasu these days. I'm going to go check that out. Of course, Ralph Fox in from Bullhead City over there. A couple of number 4 qualifiers. Ralph Fox here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Richard Hyde sitting in that number 11 spot at 7:12.4. I would not be surprised in any way, shape, or form to see either one of these two cars dip down into the 7.0s. That is far side there. That is a former national champion. Richard Hyde and Terry Caldwell standing out there, bringing his driver in. Ralph Fox rolls up here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. I'll tell you what happened there in just a second. See what Rich does down there in the top end. A little bit of smoke and whoo! I didn't think he'd step up that much. 694.190 for Richard Hyde. 694.190. Now, Ralph Fox went up to stage there and had a little bit of leakage, so he was given the automatic red light there as they're going to shut the car off, not send him down the track, and possibly some stuff out there. So an easy spot to clean up there. As you well know, it's much easier to clean up a small little puddle on the starting line than it is to clean up a quarter-mile stripe down the track there. So Ralph will go back in the pits, get her fixed, come back round 170 Pro later on today. So waiting to get Ralph pushed off the track there. George Vanderpool, Dave Rosenberg in the next pair. Of course, Dave down here in the Surfer's Paradise car. Dave Rosenberg has a very cool job. He builds surfboards. Was down at Huntington Beach just a few years ago, and just was looking at it and got to talking to him. We didn't really know each other very much. Got to talking and, oh yeah, I know who you are. Yeah, I know who you are. And it was really cool. And showing me some of his surfboards and stuff, and he knew there was no help to build me one. So George Vanderpool, he got to come up over their far side. The Dave Yahara chassis car, of course. Dave Yahara in the house this weekend, and Dave Rosenberg. Couple of guys sitting top 10 on the qualifying ladder right now with George Vanderpool far side number 8 at 7:06. 7090. Dave Rosenberg sitting in that number 3 spot, 7037. You want to get the number 1 spot away from Richard Phillips? Dead on 1 or better. That's a good side-by-side run down there. Whoop, 694, too quick. George Vanderpool, 194. 710-1. Dave Rosenberg slow 7 to a 710. George picks up a bunch to a 694, and they'll stand on their earlier numbers out of that number 3 and 8 spot on the qualifying ladder for now is national champion Steve Fowler, the Bad Moon Rising. Bantam altered out of, tell me if you've heard this before, Lake Havasu. Wife Stephanie down there. The Flat Top Motorsports team car for Fowler. Of course, Steve Fowler in another championship run, just 3 points behind points leader George Vanderpool. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Double A gas, junior fuel, need you the lanes, please. Double A gas, junior fuel, need you the lanes, please. It's continuing on with session number 3, the final session in qualifying as Stephanie Fowler walks away from her husband, Flat Top as they call him, and Mrs. Flat Top. Number 5, 7058 in qualifying for Steve Fowler. Chris Bates over there for the Bodakian brothers, a legendary name there in fuel altered racing. Chris Bates, what a great job there, wheeling that baby over there in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Steve Fowler is 697.3. That's too quick when you run a 7-flat index. Now, Chris Bates, man, did a wheeling job over there. That baby moved to the center line. I thought he was going to lift, but nah, not one of them drivers. 730 with a 1. Buck 93 wheeling that car. And Chris Bates will jump up to the number 14 spot, just ahead of Jerry Buckley, who's already run, is now the next pair are already fired up here. Mark Vaught, the 3-way Chevrolet lane, the team in from Indiana. And Dean Nelson, just up NorCal. I'm going to go out on a limb here. Mark Vaught over there far side, in from Indiana, went a little bit further than Dean Nelson did. Dean coming back here is his burnout, the Budweiser CP Corolla lane, and Mark over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Qualifying wise, Mark over there far side is 19th with a 790, and he needs to step on it big time. Dean Nelson, 728.6, sitting number 12 on the qualifying ladder. The final qualifying session for 7-0 Pro to set the field, and Richard Phillips still sitting in that lofty number 1 spot. Dead on 2. Well, Mark Bott, far side, is definitely going to improve. Down there, top end, yep. Mark goes 7:15, $1.86. Dean Nelson goes 7:26.3. Dean picks up 2. Mark picks up a bunch. Mark is up to the number 12 spot. D to the number 13th spot is now Vince Giancarlo and Larry Duncan. Larry Duncan behind the wheel of the legendary Sturgeon Brothers car. Sturgeon Brothers, they were top fuel racers dating back into the 60s. And unfortunately, Jess Sturgeon passed away and a year or so ago. And Larry Duncan and the team in from Southgate picking up the car. And I love how they left their name on there. That is just so cool. Of course, Jess Sturgeon is a former March Meet champion and a former Hot Rod Reunion champion, and I know he would be very proud to see that car back out on the racetrack again. Vince Giancarlo and the team in from Las Vegas. That Racing Giancarlo family, and I mean, have Racing Giancarlo family. There is a bunch of them. So Duncan, Larry Duncan far side, 19th at 787. Vince, 22nd with a 2 quick 692.2. So Larry needs to pick the pace up to want to be one of the contenders in 7.0 Pro. Well, I say that because 787 is really not the number you're looking for if you're running on a 7 flat index. But I've said it a gazillion times before. You don't have to be the quickest car here. Like bowling, you just have to be better than the car in the other lane. So let's see what happens here. Larry left, Vince right. Long wheelbase, supercharged early style Hemi for the dragster over there. Short wheelbase, supercharged big block Chevrolet for the Bantam Altered over here. Take a shot at Richard Phillips in that number 1 spot. Larry Duncan rolled the beams, but he's not going to get a number. See what Vince was 004 on the tree. It still goes too quick. 693 for 176. He will still start out of that number 22nd spot. Larry Duncan, you saw when they went to stage up there, rolled through the beams and is not going to get a lapse time. They are still in the field with that 787, but they will have to come back into round number 1 without a respectable number. They were looking for a whole lot more than that. So Derek Moria, the team in from Hawaii. Team that runs fuel altered, 7.0 Pro. This new car is just spectacular. Was pretty spectacular in qualifying too. Sitting number 2, 7:018. Oh, I love this. Kevin Raposo rose up over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. This is going to be Hawaiian neighbors. Kevin Farside in from Hawaii. Derek over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane in from Hawaii. Derek sitting number 5 in the points for the national championship. And as I said earlier, he does not have a chance to win the title, but he could move up in the top 2 or 3. It's basically a race between George Vanderpool and Steve Fowler, but Lawton Freya II has a shot, and Ralph Fox and Derek Moria have an outside shot that they are going to need some help. So, Derek over here, qualified number 2, number 5 in the points. Kevin Raposo, qualified number 9. See what they can do here. Bantam altered right, long wheelbase dragster left, and here we go. Kevin with a red light start. Watch them numbers down there, see what happens. 7:19.8. Kevin will stand on his earlier 7:09. Derek goes too quick at 6:97.7. 194. He will stand on his earlier 7:01. And that will wrap up 7.0 Pro and set the field. And Richard Phillips will start out of that number one spot. So AFX qualifying with Dakota Berry and that awesome Ronnie Sox tribute car there. Ron Kisner, the team out of Colorado. Kisner top end 959, 141. Dakota Berry 1034, 131. I'll tell you, AFX has some just awesome cars in it. I love this. Dale Schroeder, the 64 Fairlane, and Kevin Jones, another CUDA. God, oh, isn't that spectacular? I love that. I'd put that Fairlane in my fantasy garage, wouldn't you? I love that. Dale away first, down there top end, that Ford, the Budweiser CP Corolla Lane 1007, 131. Kevin Jones, 1071, 1, 2, 3, 4 is Relentless. Robert Norris, 68 CUDA, and Steve Whitemore, the 67 Mustang, 427 Mustang, 440 CUDA. Ray Thurston just got excited with all those Mopars. Don't worry, Ray, there's more to come. Move out the starting line to the 427 Mustang. Oh, that's a great race down there for you folks at the finish line. Whitmore, 1045, 126. CUDA runs quicker. Robert Norris goes 1042, 126. I love the names. High Voltage and the Great White Hope. Brad Schaefer, the Napa Auto Parts Stoner out of Colorado, the 67 Fairlane. 67 Fairlane's got 557 inches of Ford under the hood. And Sidney McDaniel, New Mexico, the 63 Plym with a 540 wedge under the. Look at the starting line there, man. That is so cool. Check those cars out there. The two in the water box are pretty good too. Brad goes red by 3 thou. It's qualified. That Ford's gone 976. The Mopart's gone 967. 981 for the Ford. Brad Schaefer, 974. Damn, that was just cool, wasn't it? Next pair rolling on up now. Bruce Wallace and Todd Hoffman. Todd Hoffman out of San Diego. That's the Samurai Mopar. Very cool. And Bruce Wallace in from Nevada. 62 Bel Air. Oh, man, Todd rolled the beams there. The Samurai gets a red light start, but is qualifying. Todd's gone 1023. Belvedere over here has gone 1031. 1032, Bruce Wallace in the Budweiser CP Corolla Lane. 1083, 126, Todd Hoffman is their next pair. This AFX, awesome, I love it. Sean Bush. Down there. And Daryl Dinkle, 67 Cornet. And finish line, good matchup there. 1065, 126 right side. Budweiser CP Corolla Lane, three-way Chevrolet Lane. 1057. As the Mopars keep on coming, Ray Thurston. I know that's the only reason you listen. Mike Dunn, Plymouth Savoy, Northern California, Yuba City. And Marv Reisner, the 65 Cornet. I looked down the starting line there and I checked the coolometer and it just like went to the top. So cool. Red light start for Mike Dunn. Green light start for Marv Reisner. Marv goes 10:01, 135 left side. Mike Dunn rolled the beams there, gets no elapsed time over here. The Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Mark Lang, Doug Stiers. Doug over there far side. That's the 64 Valiant out of Grand Junction, Colorado. It's gone 10:05. Mark Lang, the Dart Swinger. That was like in the 70s, one of the coolest cars to buy. And that's got a 426 Mopar under the hood. Red light start for the Mopar. Green light, red light start for the Mopar in the right lane. Green light start over there for the Valiant. Top end, 996, 139. Mark Lang, 1091, 107. Doug Stiers is Rich Wood. The team out of San Diego, the 62 Nova for Rich, that Hart Automotive team. And Mike Rogers, 65 Chevelle for the team in from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Rich has gone 932 in that Hart Automotive Nova. Mike ain't no slouch at 995 in the Chevelle. Rich is 935, 142. Mike Rogers, 991, 134. Ron DeHoop rolls up here the Lucas Oil Products, 67 Chevelle Mad TV, and Ken Moreland. A pair of 67 Chevelles. Ron right side, Ken left side. Ron the quicker, the two Chevelles at 10:33. Ken Moreland has gone 10:95 over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane. AFX qualifying session number 3. Nice wheels up move there for Ken Moreland. He was the better of the two reaction times. Still a good matchup down there. Ken Moreland's 1084, 121. Ron DeHoop for Lucas Oil Products. MAB TV 1067, 125 is Ernie Allegory. Ernie, the attorney. 67 Fairlane. And legitimately, Ernie is an attorney. I'm not making that up. Great law service. You read about him on Facebook there, different cases that he has handled. Oh, wasn't that sweet? Just watch that thing. Ernie is 922, 148. 922, 148. That was just so cool. When a car goes on a single run like that, I like to just sit back and listen. It's just a thing of beauty. 922, 148. This is number 3 in qualifying. Is now coming around. Work with me, guys. It's going to be David Franklin. David, the old Yeller. Ford Starliner, which is like big, real big. Makes the Queen Mary look like a lightweight. And Paul Searle. The 64 Plymouth, 426 for Paul. He'll be here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Dave Franklin rolls up in that three-way Chevrolet lane in Old Yeller. Dave in from Ramona, down there San Diego area. That big old Ford over there has gone 893. That's not an easy thing to do when you're wheeling the Queen Mary down that three-way Chevrolet lane there. That's a pretty good run. How about 9, flat 149, David Franklin. Paul Searle is 1028, 128. It's the next pair rolling on up in AFX with Dan Davis, the very cool Mopar here, and Greg Melton. 68 Roadrunner, 440 wedge over there far side. 64 Dodge, 500 inches of Mopar under the hood over here in that Budweiser CP Corolla lane. Melton in that Roadrunner is another one of those 8-second cars. 889, $152 for Melton. Way to go, Greg. 68 Roadrunner. Dan Davis, 966 with the 64. Is now the 60 Chev. Another one of those cars that's like goes way up on the coolometer. Final car, AFX, and we're going to close it out with the 60 Chev Impala. Down their top end, three-way Chevrolet scoreboard, 1050, 128 to close out AFX qualifying. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Extreme Pro Mod, need you to the lanes, please. Extreme Pro Mod, need you to the lanes, please. Our schedule stands, Top Fuel qualifying session number 2, followed by Nitro Funny Car qualifying session number 3, and AA Fuel Alter qualifying session number 1. 12 noon as we're making our way through the qualifying sessions here. AA gas supercharged. AA gas coming up next, and Bob Beck going to move right into the announcer's booth here. Bob?
Style burnout. Howard Anderson of Applegate, California, the plumber with the 38 Chevy, is currently sitting on top with a 660 qualifying run at 191 miles an hour. Mike Molia, number 7, with a 779 at 164 miles an hour. This is AA gas. It's had many names over the years, AA gas, A gas super, AA super, but it's AA gas here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck, and we are here. Mike English, Warren Evans, Steve LaBarbera, all keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going to be throughout the day. If you haven't already done it, take a walk through the swap meet area. Find some of those seasoned vintage parts. I know I found a few things that I want to bring home. I just got to okay it with the wife. You know, she's got the checkbook. All right, so here we go. Mike Molia over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Howard Anderson in the Budweiser lane. 38 Chevrolet, little bit more aerodynamic, but look at the picnic table spoiler he's got to have on the back to keep the back end planted at speed. Molia uses a traditional style wing up in the air. Cars get light at speeds and will spin the tires through the top end. The spoilers help keep them stable. Full stage, ready to go. Pulls the front wheels up and has to back out of it. It is hopping and bopping. Molia going down track. Goes 8:15. Slows it down a whole bunch. Howard Anderson's going to hold on to the number 1 spot with his 660 at 191 miles an hour. But that was a wild, teeth-chattering run he just made. Greg McCullum from Gearhart, Oregon, 38 Chevy Coupe coming up over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 451 cubic inches worth of Brad Anderson power. Scott White out of Seaside, California, the 41 Willys, getting ready to go with a 471 Hemi. Scott White currently sitting in the number 3 spot with a 678. Greg McCullum, number 4, with a 7:05. Plenty of room for Greg to improve here, and he can do it. When you get the chance, walk through the run into. The history makers are here today. I just had a chat with Shirley Shahan, the Dragon Lady. She's wandering around, taking a look at some of this, saying hello to friends, meeting new people. She's got a new book coming out about her experiences and successes in drag racing, and she is here today. Shirley Shahan, one of the more popular of the stock eliminator and super stock drivers of the day. Right now we've got Greg McCullum in the three-way Chevrolet lane, the left lane, 38 Chevy Coupe. He's a self-employed carpenter, 451 cubic inches worth of Brad Anderson power. He's run a best of 7:05, 197 miles per hour. Scott White, the number 3 qualifier, has run 6:78 at 203 miles an hour. He's an HVAC contractor. He's got a 471 cubic inch Hemi in his Wild Willies. The state of gassers has certainly changed over the years, from the high riding spindly chassis machines to what you see here now. Down low and aerodynamic aids added to keep them safe and sane on the track. Well, 200 miles an hour, that's not really all that sane, but it's fun. Hopefully you're watching us, if you're not here at the track, at dragracer.tv. But he's way out in front. Scott White goes 6:51, 212 miles an hour. McCullum slows down to a 7:61, stays in the number 4 spot, but White goes to the top with a 6:51, 212 miles an hour. He's got low ET and high mile per hour of the group, and he is running strong. 57 Chevy getting ready to go. Huge supercharger on it, so big they had to cut a hole in the windshield for it to clear. Swoopy 57 body. Front bumper coming down low, acting as a spoiler as well. Ryan O'Connor out of Bend, Oregon, currently number 6 in the field. He ran 7:33 at 161 miles an hour. He owns Bend Auto Care in Bend, Oregon. He's got a Brad Anderson 471 cubic inch engine to get him down the track. Fresh car, still sorting it. He's in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Thanks again for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion, the 30th event, 30th year since the start of the Hot Rod Reunion, 29th event. And this year, because we didn't have one last year, it has truly become a reunion. Seeing a lot of friends and people we haven't seen in a long time, and it's great to see you here. Stands are getting pretty full as we get ready to roll into some of the higher class cars. Right now we're in the AA gas category. We'll be moving on to Junior Fuel and Pro Mod shortly. RPM's coming up. Fully staged. Watch as well. RPM's consistent. Pedals are just a little bit at half track. And shuts it down to a 690 at 191 miles an hour. His best run so far of the weekend moves him into the number 4 spot. So 690. He is the last of the 6-second cars in the category. All right, next up, we're moving on to the dragsters. From AA gas to junior fuel. And Pro Mod, you will be coming up shortly. Pro Mod, you'll be coming up shortly. So we need Pro Mods to the lanes. Pro Mods to the lanes. You'll be following junior fuel. Now we're moving into the fuel categories. The goal is to run top fuel at high noon, so bear with us as we move closer to the fuel car runs. Junior fuel coming our way next. Quick check of the track, says everything's all right. And we'll get them fired up. Junior fuel category was a very popular and big class. Over the years, some of the drivers have moved up to 7.0 Pro and Nostalgia Eliminator 1 and A-Fuel. Staging master Dave Layton says, come on, let's go, guys. Fire them up. Pro Mod, you should be in the lanes. Pro Mod. All right, the first pair of junior fuel, Matt Baldonado out of Camarillo, California. Pro Mod, come on down. You're following junior fuel. Pro Mod, you need to be in the staging lanes. Pro Mod to the lanes, please. So Matt Baldonado out of Camarillo in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Tuned in by Bud Hammer. It's a Ford chassis with a 406 small block. He's run the best so far of 731. It's a junior fuel B category car. Dan Fenton also in a junior fuel B. He's run a best of 712. He's currently number 3 in the qualifying ladder. It's a 2012 Parks, Nielsen Parks chassis with a 396 Chevrolet. Almost hard to tell they're fuel injected. The stacks have gone down to just lips on top of the engine. The magneto is taller than the fuel injection system. These same cars can run in the Nostalgia Dragster category in the big show. And some of them do make that transition. The index for Junior Fuel B is 701. Fenton being the closest to that right now with a 712. Baldonado with a 731. Baldonado in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Fenton in the Budweiser Gorilla lane. Like those rings, they hammer the throttles and head down track. Looking for that better time, and it's 737. Not going to happen for Baldonado, and a 724. Both cars slowing down. So the previous runs of 731 for Baldonado and the 712 for Fenton will hold. Mike Lardy out of Torrance, California. A Bolton chassis with a 406 Chevy small block. Currently sitting in the number 7 spot with the 762. Don Enrique, now out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. A Ford chassis. Currently in the number 4 spot with a 737. Bob McRae doing the tuning. Enrique with a and McRae with long histories in NHRA drag racing. Marty's moving up to the line. Now Enrique. Don Enrique, an icon in the history of junior fuel racing. Still piloting a dragster, 80 years young. So when people complain about John Force being 71 years old and still driving funny cars, they don't know what they're talking about. Here's Enrique at 80 years old. And Marty is at 69. Marty just a youngster at 69 in this category. Thank you again for being here for the 30th anniversary of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Lots of things to see on this Saturday. Swap meet area has increased. Lots of stuff there. Vintage parts you may need to want. Wheels, intake manifolds, full cars. You name it, it's there. Stage lights lit, full stage for the left and full stage for the right, and they're gone. Enrique for the 198, reaction time to 253. Enrique looking to improve his 737. And he goes 714. Good improvement for him, right on the index for Junior Fuel C. Enrique goes 714 on a 714. Lardy goes 757 on a 714. He's off the pace, but it's quicker than his previous run. ProMod, we need you to the lanes. ProMod, to the lanes, please. So Enrique drills the light, drills the tree, and runs the 714 on the 14 to become the #1 qualifier. More Junior Fuel action happening as we wait for the ProMods. ProMods are pulling into the lanes right now, and we're going to see some great runs from them. The alcohol abuse car here in the Budweiser lane is Brad Woodard out of Oceanside, California. He owns Riker Machine. It's a 2018 Woodard chassis. He built his own chassis. It's a Chevy 404. He's the #3 qualifier with a 699 on a 689 index. Jess Gutierrez out of Oakley, California. The 55 Sterling chassis car. I think it's newer than 55, but it says 55. 388 cubic inch small block, #8 qualifier with an 853. His index is 689. He's got a lot of room for improvement on this run. Woodard trying to close in on that 689. He's close. He's a 1/10 of a second off. His first run was a 15:12, so he's definitely improved over that, coming back for the 699. Gutierrez ran a 9:13, then came back with an 8:53, so he's gotten quicker each run. Crew pushing the car back. I guess he's not going to make another run. He has lost fire, and they've shut him off. So it's going to be a single for Brad Woodard. Woodard trying to improve. Crew wiping down the tires. He pulls into the beams. And he's gone. 0.34 reaction time. Right down the center of the lane. He goes 698. A slight improvement over his previous run. Getting closer to that 689, but he'll stay in the #3 spot, I believe. Dustin Lee, the youngster. I say youngster, he's 41 years old. I can remember him hanging around LA County Raceway when he was just like 3-4 years old. So that's the scary part. His dad, Jimmy Lee, out there with him. Dustin's become a gun engine builder. Fuel injected. Long wheelbase dragster getting ready to go. Dustin and his brother were two of the first junior dragster drivers back when the category was created in 1990. Jimmy, their dad, was a Skeeta dragster competitor and then became the driving instructor at LA County Raceway back in the day. Engine sings loudly as he does his burnout. He's currently the number 2 qualifier with a 703 and a 701 index. He went from driving junior dragsters to building junior dragster engines, and one of his most notable clients was Erica Enders. Yes, before she became a pro stock standout, she was a junior dragster driver with Leah Pritchard. Leah Pritchard, also a junior dragster graduate, running Top Fuel. Erica Enders, a 2-time pro stock world champion. Started driving junior dragsters. I remember seeing Erica's trailer one time at a race, and the whole front of the trailer was full of Dustin Lee built junior dragster motors, and she was a gun. She was at that time, it was a 8-second machine. RPMs come up. That engine is singing. Looking for better than a 703. He slows it down to a 713, so his 703 will keep him in the number 2 spot right now. 703 on a 701 index. This time the car slowed down to 713, so he lost a tenth of a second there someplace. They'll be back in the pits, and I'm sure they will find it. ProMod, come on down. ProMod, you should be suited up, ready to go. ProMod, you should be suited up, ready to go. All right, thanks for watching us on DragRacer.tv, especially those guys that are calling us from all over the world. A fuel to the lanes, A fuel to the lanes. First call, A fuel to the staging lanes, please. A fuel to the staging lanes. We're getting calls from all over the world. Great Britain. Neil Panks, our buddy from Santa Pod. He goes to Santa Pod on a regular basis. That's their big track in Great Britain. I'll tell you what, I went there a couple of years ago, and that is one wonderful facility. And it is straight and smooth as can be. So hats off to the guys from the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame group. What a great bunch of guys they are. And Neil Panks, who every morning posts a picture on Facebook, and I don't know what he really looks like because they're always different. But he's watching us now on DragRacer.tv. We got a call from Mr. Woods out of Australia yesterday. And he's watching us as well. So all over the world, they are seeing the California Hot Rod Reunion on DragRacer.tv. And we're glad they are. All right, the ProMod drivers are suiting up, getting ready to get in their cars. A fuel, you should be in the lanes. A fuel, this is your call to the lanes. A fuel to the lanes, please. A fuel. And ProMod drivers, suit them up, get ready. You're coming out next. Little track preparation going on right now as we get ready for the ProMods. J.D. Zink with his car right in front of the tower. A little latecomer to his qualifying, but we're going to let him do it. He's strapping in, putting his helmet on, getting ready to go. J.D., another mainstay of the junior fuel ranks. Actually, J.D. Zink's name's on the car, but it appears Tim Beeman's going to be doing the driving out of Los Molinos, California. Team Beeman from the JD Zinc Racing Group out of the Chico, California area. Beeman's number 6 in the 2001 points coming into this race. Our number 1 qualifier, Don Enrique, is number 4 in points, and your number 2 qualifier, Dustin Lee, is number 7 in points. Brad Woodard is the number 1 in points right now for the Junior Fuel season. Not sure how many points they have and who's in jeopardy of losing a position, but they are running strong and hard. If you haven't already noticed, there are 3 different classes in Junior Fuel. They all race together using a handicap dial-in on a 4-0 tree. The purpose of increasing the number of teams and diversity for exciting nostalgia 10,000 RPM front engine dragster racing. All 3 classes of Junior Fuel. A has a 14-inch valve angle, small block configuration iron engines with a maximum engine size of 430 cubic inches and a power glide transmission. They use a 12-inch slick. The Junior Fuel B is a 23 angle valve on a raised runner small block Chevy configuration. All iron engines with the same rules as Junior Fuel A, also following the rules for NHRA Comp Eliminator B Nostalgia Dragster. The record, 7:01, again until the record is reset at a heritage race during eliminations. The Hemi and the Ford all iron engines are also allowed, just not quite as popular. The last popular Hemi engine Junior Fuel was Dr. Ken Bates. Junior Fuel C is also a 23 angle valve head, non-raised runner, small block, all iron engine. But since there's no Comp Eliminator C Nostalgia Dragster class, the handicap dial-in for the 2018 cars, and it's held so far, is a 714. All right, so coming up now, it is Tim Beeman. And as I said, Beeman currently number 6 in points for Junior Fuel. It's a Junior Fuel A car with an index of 689. So let's see where he goes. Beeman makes it out there. His backup babe guiding him back. Beeman will be the last of the Junior Fuel qualifiers right now. A Fuel, we need you to the lanes. A Fuel, we need you to the lanes. Now we're going to start eliminations later this afternoon after the top fuel cars, after the fuel cars. The goal is to hit Nostalgia Top Fuel at high noon, followed by Funny Car and AA Fuel Altered. We'll have some exhibition runs, and then the first round of Hot Rod will begin this afternoon. Thanks again for being here with us at the 30th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. Beeman hits the loud pedal, 284 reaction time, and then backs out. Picks up the pace again. Not going to be the run he was looking for, 889. He'll stick with his 730 run, but he was pedaling the car, playing with the throttle. All right, Pro Mod's coming your way, and Steve LaBarba is going to be telling you all about these wild and wicked door slamming machines.
You got to love the California Hot Rod Reunion, folks. We're in here with the legend, Bob Fry, just hearing about some stories, getting ready to run Pro Mod, doing a little bit of track prep, getting the track good and sticky, and we're going to send down the fastest door cars on property here in just a few minutes. And I want to say hello to everybody watching on the World Wide Web. DragRace.tv, Mr. Warren in the house filming all the things going on in the racetrack. Say hello to Dan Nagy. Good afternoon. So one more pass up and back with the tractor, and then we're going to send down the Pro Mods. Coming out first, be a pair of show cars, in my opinion. So walking around the pits, seeing all the sights and hearing all the sounds and smelling all the smells, and all the funny car teams are buttoning up their rigs and getting ready to start making their way here in just a little while. Gonna run Pro Mod, then A Fuel, and hopefully get into our Pro Show. So the thing I love most about Pro Mods is the combination in power is pretty interesting. You get some cars that have big inch, like 940-inch cubic inch motors with lots of nitrous, or you get the modern style twist, which is like what you see on Monday nights with the Street Outlaws, the big inch 420, 450 cubic inch Hemis with twin turbos. We only got one of the twin turbo setups, and that's the EFI store Willys, or Studebaker, I think. And then the majority of this group of Extreme Pro Mods West, they opt for the 471 to 491 Brad Anderson style Series 10 alcohol fed with a blower. And that's a lot of the combination. The majority of the combination here is Hemi based alcohols with alcohol fed with blowers. PSI screw style blowers. These things make upwards of 3,000 horsepower, 4,000 horsepower. They're going 0 to 550 in you know, or 0 to 230 miles an hour in 5.6 seconds. It's like 4 Gs, 3.5, 4 Gs in the car. So got a lot of that coming up. We got the lanes are full. And then we got A fuel. You guys should be making your ways to the lanes too. A fuel to the lanes, please. A fuel. So Jim Black on his way back in the tractor, and we're going to send down our Pro Mod for their qualifying session number 3. And they're going to have round 1 later today. All right, just like that, track prep is over. Now we're going to get into our third and final qualifying session here for Pro Mod. How about that, baby, right there? That Corvette is one of the most stunning cars, if not the most stunning cars in person if you walk up to that thing in the pits. The paint job, the silver leaf work, everything on that car is amazing. You guys get a chance. Cruise on over into Mr. Marks' pit. Mike English is on his way down there right now to count the leaves in the silver leaf work. So Troy Ferry and Ed Marks. Ed Marks out of Cherry Valley, California, which is down outside of Beaumont. Marks Motorsports back 53 Corvette. He's sitting number 10, been 866, 102. That car I've seen high 580s, 250 plus miles an hour. Then we got Troy Ferry, your number 3 qualifier. He's out of Antioch, 2014 Challenger, 540 Dodge, Hemi style. 602, 240 to get him into the number 3 spot. Both these loud, alcohol-breathing Hemis come to life. And Mr. Ed Marks' Corvette, gorgeous. Good burnout there, Ed Marks. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. A Fuel, you guys should be in the lanes. A Fuel, you're next. Burnout's complete there, Troy Ferry. Good looking 2014 Challenger. Just changed everything up from a Lenco style, put a converter and a Turbo 400 style transmission in it. Didn't slow him down any. 602, 242 in last night's session. And Ed Marks just having a little bit of a rough patch trying to find the tune-up. But hey, today's a new day and we're already qualified to play, so let's do this. So we got to be better than 7-0. Pre-stage comes on, RPM's gonna start climbing. Here we go, staged and ready, Troy, here we go. Good looking lap here for Ed Marks, better than last night's run, and he goes 592, 247, and that's gonna help a lot. 602, 244, and I believe Troy Ferry's car is now a bracket car. Multiple 602s. Jeremy Hanger's gonna stay number 1 right now. Ed Marks goes from number 10 to number 2. Good pass there for Ed Marks. So here we go with Eric Peterson out of Enumclaw, Washington. 51 Chevy. 526 Hemi, couple turbos on there. Then we got John Shalby's 57 Chevy driven by Dan Myers, the business owner out of Ramona, California, down there by San Diego. And you'll hear the contrast and noise. Blower or turbo? I just want to do a burnout in a pro mod. I think that'd be fun. Burnout's complete. Eric Peterson all the way from Enumclaw, Washington. Got that 526 cubic inch Hemi twin turbos. Runs on methanol. Been 730, and I know there's more in the tank there. That car is well capable of at least high sixes. Low to mid sixes, I should say. And Dan Myers, 681. They're finally starting to make headway on the tune-up now. John Shelby just struggling a little bit. He made some passes last weekend at the Tri-5 Association race, and yesterday really found the setup, and now he's going to pour the suds to here in this third and final round as he's sitting on the bump spot with a 681.7. High gear is found on that 57, and he goes 608, 238, and that's going to do a lot for their ET. And then Eric Peterson, big puff of smoke down at the top end, so we're going to give a quick look at that, make sure that car is good. But Dan Myers goes from the bump to number 5, sitting comfortably with a 608, so that's good. Fire truck out there just seeing if it's all good. So word from the top was we got a little bit of stuff in the shutdown. So far, we're good on the racing service. Everything dropped off in the shutdown, so that's excellent news. That means a little bit of powder, and we're back in business in a few short minutes. And womp womp. So it'll be a quick one. Well, so the news is getting worse down there. See, I'm personally a guy that sees life with the glass half full. And sometimes that glass gets knocked right out of my hand. And we're getting word from the top that this may be a little bit longer than anticipated. So we're going to get this Zamboni out there, get it all cleaned up, and get back to business here just as quick as possible. So now, you know what this is, folks. This is a beer stop. So right now is a good time. Walk over to the concession stand, get yourself a burger. Head on over to the beverage cart, get yourself an adult beverage, a cold one. Tell them Steve the announcer sent you. So from about 1,000 foot down, we got a little bit of stuff. But Noel's is open, Dog Pound is open. They got all kinds of stuff to eat and drink. But guaranteed not how they wanted to end their day. Eric Peterson didn't want to end their day that way. Because when they dump stuff on the racetrack, that means they're dumping more out of their wallet to fix it. And Bob Beck just reminded me, we have A&W root beer floats here as well. Ben and Jerry's in the house. I know we got Chinese food, Sid's Redneck Barbecue, Dog Pound, all kinds of stuff. So we're going to be down for just a few minutes, folks, and then we'll get back to business here real quick. So keeping things moving down there, just cleaning up a little bit of stuff. So already a good sign is that we got the sticky tractor going down, and stuff is being picked up in the shutdown area. So looking down track, folks, I'm seeing we got just a few more minutes down there.
Hello. Victor. 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 You gotta see this. Go ahead, look at it. Hello. Look what's right here. Hello. Get away. Hello. You see the fucking eyes? Go ahead, look at the microphone. Get body for me. Blue eyes. Brown eyed girl. No. Cherry bomb.
Looks like we're about there. Everybody getting buckled in, suited up. Thanks to our amazing track staff out here. All the hard work, dedication to make sure this track is good, safe, and super tight for all these amazing racers. So we're going to send down these high 5-second, low 6-second hot rods right now. So everybody buckling back in. Racers, if you straight away from your vehicle, we are running. So next pair of Pro Mods, Dave Layton calls it out. Water going in the box. That one only took about 15 minutes, right, Eric? What? So Andy, Corinnes comes to life out of Pacifica, the plumber. Wade Shostrom out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, in that beautiful 57 Bel Air. The auto shop owner in Canada. 522 cubic inches of blown Brad Anderson. That car started its life here in the Budweiser CP side. The Camaro started its life in the Alanabi Racing Stable. That was a backup car for Khaled Al-Balushi back in the days. Now he's running a big inch nitrous motor, the Camping World Series. But Mike Maggio's got the other half of the twin. And that car's been to many championship winner circles. Kurt Coons doing the tune-up as well on Andy's Camaro here. He's been 617, 214 miles an hour. There's a 580 in there. I know it deep in my bones. 646 for Wade Jostrom over there in the three-way Chevy side. Pre-stage comes on, RPMs are going to start to climb, and here we go. Top end of the racetrack going for Andy. He goes 622, 193, and problems right at the hit for Wade, that 57 Bel Air. And they're going to push him back. So hopefully they get that thing figured out. He's already qualified. He's sitting on the bump, so we'll hope that sticks. 646, 176. Yeah, so they're going to get Wade off the starting line, and our next pair of cars coming up next. Sean Renteria, my favorite four-door on the property. So team effort trying to get cars off the starting line here is, there's a lot of things happening up there. But while it's quiet, we have a gray Jeep Wrangler. License plate number 722 NAS from Oregon. Your lights are left on. If you're from Oregon and you have a Jeep Wrangler, you should probably go out to the parking lot now and make sure that the battery is still alive because your headlights are left on. It's like I planned that. Corvette out of Anaheim. And Sean Renteria out of Hollister. Everybody stepping away from Carl Wilson, stepping away from Sean Renteria. Got that ginger tune-up with 595 twice. See if Jake Renteria is going to give him the tune-up. He's looking to go into the 580s, or is they going to stick with that number 3 spot? Drove through the tire shake. Carl Wilson, top end of the racetrack. How about a 593? That's very respectable for Carl Wilson. And Sean Renteria was .976 to the 60-foot and went 597 this last pass at 245 miles an hour.
Yeah. I hope they don't turn on this microphone at any time.
So coming up next, a standard wheelbase 67 Nova. Sitting in the number 10 spot with a 708 162. And your number 1 qualifier, 580 with a 6, Jeremy Hanger and Kurt Kuhn's Corvette. That Corvette's just bitching. 471 Brad Anderson for power out of Yorba Linda for Jeremy Hanger, who used to drive a Studebaker that he drove that thing all over the place. One event at Fontana, I remember announcing that in the race years and years ago. That thing showed me both sides, driver and passenger side, 3 or 4 times going down the racetrack and kept it off the wall. It was a very impressive driving job from Jeremy Hanger, but not one that he was probably willing to repeat. So Robert Bingham, I got to go down and talk to him out of Night Gen, California. Good looking 67 Nova. And I love a car that's got metal, it's a metal body. It's got drip rails on it. And then let's just stick the biggest motor we can possibly get with a Lenco and make it fit. Wonder how many beers were consumed during that discussion.
For this guy.
Then 708 got a mid 650 in there. I have a feeling. Making sure he's lined up straight. Jeremy Hanger getting brought into the beams by the legend himself, Kirk Coons. He steps away from the car, clips the switch, turns on the data acquisition system, and they're going to step away from their drivers. Here we go. Nova or Corvette? I'm going to go Corvette. Nova hung with them till about 300 feet, then Hanger just pulled away. Wow, 577, 260 miles an hour. That's a statement run. Robert Bingham was 105 to 60 foot and goes 903 at 92 miles an hour. So right now, going into eliminations, that 7089 is going to stick. But a good pull for Jeremy Hanger, 577, 260. He was 202 at half track, 2.64 to 330. That's some pro edge numbers right there.
903. 188 miles per hour. At half track, he blew a gasket.
Next pair of pro mods, we got Josh Kalish, or single pro mod, I should say. Then we're going to get into A fuel, and for that we got Bob Beck. Kalish at a Now that deserves a round of applause, folks. That burnout was awesome. There you go. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Donnie. Thanks to everyone who participated. That was a rad burnout. 526 cubic inches of Hemi. So Kaylee spent 629.7, 240. Beautiful 53 Studebaker. In the words of Mike English, what do you call it, Mike? Swoopy. Swoopy. Chop, cut, stretch, put in a microwave, and turn into a Studebaker. It comes out in a GMC Terrain with a turbo. Josh going to wrap things up for the third and final qualifying session here for the Pro Mods. And then we're going to get into A Fuel. And you guys are going to get treated with the voice of the California Hot Rod Reunion, Mr. Bob Beck, going to bring you all through A Fuel. Gotta love a commitment. When the car's pointed to the left, I get out of it, straighten it out, stick it back in there. Not gonna do anything for qualifying, but it sure looked cool. 629.7, 240. Gonna wrap it up in Pro Mod, and that's gonna scoop me out and bring Bob back in.
He fucked up. If it went on, that's what I'm hoping. They accidentally put it on. Okay, they fucked up. Can we have an amen? 300, he had it. But then he fucked up. It's a button on there. What do you mean you're counting the numbers?
Tomorrow in the final set, you'll be here.
I'll be, oh, see.
Oh, shit, he fucked up. What?
I'll be start singing the Star Spangled Banner.
That's fine. I do it every time. I don't even know.
Get the fuck out of here.
My ass must be bigger than that. I know. I noticed.
Have one of those little parts.
There's a boat out in Hamilton. Like that. Is that it?
One of those things. I want to walk up there like that. They're like, which car you with? Nobody, I'm just doing it.
More problems plaguing the Ken Bates team, and Honoree coming out of the driver's seat. They could not make a qualifying run yet, and now they've got another problem. Wayne getting out of the car. Sabrina Cap's going to make the run. A little disconcerting when you're going down track and you see a car stopped alongside.
Skanky.
Sabrina Cap's has run a best of 6:33 at 209, sits in the number 4 qualifying position. Ken Bates Jr., his team just not having the weekend they wanted. Each run's been plagued with problems. Sabrina heads down track. 0:11 reaction time. Excellent reaction time. Pops the parachute. Goes 6:13, 100 or 215 miles an hour. Moves her up into the number 3 spot ahead of Rick Urens, but he's still to come. So a good run for Sabrina. And they're taking a look at the Bates car. See if they can get that thing off track before we move on to more racing action. Qualifying continuing on. We're getting ready for Top Fuel and Funny Car. They'll be coming your way in just a little bit. Mike English and Donnie Couch are going to be able to tell you all about them as they come up for their final qualifying session. Honoree gets out of the car. The Bates team could not get the car to come back. All right, so we've got a driver in the cockpit. Don't know what they're going to do here as they try and get the car cleared from the track so we can continue on. The quad coming down with the pusher arm, and that looks like the way they're going to go. Thanks for coming to the 30th California Hot Rod Reunion. We were only going to do it once. 30 years later, we keep saying that. And it's going to be one more time. We're going to do it again next year as well. That's the plan. And for those of you out in TV land watching us on dragracer.tv, welcome. Glad you're watching us. A lot of action going to be happening for you. We've gotten emails and calls from people all over the world watching California Hot Rod Reunion. Our friend Marty Wood down in Australia, Neil Panks in Great Britain, a whole bunch of guys in New Zealand. Thank you for tuning in and watching us on dragracer.tv. If you've got friends or family that couldn't make it, tell them about dragracer.tv, where they can see the live stream of the event happening all weekend long. Warren Evans making sure the view is crystal clear and ready to go.
It's supposed to be lemonade.
All right, the Bates car being pushed off track. Definitely not having the weekend they were looking forward to. Unable to complete a single qualifying pass so far. So the car getting pushed down will be at the turnout in just a bit. We'll get the next cars fired up. It'll be Rick Owens, who's sitting in the number 4 spot right now. He's had a best run so far of 6:19, 2:18. Clayton Zulin out of Visalia in the 09 Bolton chassis car with an Alan Johnson 433. And he has also had some difficulties in qualifying and doesn't have a run on the books. All right, so they fired them up as they get ready to go. The car making the turnout, and we will start the burnouts here. Again, they run blown on alcohol.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen out there along the fence, along the wall out there. If you notice, there are some live microphones out there that are part of dragracer.tv. Guess what? Everything you're saying is being heard across the web, including a bunch of profanity. So if you would please refrain, I'd greatly appreciate it, and so would the entire audience of several thousand people watching online. Don't mind cleaning it up? I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Rick Owens over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. He's run a best of 6:19 so far this weekend, 218 miles an hour. Clayton Zulin hasn't been able to hook it up and make a run. So this is his chance to get in. There are 5 cars contesting this. And we've got another car that has come to a stop. They can't get it into reverse. Rick Owens desperately tried to get the car to back up, and it's not cooperating. All right, they've got it pushing. They're pushing it back. All right, here he goes. Can he get back in time? They're pushing him back. Don't know if he's still running or not, but the crew is pushing hard. They're telling him to get out of the way. And apparently he is not going to be able to make a run. So it'll be Clayton Zulin making a single. Gets a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a wobble. He straightens it out, goes through the lights, comes awfully close to the wall after the stripe. 630, 210 miles an hour. 630, 210 for Clayton Zulin, and that puts him in the number 5 spot. All right. Turning the mic over to Mike English, and Donnie Couch going to tell you all about Top Fuel as they come up to the line.
You stupid ass.
Well, Mike English, it's time for top fuel eliminator qualifying. We got the Forever Young car lined up. It's going to be in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. The far lane over there, I cannot see that. I think it's Brendan Murray, maybe. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brendan Murray will be in the left lane, the three-way Chevrolet lane. An exciting day yesterday of qualifying, and as we continue again today. Perfect weather conditions. The track's in good shape, and they're plugging the starters in, man. We're ready to go live.
Well, thank you, Donnie. Appreciate you setting me up there. I had to get a few things ready here, but looks like it's going to be a pretty exciting session. Number 2 in top fuel eliminator with Brendan Murray. Be over there, the running wild card for a guy who's had a lot of success in the sportsman category. He's been part of top fuel racing for a good 10, 15 years now, and running the late model Hemi. He's tried a number of different combinations, but that late model Hemi has found its home in Brendan Murray's car.
Well, I think we'll see that motor in the home for a lot of other cars out here, as Pete Kaiser and Dan Horan's car has proven that they work.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how you remember back in the day, everybody ran the early style Hemi, and it seemed to kind of evolve to the late model. And then when the NHRA Heritage Series came around, they went back to the early model, and now the late model is starting to evolve.
History repeats itself, Mike English, and as the cars come to life. And man, if you were not in the stands, I would be running over there, because you're about to see some exciting side-by-side qualifying runs.
Brett Williamson in that number 6 spot with an early shutoff 6:56 yesterday. Will come up in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Brendan Murray already doing his burnout. A 7:43 early shutoff for the running wild car over there, that three-way Chevrolet lane.
Oh, yeah.
Donnie, a little bit different than yesterday's session late in the afternoon with the sun out there, and, well, a challenge for the crew chiefs.
Yeah, it's a little different day, but yesterday was kind of disappointing with the top fuel cars. They didn't hit the numbers that they thought they would, but, you know, that was the first run for them, and they've gone back, looked at their computers, and got with the crew and trying to figure out this track and this weather condition and tune these cars up, man. They got to be you know, everybody wants to be number 1 qualifier here. And
well, that's what you crew chiefs get paid the big money.
It's egos.
Yeah, there you go. An interesting note with Brendan Murray is he does everything on that car.
Yeah, well, he runs it on a shoestring, and whatever it takes, his wife and everybody's out there helping out. And,
of course,
he does good.
Brett Williamson over here with Mike Fuller, Dave Yarhara, and the bunch, and that is a tune-up by committee, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But Mike Fuller, the car owner of that Forever Young car, has the final say. He says, I'm paying the bills.
Yeah, they have a lot of talent over there and a lot of resources.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they seem to be working quite a bit on the motor, and Mike Fuller and Dave Yahara step away from it. Brett Williamson bumping it into the lights. They're both pre-staged, Mike English, and they're both staged, and here we go.
Oh, that Forever Young car. Watch that scoreboard. Budweiser's 3. Wow. 575, 245. Brett Williamson. Now Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Brendan Murray was right alongside him, run 6:30, shutting it off at a $1.94. Brett Williamson all the way up to the number 2 spot, right behind number 1 qualifier Dan Horan Jr.
Great way to open up qualifying for top fuel today, and fans are getting a real treat. But next up is the newly crowned national champion Dan Horan with that Pete Kaiser tuned top fuel dragster late model Hemi.
I was down in the staging lanes walking around, and I saw Pete and his wife Laura, and Pete's looking at Laura's phone, and I'm like, what, are you getting your tuning tips? Somebody texting him to you to your wife's phone so nobody knows?
Look who he's up against, Adam Sorokin, that beautiful champion speed shop dragster, small block Chevrolet.
Number 1 and number 2 in the points for the NHRA Heritage Series National Championship. And, of course, over there far side, as you were talking earlier, Donnie, the late model 426 style Hemi for Dan Horan in that National Championship winning car. And over here, Adam Sorokin for the Champion Speed Shop, the small block Chevrolet on Nitro.
Right, and that thing can put up some numbers on the board, and it's won races, and it seems to be always in the final. And a great team there with Bobby McLennan.
The mouse that roared.
Exactly.
Hey, Donnie, looking down on the starting line here, it is so very good to see Hollywood Chris Crable standing down there. Driver for Rick Akers, Screamer's Funny Car, and had one heck of a fire yesterday and had to go to the hospital. But Hollywood's down here walking around, and that is very good news.
Yeah, as we talked to him last night after he was released, it was nice to see he got out of the hospital. He got slight burns. He's real sore because he jumped out of the car while it was still running.
He wanted out of that, baby, and I don't blame him.
Too much heat on him. So good to see him back and good to see him on the starting line, and we wish him the best.
Absolutely. So Dan Horan rolls up in the three-way Chevrolet lane. That is your number one qualifier, 5610. Adam Sorokin not part of that 8-car field right now with that Champion Speed Shop car, a 9-second run, because that baby just did not hit on all 8 in session number 1 yesterday.
It got over by the guardrail pretty close, and he had to get out of it.
Which is a surprise. And you know, Donnie, I really like this session of qualifying because this is actually going to be the conditions we're going to race under on Sunday.
Yeah, that'll give them a good chance to really feel their tune-up out. And, you know, you get a false sense when you race at night and the track's cool and the air's good. Then you got to come back and really race in the heat of the day. It's a little hard on the crew chiefs, you know. That's why they get the big bucks, though.
So why are you up here?
I get big bucks to announce with you.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't think anybody'd pay to hang around with me. My wife doesn't.
But she's paying me to be hanging around you and keep you in line.
Oh, thanks. So Pete Kaiser looking over that late model Hemi for Dan Horan. Of course, as Dan said yesterday, son Ryan is going to be driving one of those team cars next year.
Either the funny car or the dragster.
Yeah. That is 2 top flight crew chiefs there. And Pete Kaiser over there far side, Bobby McLennan then over here.
All right, they're making the final adjustments on it, the air-fuel ratio. Bobby McLennan, Pete, they walk away from the engines. The drivers are going to bump them in. Dan Horan, their pre-stage, Mike English.
Come up on the high side there. Both lights are ready. Adam Sorokin. That baby's great down there. Watch that small block. 582. Clicking it off early to 245. Dan Horan was right alongside him, matching numbers. Adam Sorokin up to the number 3 spot. Dan Horan stays number 1. But we look on our computer screen there, and our friends out there on dragracer.tv, the numbers are almost identical to about half track. And then Dan Horan lifted off the throttle, and Adam trucks down through there at 582, 245.
Yeah, well, Mike, we saw Dan Horan out there. It looked like the motor was going away, and saw some smoke out of that motor, and ate some pistons up.
Well, they sacrificed one to the piston gods there, and they're going to, safety safari is going to have to roll as you see the Zamboni heading out on the track there. So we are going to be down for a few minutes there, and that's one of those deals that unfortunately happens when you run in nitro racing. Oh, man. So we're going to take a few minutes here, a chance to stretch your legs, hit the concession stands, and just take a look out in the grandstands there, Donnie. Just a great crowd of everybody coming out to join us in the Saturday noontime qualifying session, which will set the field for Nitro Funny Car. And don't forget it, 5 o'clock, I believe, 4 o'clock this afternoon, round number 1 of Nitro Funny Car. In a pretty darn good gathering here, the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. And thanks for coming out. Appreciate it very much. And, hey, Robert Berry listening in on DragRacer.tv,
Oh, there you
and
go.
glad he's having a great time and everything. Appreciate that very much. And Robert,
I just got a text from Jack McGee in Elko, Nevada. He's tuned in and watching us for the second day. So
great
welcome,
to have
Jack.
everybody on board. And Robert, your text is wrong. Donnie Couch doesn't have friends; he has acquaintances.
Ha ha. Mike, it's great to see the stands full after
Yeah.
everything that we've gone on. And
Check this out. Dan Harad just made the run in the top fuel car, hops on the scooter, and gets back over here to get in the funny car.
that's pretty cool. I think that's the same get-up he wears when he runs his Harley.
A Nitro Harley?
No,
No.
a street Harley. Double duty for Dan Haran. Doing
Yeah.
a great job, number one with the funny car.
And look at that. Hall of Fame crew chief Allison Lee walks over. 90 years old and still out
90
here.
years old. Her flight got canceled, and she slept at the airport last night in Phoenix just to get here.
Well, her grandson Tyler, I said, so what are you going to do? And he says, well, Grandma called and said, don't make any changes without me.
Yeah, well, they don't even like to start the car without her.
Can you believe I'm somebody's hero?
No way. Who?
I know. Yeah. I know.
Bob Beck's hero?
Yeah, that's it.
Bob Beck's my hero, so. Come on in. Look who's here.
Well, we talked about it earlier, Donnie, and you got a special guest with you here, kind of a hot one.
Well, yeah, Chris Grable. During qualifying yesterday, a major fire down at the end of the track. We couldn't see much of it because it happened after the finish line, but you're okay and out of the hospital.
I am, that was a bad one. You drive these things long enough, it's bound to happen. These cars are safe, Rick Akers and Greg Landwehr put together a safe car, and, unfortunately it was just one of those deals, and it was the perfect scene. Had a big fire in front of me, and just tried to get out of the car.
Chris, I heard that the car was still running and the flames were so bad that you jumped out of the car while it was still rolling.
It was like riding a bull, yeah. It was still going probably 10 miles per hour, maybe a little bit faster, and the heat just got so bad I had to bail out. And luckily the car came. I wanted to make sure it was safe, and it was, and I got out.
Well, did you sustain any burns at all?
No, I didn't. I had some steam burns just from probably my sweat under my fire suit. Luckily, I didn't have any third-degree stuff or anything that was bad. So, thank the good Lord, and here we are.
What kind of fire suit were you wearing?
I've got a Stan 21 and also a Dennis Taylor, and it all did its job. And I can't thank the people that make the fire retardant stuff because it worked.
Well, great, Chris. We're glad you're okay and you're back at the track. And, the Akers team, unfortunately, that ended their weekend. But a great team over there, and they were sure sorry it happened to you.
Yeah, they are a great team. I owe a lot to them for giving me the opportunity. Unfortunately, we didn't want to go out in the first qualifier like that. Nobody wants to see that happen. And you know what? We'll be back.
Yep. Well, it's a big rebuild for the team, but it's part of the deal. We've seen it happen before with other people, and that's Nitro Racing.
It really is, and I appreciate all the fans coming out, all the racers, all the texts, all the messages. I really felt the love. It's been so supportive, and it's such a great community, and I'm just so thankful. And you know what? I'm here for another day.
All right, Chris Grable, everybody. Unfortunate fire yesterday. He's out for the rest of the weekend, but you'll be back.
Thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate it.
Hey, by the way, Hollywood, you need to get a new hat. Ducks in the Cup this year. Chris Grable's going to become a crackhead, man. He's a Seattle Kraken fan.
That's right. That's right. Seattle Kraken, big ice hockey. And matter of fact, the home opener tonight, I'm going to try to get home for it.
There you
Right
go.
on. Very cool. But it's Ducks in the Cup. Don't tell John Wirtz that, though, right?
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
So take a look down track there, and well, just a big time job by the safety safarians to do that work there. As well, Dan Horan in the tower here. You could talk to him, Donnie. Unfortunately, a little situation there, Dan.
What's going on out there?
You know, it's just one of the natures of the beast. These front engine top fuel cars, they're hopped up, they're ready to go, they're ground pounding, they're just bad to the bone. Ours was a little badder than it should have been, and you know, this Infinity Plumbing design top fuel car, Delta faucets, Norris water heaters, everybody that's possible to make this car here, it's going to come back at 4 o'clock and it's going to run real hard.
Well, of course, you were #1 qualifier. Of course, you got to go for it and see what the limit is with this team. And Pete Kaiser, you know, putting a tune-up on it. It was rumbling pretty good out there, but it didn't work out. But he'll go back and make those adjustments, and the air will be cooler later, and track will be good, and you'll be back.
You know, if I was to make a prediction, I would think this top fuel dragster is going to run in the 550 zone sometime this weekend. And Pete Kaiser, the Horan and Kaiser Digger Den top fuel dragster, the tribute to my late father. And like I said, all the great people that put this car together, you know, Infinity Plumbing, Barry Speed Shop, Delta, Norris, the list goes on and on, ABI, it's Ferguson. It's just everybody out here. It's a collective effort to keep these cars on the racetrack.
Takes a village, right, Dan? Hey, I got a question, though. You just made the lap in the dragster. Now you're going to hop in the funny car. How different are the controls in each car?
Actually, the controls are mirrored. They're identical. That's the only way I think you can get on a moped, run 561, come back, get in a funny car, and run 561 yesterday. The controls are identical. I mean, the cars, they haul the mail. I mean, these cars are not no joke. The dragster ran 561. 260 miles an hour, 261 yesterday. The funny car, 561, 259. Pete Kaiser has a great handle on these cars, and they're going to be going rounds on Sunday.
Well, we wish you all the luck, and you're doing good. The paint job on the funny car is phenomenal, and I know that your sponsors, Infinity and Barry Speed Shop, they've been a big part of that, and your whole operation has stepped up.
You know, without Barry Speed Shop, Barry White, Andy with Infinity Plumbing and Designs, none of this is possible. I mean, they are really, really great guys, good guys to hang out with. There's no egos here. They just want everything perfect, and we're going to go out and have a lot of fun while we're doing it.
Well, I was over there earlier, and I know they're having fun. And why don't you go have fun and get in that funny car and show us what it's like?
Thank you very much, guys.
All right, folks. That's Dan Horan. Yeah. No.
Bad sport.
Well, it's still a little cleanup, Mike English, on the track, but we'll be back in action soon as we still got top fuel cars lined up and getting ready for the call.
Yeah, it should be a continuing on with just a great, great session there. And, of course, that nice of Dan Horan to come up here and explain what happened. And, you know, it was a disappointing run as that car is really, really a very steady, consistent car.
Well, you know, you got to have a run like that every now and then to find your limits. And, of course, they were #1 qualifier. So that gives you the luxury of taking a chance and trying something and tuning the car up and trying to go for it some more.
Might as well. A little bit of downtime here. It's the safety safarians out there doing a little bit of work, doing the cleanup, the outstanding job that they do as always. And Donnie Couch, I don't know. I get in the announcer's booth with you and like superstars walk in here, like big name people come into the booth here.
I'm a magnet, but hey, folks, we've got Kelly Inman here, promoter of the Industry Hills Speedway. If you ever been to a speedway bike race, 500cc with no brakes, you haven't seen it yet. But Kelly, because of COVID and everything, couldn't run all last year, and I know you're getting ready to try to come back in March of next year. It's what have you been doing with your spare time?
Man, twiddling fingers and hoping all of this COVID stuff gets by us so we can run in LA County. You know, we've been traveling around, putting some stuff on, some Harley flat track racing, and working on another speedway track down in Lake Elsinore. But really hoping for industry to come back so we can get our Wednesday night racing back going.
I don't know what to do on Wednesdays without speedway running on, so you got to come up with getting back into the action so I can get out of the house on Wednesday nights.
Yeah, we'll be back. We've already we're working on our schedule right now. We'll actually start back in February with the big gumball rally for the kids and the pro guys on Saturday night for exhibition stuff, and then we'll go hard for the season.
Well, we appreciate you coming up here, big motorcycle promoter, but you love the drag racing, and your son Dane, he's getting into drag racing, so it's nice to have both of you up here.
Yeah, we're having a blast. We appreciate everybody here at Famoso. We were really looking forward to it, and it's funny, man. I've been doing speedway motorcycle promoting for a long time, and my boy doesn't want anything to do with it. You know, he's got everything in front of him at his beck and call, but he wants to be out here in the cars.
That's all right. Anything automotive or with a motor, so we're happy to have both of you. And I know Blake Bowser, who runs this track, has been down to your speedway track several times, so it's nice to see you up here and enjoy this.
Oh yeah, Blake's an awesome guy, and we appreciate the hospitality from you and Blake and the whole team here, and we're glad to have people from the other venues come down to our track. We love it.
Okay, Kelly, I got a question. Because I live reasonably close to Lake Elsinore, where are you planning on putting the track or working on it?
We're actually it's already in. It's at Lake Elsinore Motorsports Park, where all the Lucas Oil truck track and everything was.
Oh, right on. Very cool. That's 10 minutes from the house. Just tell me Friday night. That's all I need to know is Friday night.
We'll run any night we can.
Yes.
Well, Kelly, thank you for coming up here and giving a shout out to everybody, and we appreciate your attendance and looking forward to coming down the speedway races soon.
Yeah, we'll have some good racing this year, and we're enjoying it here. And again, thanks to everybody, and thanks for everybody for coming out and supporting Famoso.
How do they find information about your race, and what's the website address?
IndustrySpeedway.com. You can go to that and then get on all our social media and everything. We'll have all the up-to-date information up here real soon.
Okay, great. And then, fans, I'm telling you, it's some of the best racing you'll see on two wheels. So, Kelly, again, thank you for being here.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right.
Absolutely. Kelly Edmond and Industry Speedway. And, man, I'd love it if you get down to Lake Elsinore. That'd be awesome.
Is this thing working?
Well, Donnie, you attract all the big names into the tower. I mean, you started talking, and Bob Fry came into the tower. Which, well, okay, I said big names. He's a name. He's a name, but he's retired. But now we got another big name. Ron Hope, come on in here.
Ron Hope, getting ready to run the fuel altereds today, and what do you expect out there?
Well, there's no telling what to expect with a fuel altered, but that's what makes them so exciting. But I actually came up here to tell you that Dave Benjamin and I are going to be the first pair up. The first car down will be Dan Piniato on a single, but then Dave Benjamin and I, and we are the two oldest active fuel altered drivers. He is 78, I'm 77.
No way.
So, yep.
No,
Ron,
like a pup.
Ron, you know I'm a trained professional.
I know that.
I have that information.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well-
but I think it's wrong because I'm sure Nasty Dave is older than 78.
Well, I would agree.
Yeah.
But he's got that fake birth certificate.
Yeah, somebody did that
does
for
it.
him.
I think he used it to get in the Navy or something, he said when he was young. But anyway, no, Dave's fine. And he can't hear you anyway, so you
So
can
there
say
you go.
anything.
Yeah, we can talk about him.
No, but no, we have 9 fuel altereds here. We're looking forward to a great weekend. Weather's beautiful, the crowd is great, and we just want to put on a good show.
Like the fuel altereds don't ever put on a good show.
Well, we try. We do our best. So anyway, we'll do our best, and glad to have everyone here.
It's going to be
Thanks
a
for coming.
fun Saturday here.
Be safe
Qualifying
out there.
session number 1 of the AA fuel alters will run after Nitro Funny Car.
I will be racing Pure Hell, which is driven by my son, Brian, second round. That'll be later this evening.
Tell me you'll be watching.
So he,
By the way, your son just leaned in here when you said you'll be racing your son, and he said you'll be watching.
no, I'm not going to be watching. He'll be watching. So we'll have some fun doing that. But
Absolutely great time there, and always have Ron Hope,
seeing
Brian
you.
Hope. Good to see you guys here. Of course, Brian will be wheeling Rick Skowasco's Pure Hell. Oh,
That's
man.
a car, short wheelbase. That car's got some big history here in drag racing.
Well, all of them do. You know, Dave
Yeah.
Benjamin, we were talking about, 78 years old and still wheeling
Yeah.
a fuel altered, and
Nasty
Ron
Dave.
Hope, the Rat Trap, and Brian in the Pure Hell. And folks, if you've never seen fuel altereds run, and I've said this a gazillion times, but it's the fuel altereds are not all about low elapsed time.
No.
It's get to the finish line first in your own lane.
That rarely happens, though, Mike.
Very rarely happens. Yeah.
It's entertaining.
They're wild, they're wacky, and they're just a lot of fun to watch. Do you remember you and I were up here in the booth with the great John Lundberg, Thunderlungs as we like to call him,
Yep.
and Big Mike Boyd in the Winged Express
Oh, yeah.
started a burnout in the left lane. Randy Bradford, who's here this weekend, had already done his burnout in the right lane and came to a stop down there. Mike Boyd does a burnout in the left lane, the three-way Chevrolet lane, gets crossed up, goes around Randy Bradford between Bradford's and the wall here, drives back over into the other lane, comes to a stop at 1,000 foot. Yep, put that baby in reverse, back it up. We're good to go. Backs it up and race Bradford. And those
Yeah,
two are down
That was
there.
only the burnout,
Yeah.
you know?
The run was nothing.
Yeah.
Who cared after that?
The run was boring. The burnout and swapping lanes, that was the big part of it out there.
Used to love the fuel alters throughout. They used to run. You remember certain weekends they'd have like a 3-day fuel altered show. Friday at Irwindale, Saturday at Orange County, and Sunday at Carlsbad. It was spectacular.
Mike, I got a text from Jim Mayer, our good friends at Good Vibrations Motorsports, and they're watching the live feed and wanted to say hello to everybody. And they couldn't be here this weekend. James just having a newborn, and
Yeah, Jim
they're
Mayer.
all happy.
Jim Mayer's better
Grandpa.
yet. I
He's a
can't believe
grandpa.
that. Mom Marion is a guy. I mean, I've known that family for a long time, and that woman cooks a great meal, and I love her immensely. But man, it's just great, and great to have everybody down at Grid Vibrations watching on DragRacer.tv. And I know Steve Gibbs was in the house here yesterday and got a great recognition from Glenn Cromwell at
That was great last night.
at the
Yeah.
celebration last night. And his daughter Cindy just sends me a text, man. All love the Guascos. Great people. Yes, they are some of our favorites, and it's just absolutely.
But for Steve Gibbs to get recognition last night, that was pretty special.
That was very cool.
Yeah.
One of my neighbors, Blaine Thompson, down there, he just said me, man, Speedway at Elsinore, that's going to be cool.
Yeah.
You ain't kidding. Just a lot of, we're all very blessed in Southern California that we have
Everything.
And a lot of people say, well, motorsports is dying. Well, we got a lot of stuff to do. It's just changing.
Yeah, it's changing world, but hey, we still got funny cars and Top Fuel and Fuel Altereds coming up here, so it's going to be exciting.
Oh, man. I'm worn out.
Yeah.
What
We're
time
not
is
even
it?
through Top Fuel yet.
No.
We got a big line of funny cars already lined up in the staging lanes. Goes all the way to Highway 99, Mike.
Yeah, heading up there to Exeter. And it's interesting as we look from our vantage point in the tower here down in the stage lanes, the drivers that are sitting there talking to each other and stuff, and the crew chiefs, and it's from different teams. It's different teams talking to each other, and you kind of like, one guy from another team, we're going to qualify against each other, but what are you guys doing in this situation? Just getting ideas. And, of course, our director of racing here at promotes the drag strip, Mark Dawson, just leaned into the announcer's booth here and said, hey, drivers need to get back in your cars. Drivers need to get back in your cars.
Well, Mike, it's a big family out here, so they help each other. Somebody blows a motor or something, other teams are over there helping them with parts and getting them anything they want to do. It might just be, the crews helping each other get the car finished, but they're doing everything they can to put on a good show for the fans.
Yes, you ain't kidding. It's just, and as we've said numerous times here, it's not exact. The drivers don't go out there and oil the track on purpose.
No.
That wasn't, they
No.
did not want to. Dan Horan said that they had that it nipped a spark plug there, and that when a cylinder doesn't fire, that's.
It's ugly.
Yeah, it's not good. Even I know that.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see carnage when you run nitro in these motors,
Yeah,
You're going to
whether
see
you,
it.
yeah, whether you want to or not. It's
Yeah.
not something that I can guarantee you every single driver and crew chief and team here wants to go out and lay down low elapsed time and go down there and pick up their car, and there's not a thing wrong with it. But unfortunately, you start mixing nitro, blowers, compression, and
Well, the thing
percentages, and they have a habit of going kablowy.
If you don't want trouble, don't pull the coil wires off of it, right?
I was going to say, if you don't want trouble, don't start it.
Yeah.
That
Well,
would be my idea.
We see a lot of new teams and stuff, and they struggle, and they don't have the tune-ups. But also, I see big teams that have been out here and won championships still having trouble.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just when you think you've got everything figured out, a nitro motor throws you a wrench.
Right. Well, the Chris Grable fire, that we're down there looking at the computer, there's no indication on their data that that thing was going to blow up.
Yeah, so how do you tune for something like that?
You can't.
Yeah, you
know,
can't.
It might be a parts failure or something, but it didn't show up on the computer, and Chris was worried he might have not drove it right, but the computer showed that everything was good, and, unfortunately, they won't be back.
No, sad to see. Of course, we're looking around here. Earlier, I saw Fast Jack Beckman, a retired funny car star, walking around. Visited a few moments with Mike Salinas in the Scrappers Racing Top Fuel Dragster, who just picked up the win at the last race on the tour at Thunder Valley,
Yeah,
Bristol, Tennessee.
They all love to come to the nostalgia races, especially here at Bakersfield, because it's the best show in town.
I won't say Jack Beckman got his start in a nostalgia car, but he did drive one for a while. And, of course, Mike Salinas did start it in a nostalgia car, had quite an impressive operation.
Yeah, well, both those drivers, they got a lot of respect for what we're doing out here, and we appreciate them being here.
Robert Wineski just sent me a text message that says, Johnny West says it's always an electrical problem. Somebody pulled the coil wires.
Yeah.
You know that 50 years ago when I was started in the announcer's booth at Orange County Raceway, there wasn't nothing of this text message and stuff. Jack McGee, a snowstorm coming to Elko, Nevada? Wow. Andrew Green over in the UK says, man, you guys, it's great there. It's 9 o'clock Saturday night in the United Kingdom.
You think they're having a few beers over there and watching the live feed?
You don't know Andrew Green and the crew very well.
Yeah.
And Colin Millar's over there in Scotland. Man, it's starting to flow.
I think we're almost
getting very
ready
close
to get back into action, Mike.
Yep. Drivers getting strapped back into the car there. Mark Dawson going to park the quad. A little bit of drags for the tractor down there. So if you're walking around the manufacturer's midway in the pit area, checking out your favorite driver in the staging lanes, I highly recommend that you head to your seat now as we're about to continue on with session number 2 in Top Fuel Eliminator.
Yeah, it's nice to see fans back in the stands after all we've been through, and we appreciate everybody coming out here.
Big time. From the bottom of my heart, each and every one of you standing along the fence there, sitting in the grandstands over there in Motorhome City, which I have not seen the margarita machine yet. I'm a little disappointed. Or over there in the quarter-mile courtyard. Thank you. Thank you very much for spending your entertainment dollar and coming out here and spending your weekend here at Famosa Drag Strip in the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. Appreciate it very, very much and enjoy when I walk around. I know, Donnie, you and I have been out and about, just a great bunch of people, and just enjoy having you here. And thank you very much for coming and spending your weekend with you. And come back tomorrow, because we're going to crown champions tomorrow.
Mike English, bottom of the tower. Our honoree, Rodney Flournoy, going up to check the starting line and the rest of the Top Fuel qualifying.
Oh, that was so cool last night. Rodney getting up there and getting those awards. His mom in the house here. I love that lady.
My little brother.
A hug from Chris Crable there, and congratulations. And I know Chris wanted to be down at the Doubletree for the reception. And
yeah, he kind of missed that, being at the hospital till about midnight.
Yeah. Now, Rodney's just happy to see him back out here. Two guys that, when they race against each other, they're, hated competitors. But now we're not racing, so we're the best of friends.
They got a bond. I mean, Rodney's had some serious fires in his career, and Chris has too. And they got something to talk about now.
Yeah. And again, you talked about it, with nitro, you burn nitro, things are going to happen, and unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast. And two guys that, unfortunately have experienced some serious fires,
It's like Johnny West said, it's an electrical problem.
Yeah.
The coil wires are pulled off.
Well, whatever Johnny West says, I'd go along with it.
He's one of my heroes. He's done a good job over there. And, of course, helping out James Day in the Speed Sport car. And he runs his fuel altered, the Plan A, and that's just a beautiful car and running good.
Spectacular. It helps out Robert Wineski, and his son Dylan, is getting his driver's license. His dad's going to retire, and the kid's going to step in there and wheel that. Go to high school, and what'd you do this weekend? I drove my dad's race car. Oh, what's that, a 64 Chevelle? No, it's a nitro-burning 225 mile an hour fuel altered.
Well, we've seen a lot of people start from out of high school. How about the great Jeb Allen? He started in high school.
How about
fuel drags?
Yeah, for sure.
John Stewart.
How about here this weekend? Kyle Huff.
Yeah.
The Nanook fuel altered. Look.
Almost, Jim.
course, you think about Kyle Huff. We mentioned that there, the Nanook. His grandfather, Dave, made Nanook legendary. His dad drove it.
Oh,
whoop. Yeah, got to interrupt that fuel altar talk. Rick Huff drove it. Then when Rick Huff retired, turned it over to his son Kyle. And Kyle was 17 years old when he wheeled that car, man.
That's crazy.
Absolutely. So here we go. Back to Top Fuel Eliminator with Dusty Green and Jim Murphy. This is a very interesting bunch, man. Jim Murphy will be over there far side in that three-way Chevrolet lane. An early shut-off 6:25 yesterday evening. And Dusty Green, another one of those guys that made the boarded run at 6:45. And G.D. Winkman, good to hear from you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. As two drivers that would like to, as we say, step on it this time and, well, move up into that top half of that field. Of course, sitting number one in qualifying right now is Dan Horan at 5.610 at 260.51 miles an hour. And it seemed like in session number one yesterday, Donnie, a lot of the top fuel cars made aborted runs.
Well, it was their first run in the afternoon, and being here, and they've had a lot of time off because of the COVID and other situations, and it takes a while. Make a nice easy run and get a reading, so you don't just go hand grenade your parts.
And you remember the top fuel cars run on a 12-inch slick.
Yeah.
And no downforce.
It's a little tire, I'll tell you that. So very impressive when they get down there and run all the good ETs.
A little tire and a lot of power.
Yes, sir.
They are pre-staged. Dusty Green here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Jim Murphy over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Set, go. Wow, whoa, cloud of smoke there, 6:01, 2:11. Dusty Green sacrificing some to the piston gods, 6:31, 170, 169. Jim Murphy rounded it out there. But, man, big time cloud of smoke down there, Donnie Couch.
Yeah, they sacrificed some pistons, and, that's part of the deal, trying to get in this top fuel field out here this weekend. Everybody wants to be in the field for the California Hot Rod Reunion.
Well, sometimes you got to lean on it a little bit to dance on Sunday, and
that's the
moved,
consequences.
Yeah, Dusty Green up to the number 4 spot. Jim Murphy will stay in that number 6 spot. But just watching those runs like that, and just an interesting session of top fuel.
Well, the fans are getting some great side-by-side qualifying runs from the top fuel dragsters. We got, another 2 pair maybe up, and then funny cars, so don't go far.
Absolutely not. And now, funny car, this is the final qualifying session.
Who?
So a little bit of stuff down there just past the finish line. They're going to have to do the cleanup there and get the umbrellas out to put the drivers in the shade. They'll be coming up here with Tyler Hester, the overtime special, and the Valley Thunder. Frank McBee Jr. will be over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane.
Mike, I talked to Rick McGee, right? And they all work at the asphalt plant. Rick McGee said that's not true. He doesn't work there anymore.
Well, he worked there long enough. He should be up for retirement,
him
right?
And his wife are now making headstones for cemeteries. So a little bit of a different.
Should I go out on a limb and say that's a dead-end job?
Yeah, and they said they can give you a discount when time comes.
Wow, that's good to know.
Yeah.
I'll jump on that baby right now.
Exactly.
Pete, wait, I gotta get this on.
Jeez.
So let's see what else we got going on here today, Donnie. Oh, by the way, a quick reminder. Let's see, what time is it now? 1 o'clock, 5 after 1. At 2 o'clock, right behind Reunion Central tent behind the tower here, Donnie, a autograph session with the honorees. That's a pretty cool deal there. So right around 2 o'clock, I'll remind you again, and don't forget tonight, after qualifying, that would be after the qualifying session number 3 for Top Fuel, round number 1 for Funny Car, and qualifying session number 2 for AA Fuel Altered. On the stage, out there in front of the grandstands, the honorees that you're going to get autographs from at 2 p.m. will be out there, and legendary NHRA Motorsports announcer Bob Fry will introduce you to each and every one of the great honorees that are here this weekend, and some special awards and a lot of neat stuff. And then the Cacklefest. Going to parade the cars down the track, introduce you to each and every one of them as they go down the track, turn them off down there, Donnie, and then we're going to push start them in front.
Man. There's nothing better than that.
Nothing better than that. Right in front of the grandstands here, folks. You sit there. We're going to push start them. The flames belching out. It's going to be just awesome to watch, as it is every single year. They're going to turn around. They're going to come to a stop out on the track. And it's always a contest to see whose car can run the longest.
Yeah. I see bigger fuel tanks in these cars lately.
Right? They look like an 18-wheeler.
It's like another competition.
Yeah. Who can build the biggest fuel tank?
Yeah.
You ain't kidding. But they'll pull the cars out on the track here. They'll sit there cackling. And then when we shut off the final Cacklefest car out here, you folks, you are welcome to walk around behind the tower here. You folks over on the other side of the track there, you're welcome to walk behind the starting line there and come out on the track and check out all these spectacular Cackle cars. And a lot of history will be out on the track there.
You know, Mike, it was a great group of honorees last night, and Rodney Flournoy. And for me, seeing Sherm Gunn, it's been a lot of years since we've seen him. And, you know, he won the Winter Nationals. Pretty strong run in Southern California car.
And did you hear the names of the cars he beat? Kenny Bernstein beat Mark Oswald in the Candies and Hughes car in the final round.
Yeah.
Just, the lineup was just unbelievable. It wasn't like, he dodged some bullets. He flat had a fast car.
Independent team. He built his own car. Yeah, he built a lot of other cars for people. At M&S Welding there in Irwindale. It was probably a couple blocks away from Irwindale Raceway back in the day. Of course, Miller Brewing's there now, but it wasn't far away. You could walk
not
to
at all.
his
He
shop.
was just down the street on Irwindale Avenue. Well, just real quick here, the one, the only, Mr. DragRacer.TV, Warren Evans. Go ahead, Warren.
Well, thank you, Mike English. Take advantage of this quiet moment to remind our spectators once again, along the fence row there, right in front of the grandstands, along the fence, or if you're in front of this blue wall with the white shelf on top, look around to your left or right, or like right in front of you. If there's a microphone there, that's hot. And people from all around the world are hearing all of your commentary, good or bad. So if you wouldn't mind cleaning up your language a little bit, we'd all appreciate it. It's still a family-friendly show, so just be aware of those microphones. They are live, and they're feeding the live stream all around the world. Now, back to your regular programming.
Well, that was good. Back to your regular program. You just thought of that, didn't you, Warren? Way to go. Way to go. 1 million people worldwide listen on DragRacer.tv. Well, less is better down track there, Donnie. tractor and the quad. That's about it.
Yeah, I said the quad putting down to the gooey stuff. That's a good indication. We're getting close to going back to qualifying at Top Fuel, and we got
Tyler Hester and Frank McBee Jr.
Yep.
Frank's car over there, I love that. The team just up the 99 highway there. Madera, one of our favorite highways, and the Valley Thunder.
Valley Thunder, that's a new team, and they're doing a good job this weekend, and happy to be here at the Hot Rod Reunion.
You're not?
Oh, I'm very happy to be here with you, not just the reunion.
You have low standards.
I know.
But
I got friends in low places.
Wow. Can you sing that?
No.
Good. Hey, by the way, happy anniversary. You and Annette, 26 years?
33.
No, is it 30? No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
Wow.
33 years, and she's at home this weekend with her sister who just had surgery, so we're all praying for her. She had back surgery, and I miss the wife, and it's been a good life.
You're a lucky man. That's all I can say.
Yep. I think we're all lucky to be here at the Hot Rod Reunion.
Very lucky. Absolutely. So just a few more minutes here, and we'll be back racing and stuff. And by the way, you've walked down the Grove?
Not all the way, Mike. I've been partial, and there's some beautiful cars to look at, and there's some good food concessions
I was
down
gonna
there.
say.
And there's an A&W root beer truck out there. We haven't heard from them all weekend.
I know we haven't. I'm a little stunned at that because
Normally we have the root beer floats up
I've been
here.
having an A&W root beer float withdrawal, and I'm starting to.
Well,
you know, I just thought I'd say.
We're just throwing that out there.
Yeah, just tossing out. But right behind the tower here, the dog pound is open with nitro hot dog, bacon wrap hot dogs.
Oh.
Well, what doesn't go good with bacon?
Yeah.
Ask Adam Rhodes.
Yeah.
Oh, word is, fire up the cars, man. We're ready to go. So Tyler Hester for Rick McGee, Daryl Tedford in the bunch, and Frank McBee Jr.
Tyler Hester, he's a farmer from Visalia, California.
Part of the McGee family, you know, Daryl Tedford out there. But just a kid that was part of the crew for a long time. And Rick said, hey, you ready to drive? Frank McBee Jr., the Valley Thunder. Love that.
Love that name.
The beauty of the nostalgia racing is
There's names on the
their
car.
names on the car, yeah.
Normally it'd be a sponsor or something, but it's back like it was in the day.
Can I go back?
No.
Oh, I was trying to figure that out. So Tyler Hester, a Smoky 804 in session number 1 yesterday. Frank McBee Jr., a 626 that puts him in the number 7 spot with a car that's very, very capable of dipping down into that 5-second barrier.
Frank McBee, that's a beautiful car over there, that red color and gold leaf lettering.
Yeah, Dad Senior's really put together a combination that's just it's pretty spectacular.
Throttle stop coming off of that car. And crew chief's making the final adjustments, and then they'll roll into the beams.
Daryl Tedford standing out in front of his car here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. They looked at something on Frank McBee Jr.'s car there, and then
Looks like everything's okay, and they're
yeah,
gonna
they
roll
walked
into
away.
the beams.
The final pair. This session of Top Fuel, session number 2. side-by-side runs there. That Tyler Hester lifts off the throttle. 6:07, 2:48. Frank McBee Jr. That steps up big time. Tyler goes 6:35, and that's not going to get him in the 8-car field. But Frank McBee up to the number 6 spot with numbers they can now work with, Donnie.
Yeah, that's a good baseline to go off of, and that's a new team, and we're very happy for them, and welcome to Nostalgia Top Fuel.
Yeah, and the NHRA Heritage Series there. But I'm a little surprised out of Tyler Hester's car. He had very, very good early numbers and then lifted off the throttle and coaxed it at 6:35. But Frank, right down through there, 6:07, 2:48. Ain't nothing wrong with that, baby.
Well, Mike, when you're driving a front-engine Top Fuel dragster, you might be seeing some things, and getting out of the throttle
that
is
you don't want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got one more Top Fuel coming up. The Great Expectations. Jim and Allison Lee and Bobby Hilton, Tyler Hilton, the driver, and this is a beautiful car and runs really strong.
Been to the final round a couple times here. Would like to just close the deal. And I believe one of the cars is locked up down at the top end there. Nice round of applause for both teams going down the return road there. Just a great, great job there, especially that Valley Thunder group stepping up to that 6:07. But
well, good side-by-side.
It was.
Qualifying runs.
Yep.
So.
Taking a look down track there, you can see quite a gathering of different vehicles down there. Just and I believe it was the far side that possibly a clutch or rear end locked up down there, so it'll be just as. So the word is from our Director of Racing Operations here for most of Dragster, Mark Dawson, they need the rollback down at the top end, as one of the cars has apparently got a broken rear end. So we'll close out session number 2 of Top Fuel Eliminator with Tyler Hilton, the Great Expectations car, and Dad Bobby standing down there looking down the track, and Grandma Allison Lee in the house here. Hall of Fame crew chief.
Sandra.
Hi, baby. Come on out.
Okay, so where is it going to set up the plug?
It's out there by the garages.
Do I have to get a pit pass to go in there? in, there's instead of going straight, goes to the right, back in there.
Yeah, it goes.
Okay.
Can't.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, he was up there on the hill. Goes, what are you doing?
You dye your hair a little bit. I like it. I like it.
Changed my hair, changed my life, man.
We're good.
No,
No,
not this
not
time.
today. I've been to one.
I actually thought about
Pop up.
So taking a look down track there, you can see the rollback down there is apparently, like I said, one of the cars broke a rear end and is locked up down there. So we will be a few minutes as they get that baby off down there, and hopefully no serious damage to the car other than the rear end, and they can fix that baby and come back for session number 3. And I believe it was far side there and Frank McBee Jr. who put down that great 607 pass. So as soon as the top end gets clear down there, we will go back in top fuel qualifying session number 2 with Tyler Hilton in the Great Expectations car, who's sitting in that number 5 spot at 6:02 and it aborted 201 mile an hour run. So a car that has had a lot of success here at Formosa Drag Strip, and of course, if you follow the NHRA Heritage Series and saw back at the Holly Hot Rod reunion back at Bowling, Kentucky a few months ago, the fire that he had in qualifying was one of the worst that has gone on record, and it was just unbelievable. And Tyler's like, well, I got a little warm in there, but we're good. Got it fixed, and they've been doing testing, and Dad Bobby Hilton has said that, well, we're good to go, and we've changed a few things, and the combination, we should be ready to run. About to find out here.
Yeah. Not like at home on the couch. We knew that.
So the rollback's still sitting down on the track down there. So, well, of course, when a car doesn't roll, I don't care what you got. It's not that easy to get it up on there. But be just a few minutes here. Is there apparently a little bit of stuff down there also in that 3-way Chevrolet lane? So the safety safari cleaning up a little bit of stuff down there. The rollback tried to get that Valley Thunder car up on the flatbed there so they can move it out. And Tyler Hilton down here waiting for the word to fire it up. And Dad Bobby standing down there. And Grandma Allison walking around signing autographs, making friends, hugging. And the whole group for the Great Expectations team out of Ohio. Word is down there at the top end, we're 2 minutes away. Continuing on with this session. Oh, so just about done here. Just a few minutes, and I'll be back and finish up Top Fuel and right into Funny Car. And friends and fans, people that are here or out on the World Wide Web, and you want to get a look at the qualifying numbers and see where your favorite driver ended up in qualifying, you can go to either Competition Plus or DragRaceCentral.com, and they'll be having the qualifying numbers up later on this afternoon. So that would be CompetitionPlus.com or DragRaceCentral.com. And of course, Bobby Bennett and Rick Green always do great jobs providing all the stats for the fans throughout the worldwide. And of course, you can get them right on your phone here. So it's another interesting thing and how things have changed. Oh, what's qualifying going on? Pick up your phone and take a look at it. Exactly 2 minutes, just like I planned.
Those guys are good, aren't they?
What I mean, it was all me.
You?
I said 2 minutes.
That's why you get the big bucks, Mike English.
Where are they?
Checks in the mail.
Yeah. So Tyler Hilton, nitro burning big block Chevrolet for the team in from Ohio. Dad Bobby, who is a big money driver. Brings his kid up into the water box and says, go get him.
Talked to Bobby Hilton earlier. He put a fresh new camshaft in that motor, and he says it's cackling. It's ready to lay a number down.
Be great to watch. So Tyler coming back. You know, I talked to Allison Lee, and we were talking about racing, and she said, actually, when her and her late husband Jim ran the Great Expectation cars, Bobby was their money driver. He won a $25,000 to win race at Rockingham. He won it in Ohio. Well, it seemed like when they got up in the big money, which to win Top Fuel back in the day, $25,000,
that was a lot of
a
money.
lot of money. Bobby always seemed to find his way. You know, I mean, you know, a lot of other guys that they had some big-time drivers, and Tom Rayler, Hank Westmoreland, Sarge Cesario, all the people that sat in that driver's seat for the Great Expectations team.
Bobby mostly drove when they had a rear engine car, though.
That's very true. Very true. Well, he's a young guy, you know.
He still is. He's a wild man, too.
Well, Mom keeps him in line. Grandma. So to close out Top Fuel, improve on 602, bound to find out. Boy, they bring that thing up on the high side, and the sound of that motor certainly changes. Doesn't it, Donnie?
Yeah, it gets a little deeper, and we see a little more fuel coming out the pipes. Wow. Sounds loaded.
Woo, hang on there, Tyler. Whoa. Doink. Whoa, we got a bunch of coins down there. That's a grand slam, baby. We got 4 of those things. It's 609, 189, and that went doink, 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 and got 4 pumpkins down there. A grand slam.
Wow, that close to Halloween and getting those pumpkins, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Not exactly what they wanted to do as that baby got over near the left center of the lane, the left side of that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and they don't turn real well. And even though you get in this,
hanging on there, though.
Yeah. Trying to reel it back and put a number up on the scoreboard and get up into the top half of the field, and it just didn't happen.
Nope. You can't force those things to do that with all that horsepower fighting you.
And you know, a big old 12-inch slick, well, big for the Top Fuel cars, 12-inch slick on the back, but those skinny little front wheels on front,
yes.
You try to turn them, they don't turn real well. They kind of
not much tread on the ground.
No, they'll kind of push rather than make the turn. So it's a, you know, it's a tough deal. You say, well, ooh, why didn't he just pull it back? Well, he probably lifted out of the throttle a lot earlier than we realized, but they're accelerating so fast that he lifts here. Well, they're way down there before that thing.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
I used to have that same problem in my 96 Cavalier.
Yeah, there you go.
It would accelerate.
Well, they said if Top Fuel racing was easier, there'd be a lot more announcers doing it.
Yeah, okay. It also has to do with your bank account, too.
Yeah, exactly.
They also say that the driver's right foot is connected to the car owner's, the car owner's checking account. So this won't take long at all. It's just some styrofoam down there that they're going to have to clean up. And Cleet's going down on the quad there, Cleet Norris, and has that drag behind it there. And it just picks that stuff up. It's amazing what happens there. And it won't be long. They'll glue them babies back down. And just like that, the doink deal will be over. Of course, Tyler won the doinker contest so far.
He got the most pumpkins award.
Yeah. That after this session in Nitro, I'm gonna have to go over and talk to Tyler. That's got to be an interesting thing. What were you thinking when you're watching them Wayne's cones go bing, bing?
Probably hoping they didn't come back and hit him in the helmet.
Well, that's true. Yeah, 200 some miles an hour, a little styrofoam hits you in the helmet. You're not going to forget it.
Well, I've seen what they do when they hit a fiberglass body on a funny car. They tear them up.
Yes, they can. Just for funs and giggles one time, we should mix them up and one of them be a cement block.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And then whatever it was in the first session, move it to a different spot so nobody finds out.
Well, we have to do that for Fuel Altereds.
The cone hunter himself.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, the fuel alters do it on their own.
Yeah.
But the cone hunter himself, Lyle Greenberg out of New Mexico, says Tyler went cone hunting. Oh, the fun things we have. So they're getting the cone set down there. They'll have to get them in the correct spot here. And, of course, Mark Dawson up here going here, there, and everywhere. And we're good to go. And right into Nitro Funny Car. Be Billy Morris for Dad Rick and Eddie Knox and the team, the problem child, which Billy's always been that way is what his dad said.
Yes.
And Drew Austin. The debut of the Austin family Nitro Funny Car.
With a Ford engine in that baby.
Yeah, was over there looking at that thing. That's just an impressive setup there. And, of course, just like Walt Austin, Pat Austin, and, of course, driver Drew Austin to come up with something a little bit different.
They've always been that way, and they've always been successful. So a lot of talent with the Austin family.
Yes, a whole lot of talent with that Austin.
And, of course, also with Uncle Buck.
Yeah, the Buckmeister puts together a combination. So the Camaro bodied over there, the second generation Camaro for former A-Fuel national champion Drew Austin, and a Camaro with a Ford body, or Ford engine, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Camaro's a Chevrolet, isn't it? It's getting kind
I
of long.
believe so was.
Yeah.
They might have changed it.
Yeah.
Might be an electric vehicle now.
Sooner or later. And then, of course, the first generation body over here for Billy Morris and the team.
Speaking of big show guys taking the weekend off, I see Jeff Deal and his wife Lisa down there, and they're helping out the Don Canalblock's car and having fun this weekend.
The Atomic Punk.
The Atomic, I love that name.
Yes. Hey, Donnie, you were talking earlier about A&W root beer floats.
Yeah.
And I'm really impressed with your.
They must have a good speaker down there.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. The only speaker in the house works.
Until the race car raced, but then somebody chewed me out. No. So,
Hey, we love them. Thank you.
There you go.
A&W root beer floats in the tower. Thank you very much.
Besides the root beer floats, go check out their vehicle down there. What is that vehicle?
The 1947 DEFCO, Detroit Industrial Vehicle Company.
Man, it's just beautiful. It's orange and hot rodded, and we love it.
House of Colors, one of the oranges, I can't remember, it's Starburst or Tangerine.
Well, it's beautiful, whatever it is, and we appreciate hospitality there.
Small block Chevy, airbag, so it's drivable, self-contained. So.
Hey, we should borrow it, Mike.
Yeah.
I'll bet you we can go into town and sell root beer floats.
Well, we can drink them anyway.
We just cruise around and drink them.
Right?
Yes.
Well, we appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank
who
you
said
so
sell
much.
them? We could just keep drinking.
Thank you. And Mike English, just like that. The funny cars have come to life. Eddie Knox, the problem child. The Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And Drew Austin, the Austin family car in the three-way Chevrolet lane, the left lane.
Billy Morris sitting in that number 3 spot with a 563.5. Drew Austin in the number 9 spot at 577.2. Low ET in number 1. Bobby Cottrell, your 4-time national champion, at 5.609. Top speed of the meet, Dan Horan, 259.46 miles an hour. Drew Austin down track with his burnout. And here comes Billy Morris with his burnout. That bump spot up on the scoreboard there, Donnie Couch at 834, is not going to last very long.
No, they're going to abolish that number real quick. And we got full staging lane full of funny cars ready to go.
Drew Austin's dad, Pat, out in front of the car there is a former world champion, multi-time national event winner, Pat Austin, bringing his son up. Of course, Eddie Knox, a championship top fuel hydro boat owner.
Watch when Pat Austin walks to the back of the car. He's going to be joined by his father, Walt, as they watch Drew go down the track. Yeah, they're going to go arm in arm.
Grandpa Walt Alston standing there in the straw hat behind that Pro Max Camaro. Eddie Knox looks over at Pat Austin, nodded the head to each other. Eddie makes one more quick adjustment.
Look at that. Pat putting his arm around his dad, Walt, and Drew staging the car.
Just awesome. Just spectacular. They are in and set. Here we go. Oh, that Pro Max car looks pretty good down there. What a way to start off funny car.
Wow.
570, 240 miles an hour, Billy Morris. 582, 245, Drew Austin. Billy will stay number 3. Drew Austin will stay number 9. And a great way to start off session number 3 of Nitro Funny Car. Hey, we're sitting up. How can we go along with that?
We got root beer floats too. No alcohol, but you know. Well, that was a great pair of funny cars to open up that session, Mike English. And we got Ryan Kono coming up next in the Kazanjian Lemon and Kono car in the Budweiser CP Carrillo right lane. And Don Nelson's California Hustler with Kamako Pocock at the wheel. Both cars are lit now, and get ready for these burnouts.
Of course, Kamaka Pocock, the Legends of Nitro Funny Car Rookie of the Year.
Oh, they gave
yes,
it to him?
They did, absolutely.
Well, it's well deserved. He's done a good job first year in that funny car.
Very well deserved and doing an outstanding job. And of course, very thankful Kevin Stiff and Stiff Printing for sponsoring that great award there.
Wow, solid burnouts.
Kamaka sitting in that number 6 spot at 568.4. His first trip ever into the 560s. Ryan Kono, another steady run out of that team car at 581.8 for the number 11 spot.
And the conditions are perfect out here, and these cars are sounding pretty good over here, hitting on all 8 cylinders.
Tom Lemon, darn good driver himself when he was wheeling the different cars that he and Cookie had together. Walks away from his driver here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Kamaka over there for Don Nelson and the team. Of course, Tony Foti, now retired from A-Gas competition, was the one who recommended Kamaka to Don Nelson, and I think
good recommendation.
Boy,
right
yes,
there.
it is. Well, you get something from Tony Foti, that's pretty good.
Yep.
Both drivers like that pre-stage light. About 7 inches, that second light will come on and a flip. Wow, Kamaka out of the throttle. Ryan Cotto, holy cow, stepped her up big time. 571.9, 253 miles an hour. Kamaka was right alongside him, and Ryan Cotto goes up to the number 7 spot. But the numbers there, man, 256 for Ryan Cotto to the 330. Kamaka was right alongside him at 259. And then that Hustler car made a little dart to the left down there, and Kamaka, the Legends of Nitro Rookie of the Year, lifted off the throttle and said, yep, I'll save this for tonight.
Yeah, I've seen enough, right? Shut it off early. Only 154 to half track, where Ryan, 201 mile an hour. That's a pretty decent run for that team.
Yeah, up to that number 7 spot. That is great.
One of their better runs.
Absolutely. Good to see that happen. And Tom Lemon down here with a smile on his face. And
No.
Yeah, absolutely. But a great job there up to the number 7 spot for Ryan Kono. Kamaka will stay in that number 6 spot. As their next pair coming up, the 4-time NHRA Heritage Series National Champion, Bobby Cottrell, be here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. And his NHRA Heritage Series debut, Terry Haddock, in from Texas. A guy that you see in the NHRA Camping World Series driving nitro funny cars and top fuel dragsters. He usually has somebody else driving the top fuel car because he likes to play in funny car. And coming outside, wanting to be part of the Heritage Series. Pretty cool. Coming to Bakersfield is Terry the Fool's Errand Vega funny car.
That's a different name, Mike.
Terry went 743 in his debut yesterday. Bobby Cottrell went to the top in session number 1 yesterday. Session number 2, actually. He went 577 session number 1. Went 5609 to go to that number 1 spot in session number 2. Now, next time we see the funny cars, it'll be round number 1 later on this afternoon. Donnie, Bobby backing up kind of slow this run here, and Heidi's like kind of kicking the front of the car, get going.
Well, I know they had some engine damage from the last run, and they put a lot of work in that car. Maybe he's just tired.
Yeah, like drivers ever work.
Yeah.
Bobby does. Series biz.
Bobby does.
Yes,
He's a real
absolutely.
thrasher on that car. And he builds cars, and he got a lot of talent.
Yes, he does. Of course, Terry Haddock, who does a lot of, he does cylinder head and block repair at his shop down in Texas. You know, you'll window a block on a run and you can send it to Terry, comes back almost brand new.
Exactly. It's the first time we've seen him in a nostalgic car, and didn't get a chance to see him over there and make sure he's having fun, but he's back again.
Oh, that Bardall car is putting down early numbers that are pretty darn good. 5603 improves by 6 thou. Terry Haddock picks up a bunch to a 652, so Bobby will stay in that number 1 spot. Terry Haddock moves into the number 14 spot with that 652, but that was a statement run, Donnie. He was 250 to 330. He was 370, 207 to the 8th mile, and we are qualifying this session in conditions that we will run tomorrow.
Well, they're always making a statement with that team every run they go down the track, so doesn't surprise me.
Not at all, but even quicker. 5.603, 251. Oh, like you took. Jesus. You turned down a root beer from Donnie Couch. Are you kidding me? You twin signed something from Donnie Couch? Smart girl.
She turned down my marriage.
Really? I love that.
His wife might not like it.
Next pair fired up already. Matt Melendez, the Cackling Critter. Challenger Body Funny Car and Jerry Espithus, the Atlas Testing Laboratory. Camaro for Lucas Oil and Brad Littlefield and Jason Rupert. Big Al in the bunch. Rolls up over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. 572 for Jerry Espith, far side. Session number 1 puts him number 8. Matt Melendez, 585.0, puts him in that number 12 spot. Matt Melendez was only 225 miles an hour lifting off the throttle. To give you an idea, Jerry Espithus was 253 miles an hour in that Atlas team car far side.
Mike, that Cackling Critter, we've seen that car dip down into the 570s.
I think. Yeah.
Mike English, cars are rolling into the beams. Matt Melendez, he's pre-staged. Both of them pre-staged.
Matt Melendez always seems to be around. Whoa, that's pretty good old side. To watch that scoreboard down there, 570. Wow, Jerry Espithus goes quicker at 566. Matt was down to the 240 zone to 330, and I thought that baby would run a whole lot quicker than 570. 249.8. Only Jeff Moniz has been down in the 240 to the 330 cone down there. Jerry Espithus was 252 to the 330 cone. They were both 373 to the 8th mile, but Jerry was over 200 miles an hour. 5.661 puts Jerry Espithus number 4. Matt will stay in that number 8 spot with that 5.706.
Great side-by-side racing. Good numbers out of both cars. And next pair already up, the Capital Punishment, Tony Gerardo against Dan Horan, the Infinity Plumbing car.
So Dan Horan over there far side, and Pete Kaiser, just a real credit to Pete. The tuning talents to do the funny car and the dragster.
Yeah, well, he's very organized, so that helps.
Yes, it is.
A lot of talent in the tuning department.
Of course, Tony Gerardo, kind of along the same lines. Cruise Chief Jason Bunker down there. They run not only this nostalgia car in the Heritage Series, but they also are part of the Camping World, NHRA Camping World Series in the Big Show, and they'll be in Vegas next weekend. And Jason tunes that car also, and it's 2 different animals.
Well, that Capital Punishment car, it's for sale. Somebody wants to buy it, but I think I better put my bid in on it. Jack McGee, are you with me on that Capital Punishment car?
Tony Gerardo in that number 10 spot at 575. Dan Horan over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane, number 2 at 5614.
Wow. Check out that burnout by Dan Horan.
Comes to the stop at half track. How cool is that, man? Dan Horan, the former Funny Car National Champion, way down track there. Yeah, I love that. Long burnouts. Hey, folks, Chris Davis, old school Nitro Plymouth Arrow is going to go down the return road there. Chris is sitting in the number 14 spot, cannot be bumped out, so he's not going to run this session to save on parts. And after he'll go down there after this, we'll talk about that. But right now, Dan Horan looking to put down, he has been 566.7, 561.4 in the Infinity Plumbing Berry Speed Shop car. Tony has been 578 and 575 for the Capital Punishment Team car. Jason Bunker walks away from Tony Gerardo. Pete Kaiser walks away from Dan Horan. Both drivers like that pre-stage light. Horan out of the throttle. Tony Gerardo down there top end. 5.674, 259.56 miles an hour. Dan Horan coasting at 840. Tony Gerardo up to the number 4 spot with top speed of the meet at 259.56 miles an hour.
Great run for Tony Gerardo. Hats off to Jason Bunker and the crew. That's a career best for that car.
Pete Kaiser comes over to Jason, their neighbors up in Northern California, and gives him a pat on the back and says, man, that was awesome. But two guys that we were talking about, Donnie, crew chiefs there that just do a very, very good job. Very methodical in how they do it and stuff.
Two of the same. Look at this, the Atomic Punk coming up.
And James Day, the Speed Sport Dodge Omni with Johnny West turning the wrenches for car owner Jim Broom over there. That three-way Chevrolet lane, the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Don Knobloch in the bunch. Out of Washington, got Jeff Deal, the surfer, out here helping him out.
Don't forget Lisa Deal.
I'd never forget Lisa.
Right.
Very good friends and just a great family. And Lisa down there helping the young lady that's going to be Don's backup babe. And, you know, Lisa's done so much. They've been married for over 25 years and racing together. And Lisa's been out in front of him just every run he's made.
It's a family affair.
So James Day, former March Meet champion, in a fuel altered, wheeling the funny car now. Don Knobloch in the team. The building contractor 69 Camaro, late model 426 over here in the Budweiser CP Corolla lane, the three-way Chevrolet lane with that Johnny West tune-up, the Hall of Famer in from Tucson.
I saw Jeff Deal in between the last session. They had trouble with their oil tank, and he was scrambling around trying to correct the problem they have with their oil tank.
Of course, James Day, his wife Eiley, isn't a bad driver herself.
You know, and not bad to look at. Both cars pre-stage, Mike.
Light to second light together. Wow, James Day had to pedal it again. Gets back in it, runs it down through there. A cloud of smoke at 610, 240. James Day to get it in the field. Don goes 651, 164. James will move into that number 14 spot. Don will go into that number 15 spot. And James Day, being the veteran driver that he is, Donnie, you saw that thing go into tire shake about 300 feet down track there, and he whacked that throttle, let it settle down, and got it back together again. Goes 610, 240 to slide into the field and you've got to be in. That was the final session
Yeah,
for Nitro
that's it.
Funny Car.
First
You
round coming up later.
Yeah. If you're not in, you can't win.
Well, James Day knows how to get him down there. He's piloted a lot of different cars, fuel altereds, big show cars, nostalgia cars, and he's been successful in all of them.
So when we go into eliminations later on today, your top 5 will be Bobby Cottrell, number 1, Dan Horan, number 2, Billy Morris, number 3, Jerry Espithus, number 4, and Tony Gerardo starting out of that number 5 spot.
All right, next pair fired up already, the Madness Camaro.
Donnie, I got to work with you.
What?
One car is not a pair.
I couldn't see around your head.
Oh. Wow. Good comeback. I'll give you bonus points
Right.
for that. So Jeff Gregory, the Madness Camaro, with an opportunity to bump Terry Haddock out of the field.
Jeff Gregory, former top fuel hydro driver. And he calls the funny car the Madness.
Yeah, no kidding. Of course, Mike Halstead, a pretty darn good driver himself, kind of being the driver instructor for Jeff, getting him used to this Nitro funny car.
Yeah,
We were up
he's a
here.
good teacher. He's been working with him a lot, and we can see improvements with Jeff Gregory.
I was up here with him one weekend at track rental, and they were out making runs, and it was fun to watch Mike telling him the different things and what it's going to do, and Jeff just taking it all in.
Yeah, well.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Exhibition cars, the lanes, please. Exhibition cars. Need you the lanes, please. Finish out funny car qualifying, a chance to get in the field. Will Terry Haddock be part of the field?
Nice lap he's laying off.
Oh, back in and out of it, had to shut it off. And Terry Haddock is going to dance in round number 1 today. Jeff goes 676, 152, and the car was just kind of lazy and getting down through there. So in his Heritage Series debut, Terry Haddock out of Texas, going to be part of the 16-car field with round number 1 later on today. And by the way, exhibition cars, need you to the lanes, please. Exhibition cars, need you to the lanes, please. Hot Rod Eliminator, round number 1. Need you to the lanes, please. Hot Rod Eliminator, round number 1 to the lanes, please. We're going to start off AA fuel altered qualifying.
Hello, check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, look at this. Fuel altereds. I think we got a single here, the first fuel altered run.
Dan Pettinato in from South Carolina.
Well, that's a long trip.
You ain't kidding, to be part of the NHRA Heritage Series and the California Hot Rod Reunion here from Mosa Drag Strip. We'll start off AA fuel altered. They're wild and wacky.
That's a beautiful car out
It
there,
is
Mike.
a very, very good looking car. And Donnie, you should be impressed. It's got a lay bottle in it.
It does. We've never seen this car out here before.
From South Carolina?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Probably won't see it again, too, unless the gas prices come down.
Well, never mind. We won't get into that.
Yeah, look at that. You're buying dinner.
Body bands, I remember that was dusty.
Double. And I'll split a large fry with you. So another one making his reunion debut here, Dan Pettinato.
Fountain Inn, South Carolina. Man, that's A big trip, folks.
Long way to come in a spectacular car.
23T with a late model 426 Hemi in it.
Pre-stage to start off AA fuel altered. Whoop. Typical fuel altered style, in and out of the
All
throttle.
the way from South Carolina for that.
Love it.
Right?
953 at 95 miles and in and out of the throttle. And from our vantage point in the tower, every time Dan lifted and whipped it, that baby went whip, yip, you'll back up.
It wanted to hunt on its own.
Absolutely. Now we're going pairs, and this is going to be fun to talk about. Nasty Dave Benjamin over there far side in that three-way Chevrolet lane. And Ron Hope here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. The Rat Trap. Ron Hope, 77 years old, and he's the young kid in this pair, Donnie. Dave Benjamin in from Arlington, Washington, 78 years old, and still out here knocking them dead in AA fuel altered. A guy that, Dave Benjamin, his work, Donnie, I'm not talking about racetrack. I'm talking away from the racetrack. The things he builds and the things that he makes for race cars is
very innovative and
Yes.
very creative. And a talented machinist.
So 78-year-old Dave Benjamin will be over there far side, and 77-year-old Ron Hope is going to come up here in the Rat Trap. Man, that is such a period correct car there for Ron Hope and the team. And Arizona Nitro racer Don Curtis drove Pentnato's rig all the way from South Carolina so they could be here. That's very, yep, for sure. By the way, Josh Newton, A-Gas will not run round one today. So don't bother me again. Just kidding. So Dave Benjamin back from his burnout over there far side that three-way Chevrolet lane. Here comes the Rat Trap, one of the true legendary cars in Southern California with drivers like Dangerous Dan Collins, the Stone Age Man, George Hutchinson. Tommy Ferraro, I believe, drove this car.
Yes. Just a period correct car. And looks the same as it did in the 70s. Beautiful.
Well, I heard they repainted it once.
Yeah.
Side by side, AA fuel alter qualifying session number one. The Rat Trap and Nasty Benjamin. Not a whole lot of pickup trucks in fuel altered, Donnie.
No, I don't see any.
Dave Benjamin, the stake bed. Benjamin in there got both lights lit. Waiting on Ron Hope and the Rat Trap. They're set. Woo! Rat Trap gets a little crossed up there. Dave Benjamin right down through there at 634, 185. 634, 185 for Dave Benjamin, the team. And that was a very good run. The Rat Trap, you started that car starting to go towards the center line, Donnie. And
wisely shut it off.
Ron Hope goes, you know what? I'll shut her off to 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm done. Dave Benjamin, that's a solid run.
Very good run to go quick. Low ET for fuel alters right now at 634. But here comes Nanook. Kyle Huff. Grandpa Dave Huff, who made that car so legendary over there. The black cowboy hat standing there. Dad Rick, who wheeled that car for so many years. And Kyle finally got old enough, and he's, come on, Grandpa, come on, Dad, come on, Dad. And they said, let's go, kid. Just a great, great team that just legendary, the Nanook car. So waiting for word from the top end there. Just a quick check of the track there. Is Dave Benjamin and the team.
He sound beefy though. He was almost there.
word is from the top end of the track there, we got a little bit of stuff down there, Donnie, in that left lane, that three-way Chevrolet lane. So we'll be down, unfortunately, so we're going to have to do a little bit of cleanup down there. And they will come back, and Kyle Huff and Huey Cullen down here, the High Heaven car that was so famous out of the great state of Colorado. Nitro Rick Peters down there taking a look at that High Heaven car, Donnie Couch.
Yeah, Mr. Nitro down there. I don't see Big Randy, but I see Mr. Nitro.
So Rick Huff,
Mr. Nitro's usually with the Top Fuel dragster. I don't know what he's doing with the fuel altered.
maybe he's thinking.
Yeah, he could be.
Could be, yeah.
You know, what are we doing here? We're backing him up.
They got a little bit of cleanup work down there at the top end. So quick track, stand up, stretch your legs. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, man. Woo.
I heard Bob Beck talking about you over here. You better defend yourself.
Did he say anything good or did he say anything at all? Hey, wait, I don't care if Bob Beck talks about it. There's no such thing as bad PR. No, I don't remember. It was more than an hour ago, I forget. The abuse I take. Man, I tell you.
Mr. Nitro's in the tower.
Nitro Rick Peters came in the tower?
Yes. Looking for his yearly interview.
Hey, Mark. What are they doing? So word is from the top end at the turnout down there, there's a little bit of oil. So, that'd be kind of fun, turning off the track and a slip and slide, Donnie.
Yeah, it'd be a slick track down there, right?
Remember that? Remember that thing they had over by Anaheim Stadium, slick track, and all you do was just spin donuts?
They have one in Peony Hills off the 60 freeway.
Hey, on the way home tomorrow night, you want to stop?
there?
Yeah,
Right,
yeah, I got to drop you off.
I
We
love slick track racing.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. Here's an idea. After the races tomorrow, after we crown our champions, our national champions, and race champions, we'll get all the winner circles. I want all you fans come down. We'll do the winner circle, and then we'll get a big old honking caravan down to the slick track down there. Something like
parade, huh?
200 cars pulls in, and
maybe we get a discount.
No, they're going to charge you double.
I'll pay them double if they take a check.
So, the beauty of text messages. Cindy Gibbs just sent me a text message there, and I have to remind her it's true love. Sean Pugh, yes, I did. So the guys down there at the top end are going to check the track from pretty much about 1,100 foot down to the finish line there, or down to the turnout, I should say. I'm sorry, just to make sure, because the equipment we have here at this track to clean up the track, the Zamboni, the tractor, and everything else is just one of the best in every drag strip in the country, and just makes it so simple for the guys to go out there and. Oh, by the way, I hate to do this to you, but the honorees are down at the tent right behind Reunion Central, the big white tent. It is an autograph session for all the honorees. You got a chance to go down there and meet people like the guy who started nitrous oxide, Mike Thermos, chassis builder Ron Atterbury. Oh, great Northwest Top Fuel racer Dick Calavota's son Brady is in the house here this weekend, who had a pretty good career in Top Fuel, after his dad had retired. And, of course, Rodney Flournoy, just a fan favorite, down there signing autographs right behind the Reunion Central tent.
Rodney Flournoy, well-deserved honoree.
Very well deserved, man. That just when you called me and told me, and I was just so happy that he had been picked.
Once I found out, I called Greg Sharp and thanked him for
Yeah.
letting
Well-
Rodney, well-deserved honoree.
And the funny part about that was, you called me and told me. I myself called Greg Sharp, and he says, "I just got off the phone with Donnie Couch."
Yeah, I guess he got a lot of calls, Rodney said, and that's just fantastic. Rodney, he's a staple of the sport, been around forever, and just a great racing family.
Yeah, it is. And I love when we get down, we get to go walk around and here as Bob Beck's going to slide in here after we're done with this session in Nitro. But the Hall of Fame people that walk around, legendary starter Larry Sutton down there with Dennis Taylor
Yeah, I
and the
saw
evil.
that.
Yeah, and I mean, for so many years there wasn't a race car didn't go down the track without Larry Sutton watching
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
Lions, Irwindale, Orange County, and just
he
a
was
guy.
a staple out there on the starting line forever.
That black cowboy hat.
Yeah, he still got it on.
Oh, I know. Thank goodness.
We wouldn't know it was him without it, right?
That's
Hey,
a funny story.
I got a text from Pat Galvin letting us know that Roland Leong is at home watching the live feed from the Hot Rod Reunion. Roland, welcome to the show, pal.
Yeah. Wish you were here and wishing you all the best, my friend. And, of course, Warren Evans driving all the way out here to appreciate you making your tour across country here to come and put this on a dragracer.tv, and appreciate Warren doing that and sitting over there. We even let him come in the announcer's booth once in a while.
Yeah, he's been on the mic a few times today.
Yeah. Well, that won't happen again.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
We got to lock the door, right?
Yeah. But appreciate Warren's efforts there and setting up the cameras down there, having an opportunity for people like Roland Leong that can't be here, Pat Galvin, just people all over the world, and appreciate them jumping online there at dragracer.tv and joining us, and everybody that's sending us messages and information.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Al
Appreciate
Segrini's in Boston watching the show. We got Jack McGee in Elko, Nevada watching the show. Quite a few people from Australia have been texting you. They're
Yes.
watching the show. So
Yeah, just a great deal from the UK, from Exeter, just up to, that's still.
Exeter.
Yeah, that's
you
here.
know,
Yeah.
They're probably blocked off the broadcast.
Yeah, well.
Too close.
Yeah.
If you live in Exeter, you should be down here on the ground.
There you go. So just a very, very cool deal. Very, very much. Oh, I would be severely punished if I didn't mention that Jim Jack was home in Arizona watching.
How about Joe Walla? Joe, you playing tonight? Come over here.
Oh, wait a minute. Come over here, Joe Walla.
Joe Waller, Mr. Rock and Roll, buddy. You playing tonight for the fans?
Yes, we are. We're still we're set up. We're ready to go. We're right there. Whatever. We're going to rock and roll. Come on out and see us tonight after the Cacklefest, and we'll be rocking and rolling tonight.
Well, it's always a good show, and the crowd appreciates it, and you doing some good rocking out there. You got a good band.
Whereabouts are you set up, Joe Walla?
We are set up right at the garages out there, facing the gate going out, so we're not blocking traffic for everybody. NHRA, thank you so much for having us come back here and play for the guys and girls.
Appreciate it very much.
Thanks.
Do you want me to come over and dance while you guys are playing?
Yeah, I want Donnie to play guitar, and we're going to smoke
You've
cigars
never
and-
seen me dance.
I can play the Weedo.
All right, we're on. That sounds good to me. Come and hang out with us tonight, and look forward to seeing you guys. Have a good day.
Thank you
Rock
very
and roll.
much.
Joe Walla, folks.
You got it. Absolutely, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And very cool. We are about a minute and a half away for going back racing at double A fuel altered. So Sean Cowan, the High Heaven car, in from Idaho. Nitro burning big block Chevrolet for the team. And Kyle Huff. Kyle's getting kind of old now. He's almost 30.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's
Time to retire.
Yeah, that's kind of funny in a way, because here he was. He's 29 years old, and he's got, over 10 years experience. He was 17 when he started driving that car. Yeah.
Well, he's done a great job, and We love them to be here.
Oh, just one of the great parts of the California Hot Rod Reunion is the Fuel Altered show. Just spectacular. Just love every bit of them.
Yeah, the fans really enjoy it, and thanks to the Bowser family for bringing that back.
Yeah, and of course, the great staff at the NHRA Wally Parks Motorsports Museum, Gretchen, Greg, and everybody, Wayne and the whole bunch that they do. It's just very, very much appreciated. I did that earlier. They're watching now. Oh, are they? Okay. You know, Donnie, while they're doing a little bit of cleanup down there, one of our great friends that not here this weekend, unfortunately back home recovering, but Janet Thompson.
Janet Thompson, man, we wish you the best, and it's
Absolutely.
your birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
Yeah.
and you're home with your mom, and
Of course.
we're missing you out here.
Absolutely. Of course, Jana, I'm not going to sing happy birthday to you.
Well, thank God.
You've already suffered enough.
Yeah.
Just kidding. I love you very much, and you and your mom back home here. Dad's out here this weekend, but looking forward to having you come back is Sean Callan, the High Heaven, and Kyle Huff, the Nanook. That is a couple of legendary names.
Yes,
of course.
it is.
That High Heaven car made by the Jackson brothers, so famous out of Colorado, and the Callan family bought that car and said, we're going to resurrect the High Heaven Fuel Altered. And Sean does a great job wheeling that baby. And, of course, Kyle Huff, what more do you need to say?
Not
Legendary.
much, man. That's a legendary car, and both of them are period correct. And
Remember when Nanook ran as a funny car?
yeah, I do.
Yeah, that was awesome, wasn't it? Love that.
Well, we're getting ready to see an exciting run. We'll get it right now.
So Rick Huff will walk up to the starting line there, far side.
What's that?
Sean Callan patiently waiting here in that Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Rick Huff leaning over in front of his kid over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. You want to go to the top? 634.5. You'll be number one in AA Fuel Altered.
Both pre-stage, Mike.
Bumping it in very carefully. Here we go. Oh, that's pretty good there. Watch that High Heaven car. That baby looks like it's going to the top. No, shut it off. 658.9206. Kyle Huff and the Nanook car was right next to him and then lifted at 717.170. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Honorees, need you to Reunion Central tent, please. Honorees, need you to the Reunion Central tent for the autograph session, please. Fans, if you don't want to watch Fuel Alters, I'm not sure why you wouldn't, but as soon as they're done, head over there and get the autograph of the great honorees here at the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Sherm Gunn, Rodney Flournoy, need you to Reunion Central, please. Sherm Gunn, Rodney Flournoy, need you to Reunion Central, please. As Randy Bradford and Nick Van Horn, A&W Root Beer Special, the Panic Fuel Altered.
Didn't we just have an A&W root beer?
I did have an A&W Root Beer float, and it was very good.
Thank them for their involvement with all this.
You
know?
ain't kidding. Of course, they still run the A&W Root Beer stand up there in Visalia.
Yeah, well, they got that one down here, so we don't have to drive to Visalia.
There you go.
We get them delivered here in the tower.
Yeah. And Randy Bradford in from Island. Up there in Washington, the 48 Fiat Donovan 417 Power and Nick Van Horn, the Panic. How about that for a burnout by Nick Van Horn and Randy Bradford? Of course, the Bradford's crankshaft service car that he and his father Dexter made so famous for so many years over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. And then, of course, Panic with the late, great Blazing Gary Hazen.
Right?
That was fantastic.
Mike, how about Nick Van Horn's tow car? The Chevy Nova wagon.
Very cool.
Yeah.
How about Nick Van Horn's backup babe?
Yeah,
His wife out there backing her husband up.
Wow.
So the 48 Fiat, the 23 Bantam Altered. Qualifying session number 1 at AA Fuel Altered. The California Hot Rod Reunion. 634.6, still sitting number 1. And the pair in the water box are going to be spectacular. But right now it's all about Randy left, Nick right, and here we go. Oh, watch that, babies down there. Watch that A&W root beer car. Wow, career best numbers at 5.948. 252 miles an hour for Nick Van Horn and that Panic team. How about that, baby? Randy Bradford was right there. 625.8, 236 miles an hour. But that Panic bunch, that was bad daddy, man. Did you check that thing out? 594. It goes right up to that top spot at 252 miles an hour.
That's one of the best runs we've seen in a fuel altered.
That was a thing of beauty, man.
Wow.
That was just unbelievable.
And it was going straight and true. And shouldn't he be disqualified if he went straight?
He didn't change lanes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're out of here.
Right?
You're done. What a way to close out Fuel Altered. Check this out, Donnie. Jeff Bennett, in memory of his father-in-law, the great late Leon Fitzgerald in the Pure Heaven car, will be here in that Budweiser CP Corolla lane. And Brian Hope, for Rick Guasco and the team, Pure Hell.
Pure Heaven and Pure Hell. What a combination up here.
Just two of the great names at AA Fuel Altered. Of course, Brian Hope, who worked with his dad, Ron, on the Rat Trap car, and Guasco says, hey, kid, you want to drive? And Brian's like, seriously?
Yeah.
What a great opportunity.
Well, looks like they're getting the signal to fire them up.
Yeah, Dave Layton down there says, let's go. Look at Guasco down there fired up the Pure Hell car.
Oh, yeah.
Still having fun at this age.
He's got his cane out. He's had his hip replaced, and he's struggling to get to the starting line, but he's not going to miss his car going down the track.
So Jeff Bennett comes up here in that Budweiser CP Corolla lane, and Brian Hope.
Wow.
Over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. A couple of Hall of Fame cars. How about that burnout for Brian Hope in the Pure Hell? Whoa, that front end got that wiggly jiggly deal there for Jeff Bennett in the Pure Heaven car. But, you remember it was the late 60s, early 70s that Leon Fitzgerald and Guasco and all those guys, Rich Guasco over there, got together and they took the Fuel Altereds on tour. It was just a thing, just spectacular. Of course, Leon, no longer with us, unfortunately passed away last year, won the U.S. Nationals with the Pure Heaven car.
And it's just history right here with these two cars. And
this is just going to be fun to watch.
what a way to end the Fuel Altered session, Mike English. And beautiful day of qualifying. And we're going to see the first round of funny cars coming up a little later.
Yes, we are. We got to go out there and find out some good information, Donnie, as I'm sure that's going to have a lot to say. Is Brian Hope back over there far side of Pure Hell? Jeff Bennett comes up here in Pure Heaven. Donnie, let's just sit back and watch.
Yeah, no kid. This is history right here, folks.
A little bit of cleanup down there in that left lane there is apparently a little bit of leakage out of that Pure Hell car.
Well, sometimes the fuel comes out the vent. on
When
the
they come
fuel
to a
tank.
stop?
Yes.
Yeah. Pre-stage are both cars. Donnie, just turn your mic off. We're going to watch this. I have absolutely no idea how Jeff Bennett missed the cones there. That baby went 869.9, 101. Brian Hope was 1048.5, 91 miles an hour. But from sitting up here, that pure heaven car went left, and I got no idea how he didn't doink a cone.
Wow.
What a way to wrap up Fuel Altered. They didn't run quick. They didn't run fast, but boy, that was spectacular. Johnny Couch, we got a little bit of time. We got to go down and find some information. Let's go down to Reunion Central. The honorees are down there signing autographs.
So people, you should follow us down there.
Nobody will ever follow you. Bob Beck, you're up next. Donnie Couch, see you back here in a little while.
All right, we're going to continue on in just a moment. A little bit of cleanup there at the finish line. Get the car off track. We've got the push car going down. We've got some exhibition cars coming your way here at the Hot Rod Reunion. We were only going to do it once. This is year 30. So I'll tell you what, I've been coming here ever since it started. I've enjoyed this. Here's another Cackle car that's going down track. And I believe Ms. Bevins is behind the wheel this time on this car. Talked to her earlier. She was a little nervous about getting in the car. After she made her first pass, she was fine with that. So Julie's headed down there. We've So that's going to be giving you an idea of what you're going to see later this evening. When the sun goes down, the nitro gets bright in the pipes. You'll see it shining as they burn up. We got some exhibition cars getting ready to go. Then we're going to move into the hot rod. And the hot rod category's got lots of cars in it. All right, don't forget, once the qualifying and racing is over for this evening, we're going to go into the Cacklefest. Now, during the actual running of the cars, you can sit in the stands, hug the fence, and watch them. But once the cars shut off, you can go on track, and you can see the cars up close and personal. So stick around. Don't leave, because we got lots still to do this afternoon in the darkness as the nitro cars fire up, and you're going to love seeing the flames shoot out of their exhaust pipes. If you've never seen a Cacklefest, you don't want to miss it. It is going to be good. But in the staging lanes, we got hot rod, we've got exhibition cars, we've got lots for you to see. And don't forget, we're going to start eliminations in just a little while. First round of eliminations are going to begin in just a bit. So stick in here with us, because we've got lots more for you to see and lots for you to experience here at the California Hot Rod Reunion, the 30-year anniversary of the event. How many of you, raise your hand, how many of you have been here since the beginning? Both of you, huh? Okay, well, that's good. We've been having fun. We've been doing this for a long time. It really is a reunion, especially this year since we didn't have one last year. It's been 2 years since many of us have been able to get with our friends and fellow racers. So we're back. We're doing it. It's fun. The hot rod cars are filling up the lanes. Some of the stars from all over the state of California and beyond are in the hot rod lane. Guys like track champion at Irwindale, marvelous Marvin Rolls in his Flying Vega. We got some array of great cars. Justin Crosby with his fat-fendered Mopar. Big Booty Judy is what he calls it. It's got a Hemi, and he knows how to use it. And he and I are going to try and get together sometime today or tomorrow and go to get a photograph of my coupe next to his coupe. Mine's the more mundane one that gets 20 miles per gallon. His gets 20 feet to the gallon. It's a big difference. But we've got just about every car imaginable out there on track, from Mustangs to mighty Mopars to Tri-5 Chevys and more. All right, so the schedule is all right, we're getting the track cleared up. We're going to run some exhibition cars in just a few minutes. They'll be followed by Hot Rod. Then we go into Eliminations with Hot Rod, Nostalgia Eliminator, B-Gas, Nostalgia Eliminator 1, Pro, 7.0 Pro, Pro Mods, Top Fuel's final qualifying round will be later this evening. Funny Cars' first round of eliminations will be later this evening. Or actually, in the Altered's second round of qualifying. Honoree Presentations at 5:30. The Cacklefest will follow that. And we will go until we're done. So even if the sun's rising, we're still going. So we're going to have some fun here at famous Famoso Drag Strip. Now, I know there's always a few of you that have been here since the 50s racing here or coming out to see it. I'm not that lucky. I didn't come out here in the early days. I stuck around the San Fernando Valley in the L.A. area, Lyons and Irwindale and San Fernando and Pomona were my tracks that I went to. But coming out here to Bakersfield, this is Mecca. This is the history. The days when the smokers ran the March beat and more. Now we're doing a little bit of track prep there as we get ready for the hot rods. Apparently there was some stuff out there, so the sidewalk Zamboni is out there cleaning things up. I've always wondered if they could get that through the front door at my house. I can get the bathroom and the living room cleaned really quick and easy, but that's not going to happen. We got some interesting cars out there, and we've got a lot of cars that are new. Some guys have been putting cars together. Bruce Boardman's down here with his old school Anglia. Hot Rod, final call, Hot Rod, NE2, first call, NE2, not NE2, but NE2, Nostalgia Eliminator 2, this is your call to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, this is your call to the lanes. All right, so we're going to get the track cleaned up, prepped, get it ready to go, and then we're going to be back to racing action here at famous Famoso Drag Strip. All right, so lots more going on. Now, the sidewalk Zamboni, that's as fast as it goes. They've tried souping it up. They were going to put a V8 in it to try and quicken the cleanup time, but The driver is not qualified for the horsepower, so he's not going to do it. All right, we're going to keep on cleaning up. They got mops and stuff. Now, I want you to notice, too, the guys with the mops are professionals. Do not try this at home. If you try this at home, your significant other is going to know, which end of that mop to hold. And guess what you're going to get to do? Yeah, kitchens and bathrooms. And, yeah, don't do it, guys, unless you're ready to commit to that. Now, they don't do windows, so you're safe there. Now, many of you may not know this, but a few years ago, this track was totally ripped up and repaved. It is cement from start to finish. One of the few tracks that are like that. Texas was probably the first one to do that. But this track is cement all the way down. They diamond cut it. It is slick and, well, it's not slick. It's smooth. The traction is great. Well, to give you an idea, one day I was working on the tow truck here, and our driver jumped out of the cab of the truck, and when he went to step away, his shoe soles didn't. He got the top of the shoe, but the bottom of the shoe stayed on the track. He had to pry it off. Luckily, he had another pair of shoes with him. So the track is sticky, one of the best prepped tracks in the West. So they're getting ready to do some scraping. The sidewalk Zamboni doing some cleanup, but notice it's doing the cleanup out of the groove, and that's a good sign. He's over on the side getting some of the marbles cleaned up. And much like in road racing or circle track racing, the outside edges of the track get the rubber and so forth that comes off the car. And you don't want that to be slick, or in this case for the cars, because they're not supposed to be over there anyway, but you see some of them kind of move over there, but you don't want them to have a problem. So we're getting it cleaned up all the way to the edge of the track. Again, thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be here with us. We're getting ready to go into some exhibition runs and then the hot rod category, which has an amazing array of cars. And it's one of my favorite classes because I can relate to some of these cars. I've worked on some. I've been under some, intentionally, actually. And I wanted to own many of them, which my wife tells me I got to stop doing because we've got too many cars now. But never enough, right? If you've got enough garage, if you've got more room in your garage, there's not enough cars there yet. So we'll be on to racing in just a bit. They're doing some cleanup, and we'll be done shortly. Thanks for your patience, and thanks for coming out to Formoso Drag Strip. It's your place to race. All right, don't forget, there are a lot of vendors out in Manufacturers Midway and on the main road going down to the return roads or staging lanes is the Peterson Automotive Museum's booth. And there you're going to find Joe Schubeck's Gentleman Joe's Dragster. Now, Gentleman Joe Schubeck got the name from Ed Iskandarian. And back in the days, Joe was driving a car. He was out of the East Coast and came up to the West Coast to do some racing. Now, Joe's retired from competitive drag racing, although he does cackle his car from time to time. And he had a business, you might have heard of it if you're into cars, called Lakewood Engineering or Lakewood Industries. Now, many still use Lakewood scatter shields, bell housing. I even had Lakewood slapper bars on my car once back in the early days for me. Now, it was Joe's cam-sponsored Ed Iskandarian who thought Joe Joe Schubeck should have a nickname when he drove. Now, it's got to be fitting of his personality. And Ed Iskandarian, Iski, was very impressed with Joe's demeanor and how he acted. So Iski lettered the car, named him Gentleman Joe. And it has been his moniker ever since for over 50 years. Now, Joe Schubeck recently donated his dragster to the Peterson Automobile Museum, and it's going to be on display there. And they're getting ready to put it in the vault so everyone can see it and appreciate it. The Peterson Museum has been awarded the #1 automotive museum in the world award for the second year in a row because it has the finest collector cars anywhere on the planet. Check out the Peterson Automotive Museum in Los Angeles if you get a chance, right there on Fairfax and Wilshire. It is an iconic building. You should see the outside. They really made this thing look super, and the inside has been totally remodeled. It is a nice place to go. Matter of fact, I try and go at least once or twice a year minimum, and I've been a member, well, as long as I can remember, of the Peterson Automotive Museum. And if those of you who followed me and listened to the show Gas, the Great American Auto Scene, you know my co-host is Anna Octane. And Anna is one of the docents there for the vault at the Peterson Automotive Museum. And if you like Ed Iskandarian, they've got a limited number of commemorative 100th birthday Ed Iskandarian t-shirts at the Peterson Automotive booth right down the main strip by the Cackle Cars, just down the road from Moon Eyes and such. So check them out. Peterson Automotive Museum, the place to see automotive history as it was. All right, so the cars and the lanes have filled up. We need Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. You need to be in the lanes, please. NE2. Not NE2, but NE, as in the letter. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. To the lanes, please. And for those of you watching at home or at your workplace on dragracer.tv, thanks for tuning in. We had a whole contingent. I've been getting emails and messages on Facebook from people as far away as Australia, Great Britain, New Zealand, and all points across the globe. And so we're glad you can. Marty Woods from Australia, we're glad to hear from you. Neil Panks from Great Britain, Jeff Stillwell. Glad you guys are watching in on Drag Racing TV. All right, the Nostalgia Eliminator 2 cars are pulling into the staging lanes right now. And we got a bunch of cars in the hot rod lanes, as I said, an amazing array of cars. The hot rod is the true entrepreneur or, well, hot rod ingenuity class. You're going to see every type imaginable and personalized to the individual driver or owner's tastes. There are some with big blocks, there's some with small blocks, there's some with Hemis and others. Multiple carburetors, blowers, turbochargers. It all is what the driver wants. It's it's hot rod ingenuity at its best. It's bracket racing, so you don't have to worry about staying within class limits. You can do whatever you want. The number that you run is your ET, and that's your bracket, and that's what you're racing. So you can have a mild motor, or you can have an all-out race car. It can be your car that you drive on the street, that you bring to the drags, or it can be the car you bring on a trailer and tow. It can be something that picks the front wheels up in the air, or just something that burns them up and makes them smoke. Hot rod class is getting bigger and better each and every year with a different variety of cars showing up. And we're looking back at the line of cars from hot rods, true hot rods, which would be 1948 and earlier, to Tri-5s, to 60s vintage. All sorts of cars are in the hot rod category. All right, final passes for the Zamboni, and we will be back to racing action in just a few minutes. Hello, 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 hello.
Can you hear me?
Nostalgia Eliminator 2. This is your call to the lanes. Nostalgia Eliminator 2. Hot Rod, you need to be in the lanes. We've given you plenty of time. We're doing some cleanup, but you still need to be in the lanes. Our schedule for today is not changed. We're still going to run them all. So we're going to go into exhibition as soon as the track is cleared. Then Hot Rod, Nostalgia Eliminator 2. You should be in the lanes. So right now, exhibition, Hot Rod, and NE2. You should be in the lanes. Hot Rod and NE2 will be running their first round of eliminations. Hot Rod's got over 50 cars. Nostalgia Eliminator's got 30 cars. So we'll whittle them down today in first round. There'll be other elimination rounds coming and final qualifying rounds later on for Top Fuel and Fuel Altered. Cacklefest tonight. Some Honoree presentations at 5:30. Well, that's the goal time. Let's put it that way. The Cacklefest under the lights here at famous Famoso Drag Strip. All right, if you haven't had the chance to walk around, you never knew who you're going to run into. How many of you remember the famed Dragon Lady, Shirley Shahan? She's wandering around the property. Don't forget the honorees signing autographs over in the reunion tent right now. You can see some of the guys that made history, like Rapid Rodney Flournoy and more. If you haven't picked up your program yet, go to the reunion tent and you can see the history of the individual honorees today. All right, Zamboni out there still getting things cleaned up. All right, the tires are coming down. That's a good sign as the tractor heads down track. Going to spin those tires in reverse direction and put down some rubber so they can get traction all the way down the track. All right, the Zamboni's coming down the return road. That's a good sign. He's not going back on track. They're squirting some rubber down on track there. Crews are checking it out. Once the tractor clears, we'll go back to racing action with the exhibition cars. But hopefully the Nostalgia 2 cars are in the lanes. Hot Rod, you should be in the lanes. And exhibition cars, get ready. You'll be coming out first. All right, the tire scraper's coming down track. Uh-oh, he just changed directions. Once he gets off track, then we know we're going to go back to racing action. Now, just for your information, we're going to run some exhibition cars. The first car's down track. Then Hot Rod, when you come out, this will be your first round of eliminations. So be prepared. It'll be your first round of eliminations. All right, we got the all clear. Exhibition drivers, suit up. Exhibition drivers, suit on up. We're coming out with exhibition cars. The tractor's getting ready to pull off track. Exhibition drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. Exhibition drivers, suit up. Come on back to the stands. Plenty of seats as we get started with the final time trial passes of the day and move into eliminations. Bruce Boardman going to be coming out first with his little Anglia. He just put that together. Little square Anglias, you're used to the ones you see in the gasser categories. This is the replacement for the old school gassers that came out in the 1930s. Little Plymouth Fury right alongside him. Now, Bruce Boardman built this in his garage. He is a fine craftsman. He has other cars as well, including his 55 Chevy gasser that never touches ground with the front wheels. Now, he just put the Anglia together. His first checkout pass yesterday was not quite as good as he wanted, but the subsequent passes have been very good. The little Anglia, originally powered by a flathead 4-cylinder engine. The Plymouth here in the right lane, available with a multitude of engines back in the day. This one now has a 440 in it, which didn't exist in 1963. It would have been a 413. Bruce Boardman out of Norco. Bill Weber out of Briar, Washington. Boardman pulls away first. 247 to a 703 reaction. And Boardman's little Anglia going pretty darn straight down track. He runs a 1092 at 125 miles an hour to Weber's 1368 at 103. Oh, listen to this one from the famous Famoso Speed Shop. It's Randy Winkle with his wild and crazy Corvette Double B funny car. Now, unlike most funny cars, this engine's where the driver would sit, and the driver is in the back. Now, Corvettes didn't have a trunk, but if it did, that is where Randy is. Look at the car closely. The engine is coming out of the windshield, and the driver is coming out of the rear window area. Randy Winkle from the Famoso Speed Shop. Stormy Bird gets his hat blown off by the exhaust pressure. 59 Plymouth all across from him. This is what Randy loves to do, is long smoky burnouts. Sil Brander out of San Jacinto, California, the 1959 Plymouth. It has got a beautiful big block in it with fuel injection. The 59 Plymouth, not one of the more popular ones. It's still got the famous Exner fins on the back. First passes for the Famoso Speed Shop Corvette. It's got skinny little dragster wheels in the front. And Randy loves his dry hops, so he does a couple. Stormy Bird, his crew chief, trying to get him to go back straight. Winkle's Corvette, very unique. Reminiscent of the early funny cars. Now think back, if you haven't, take a look at one of the first funny cars that Don Garlitz drove. It was a Dodge Dart where he sat where the trunk is. Winkle heads down track, way out in front. Corvette headed down track. He's getting close to the center line. He pulls it back for a 9:18.116 to an 11:12 at 122. So the big bad steel Plymouth goes faster than Randy Winkle's funny car. Hot Rod, come on up. And Steve LaBarbera is going to tell you all about them as they pull up to the line. Hot Rod, you should be suited, ready to go.
All right, thanks, Bob Beck. Got our first round of eliminations here, and this is 2 go down, 1 come back style of racing, and that's my favorite. Don Mommy over there Big old 38 Chevy. He's dialed in at a 922, 1166 dial in for Joy Tucker. So the object here, get a green light, get to the finish line, and don't go quicker than what the scoreboard says right now. So Joy, she wants to go 1166 and not quicker. You go quicker, you break out, and your weekend's done. Bracket racing's fun, kind of confusing, but a lot of fun to do. So Don Mommy's going to be waiting just a little bit. Joy Tucker dialed 1166, and he's got a 922 on the board. She's going to get a head start. And the difference between 9 and 11, let's count them. Second grade, 10, 11, so 2 seconds. Joy just went red, so that is what we call a win light start for Don Mommy. Red light Joy, win light Don. Don's 024, and on that 922 top end of the racetrack, he goes 921.7, 3 thou under the 22, but Joy went red, and her weekend at the California Hot Rod Reunion comes to a close. John Hildebrand, another 922 dial, good looking 31 Ford Coupe over there. And Norm Bergman dialed a 1062 over there in that 66 Mustang for the roofer out of Concord. He's going to get the head start. And then John Hildebrand is going to try to run him down, put his hook in him, reel him in, and don't go faster than 922. Green light here. Green light there, Don. Norm out in front, and here comes John. John trying to get around him. Top end of the racetrack, he might run out of real estate, and he does. That's where that reaction time plays. 037 beats an 050 most days of the week, and by 16 thou at the finish line, Norm Bergman moves into to racing on Sunday. John Hildebrand's got a free trip to the trailer. Andrew Presimoni, 76 Vega, dialed in at a 932. 11-second dial in from Mark Bevan out of Queen Creek, Arizona, formerly from Fresno. His last name's Bevan. You notice he's got a beaver sawing down a tree right there on the side of his car. So Andrew got a lot of work to do, and not sure he's going to be able to get around Mark there. And nope, on the 11:03, Mark gets his foot out of it, goes 11:11 at 1:16. He's moving into Sunday. Andrew's day started and stopped on the reaction time. He went 9:34 on that 9:32, but when you got a guy next to you goes 0:50 and you go 1:40, yeah, you're in trouble. George Thomas, Herschel Ward, 10:23, going to do a little bit of chasing here. It's 10:45. George Thomas going to get a little tiny bit of a head start in that good-looking 56 wagon. 19,000 separation here. Top end win light going to be George. Better reaction times, George. He goes 10:47 on a 10:45, 0:80. Herschel was 0:99, and on that 10:23, he goes 10:83. And that Jim Carrey movie, remember Samsonite? We were way off. That was way off. 10:83 on a 10:23. So Jack Molyneux out of Bishop dialed in at a 10:90, and Bob Sanders out of Glencoe. Where that is, I don't know. Can you Google that, assistant? 69 Chevelle down to 10:08. And someone wasn't concerned with reaction time because he's got horsepower. Top end of the racetrack, it is going to be, wow, the Chevelle. Okay, so Jack, don't grab anything sharp when you see this time slip, but the guy next to you just went 1:30. You're a full 10th, like, better in reaction time. You dialed 10:90, went 11:48. Samsonite. Mike Thomas, Carl Camerly. Thomas, good-looking 64 Falcon for the police sergeant of Oxnard PD, who just turned on a red light. Can't turn on that red light, Roxanne. Kurt Camerly, or Carl, I should say, dodged a bullet there because that reaction time does not deserve a win light, and you just got it. So I'd rather be lucky than good any day of the week. Steve Madrigal, Hayward, California, 69 Nova, dialed in at a 940. Head start going to Tom Stansel, the health and safety worker out of Bakersfield, in that 62 Corvette, dialed in at a 1010. I love that Corvette over there. It's just a simple, like one of those maroon primer jobs. It is a good-looking car, good combination of wheels. The car just flat gets with the program. Low 10-second, all day long fun. Madrigal's got a lot of work to do, and he may run out of real estate, and he does. Wow. Okay. So in bracket racing, we have these things called mirrors. We're supposed to look at them. But when you're that far ahead and you don't, and I love it because, Tom, you You lived and died by it, but you went dead on your dial with a 9. So if you would have gone 10-0-9-9, you would have lost by a thou, but you went 10-10 on a 10-10 and you won. And you took 19 with you across the finish line. That's a lot. Steve McReynolds and Todd Ferguson. 950 head start going to Todd Ferguson in the Thunderbird here. He's dialed in at a 973, and we got ourselves a drag race. Top end win light gonna be, wow, 950 dead 7. Steve McReynolds out of Visalia, the pallet manufacturer, and that 71 Vega goes 950 on a 950. Todd was 018 in reaction time, goes to 79 on a 73, and bows out by 7 thou at the finish line. Tyler Fry, Lucas Nunez. Lucas in the Purple Haze 55 Chevy, and Tyler Fry in the Vega Wagon dialed in at a 1022, and Tyler's racing on Sunday. Lucas turns on that Red Bull by 0.003 of a second, and a win light start by this 425 light for Tyler. And I know Tyler, so I can talk all the crap I want to him because he's better than that. Fred Shoemaker, Carson City, Nevada, 76 Corvette, dialed in at a 948, and Justin Crosby. Big Booty Judy, that 46 Plymouth Coupe with the blower on it. The BBJ Racing Performance Shop sponsored Mopar called Big Booty Judy. 989 the dial. Fred Shoemaker trying to get around Justin Crosby. Trying to get in front of him. Did he do it? Nope. Justin Crosby, 991 on that 989. He was better in reaction time by a day. 123 light for Fred, who goes 946 on the 948. And Justin Crosby racing on Sunday, and that's what it's all about. Kenny Sims, 63 Falcon over there in the three-way Chevrolet side, dialed at a 1055. Dan Jordan out of Chino. The plumber, there's a guy who makes a few bucks, huh, plumbers? 982. The dial-in for the GTO, part of that Cheeto Hills transmission racing stable with like their 15 cars. Attention to the pits. B, Boy Gas, need you to the lanes, please. B Gas to the lanes. So finding that pre-stage beam, Dan Jordan. Here we go. Pre-stage stays, goes Kenny Sims. And watch the wheelie out of this big old heavy GM Pontiac thing. Nope. Made me a liar. He usually does wheelies. Maybe that's just first thing in the morning. Who knows? On that 982, he goes 984 and wins. And that's awesome because I believe that's a first round win for him in Hot Rod. 984 and the 982. Just, Dan, practice on that tree, dude. Walt Arnold. Victorville, California, 51 Ford truck. I believe that truck is called Old Testament. Yep, he's got it written in shoe polish on the fender. And that's the best name you can put on your cars with shoe polish. If you got a black car and you put shoe polish on, I guarantee somebody up in the tower will read it. Just like we're seeing all over, and I'll address it in just a second. But getting the head start is Bill Freeman in the Texas Gold 57. He's dialed in 1159. The Old Testament, sure going to be really upset with the new reaction time. Top end Texas Gold getting the win on a double breakout. 1155 on the 1159. He took a 10th with him. He only needed 4. And yeah, Walt Arnold gave him 3/10 to play with in reaction time. Yeah, there it is. Lucky than good, right? William Sinclair, San Diego, 68 Nova. Three-way Chevrolet dialed at 1227 and 1142 for Ken Morris. Ken Morris just made a little bit of work for himself. And I'll tell you why in just a second. Probably had something to do with that reaction time thing, and I'm not lying, but yes. 1228 on the 1227. 015 was the reaction time for Will Sinclair. When the guy next to you goes 104, and you look over at Will's time slip and you go, oh, he was 015. I was pretty much behind from start to stripe. So Ken Morris bows out of competition here in round number 1. Chris Browning, Port Angeles, Washington. 67 Chevelle and Douglas Holmes out of Tehachapi. 64 Nova dialed in at 11:38, and the head start going to the Nova. Red light starts, so that is the slow car advantage. The slower car and the guy behind the wheel, the fast one, can't wait and goes red. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. On the 11:38, he goes 11:44. So Larry Warren, last week out here during the Tri-5 Association, the first guy to put his name in the drawing to win a crate small block, and wouldn't you know, the first guy's name got pulled and he won a motor. So if he wounds this one, he's got his backup. And Kurt Camerly out of Redondo Beach, he goes red by 20, and that's going to do something for the points because Kurt is kind of in the top 10. And Larry Warren, he just keeps winning. Won an engine, won first round at the California Hot Rod Reunion, 1076 on a 1068. Moving on to Sunday. Now Fred Shoemaker Jr. coming up next, 64 Nova. Dialed in at a 916, and the head start going to Don Thomas over there in the three-way Chevy side. 64 Fairlane dialed to 971. So Don Thomas out in front right now. Fred Shoemaker trying to close the gap and can't get it done. 976 on a 971. He was 019 in reaction time. Fred was 108, goes 922 on the 16, and by a 10th, Don Thomas is racing on Sunday. So another Thomas, not related, Dale Thomas out of Chowchilla. 68 Dodge Dart just grabs MacGyver Motorsports and the Shirt Shack back, dialed 1104. And Bill Beatty, the retired fire captain and former mayor of Moreno Valley, he's dialed in at a 996. I'm kind of torn here because both these guys are great dudes. But green lights and win lights to both of them, and the first one to turn it on, you got my support. So here we go. Wow. Top end win light on a double breakout. Dale Thomas, he was 035 in reaction time. Bill was a little tardy with a 103 light, goes 994 on a 96. 1102.7 on the 1104, under by 2. Actually under by 23, and yeah, Bill was under by 20. So more is less and less is more. Dale Thomas moving on. Greg Racecoat, Ventura, 63 Nova for the Southern California Edison Foreman, dialed 1144. He's sitting up in the points, and Stephanie Bracey dialed to 1220 in the Chop Top Bug, 2332 for power. And top end win light gonna be Greg, 1143.4, under by 7 thou. He was 096 in reaction time. Stephanie was 1203 on the 1220 and under by a lot more. So Stephanie bows out here in round number 1, and that's the old woulda, shoulda, coulda thing. And we got Dale Hicks, Wayne Carroll. Carroll out of Temecula, 37 Chevy Coupe called the Chevy Royale, dialed at 935, and Dale Hicks out of Goodyear, Arizona. Has anybody been on the freeway in Goodyear, Arizona? They have got like the most stunning freeways ever. He's dialed in at a 947. Top end win light, look at that. Dale Hicks, 004, 2 off the number, a 49 and a 47. Get out of here, dude. We'll see you in the semis. Dave McGuy, Running Springs, California, Rim of the World High School. This is an auto shop built class car over there in the three-way Chevrolet side. That 71 Camaro over there, nothing but student hands on it. There's a bunch of students out here tuning it, doing all of the adjustments, making the dial-ins correct. Pretty cool deal. And that's Rim of the World High School. And then we got Vince Generalo, good-looking Nova. If anybody's interested in that Nova, it's for sale. That Budweiser CP Carrillo side, I also got one probably half the price for sale. So if you're into a Nova, come see me. 20 grand, you could have it. 1020 the dial in for Vince. That's a shameless plug. Oh, and the mic's still on. So Dave McGuy, he's looking for that 1064, and Dave goes red. Nope. That's going to sting a little bit. And Generalo got the fast car advantage. See what I did there? Slow car got the red light against the fast car. Fast car got the red light against the slow car. So 1-1. So Jeff Newcomb, Dan Davis. Davis out of La Quinta, 64 Polera, dialed in at 970. Jeff Newcomb out of Reading, the forklift driver. Matter of fact, we have a gentleman here from Reading. He's on the fire truck. 55 Bug over there from Reading. Good looking car. Red light start for Dan. Wind light start for Jeff. So the 55 Bug is racing on Sunday. Top end, look at that. 1207 on the 1190. So Marvin Rolls. It's the dude who won the March meet back in May. He's dialed in at a 1030 in that Vega over there in the three-way Chevy side. And the other Vega, Lloyd Anderson in the yellow one, he's dialed in at a 1082. Marvin Rolls, multi-time track champion at Irwindale, and I believe he won one at Fontana. So staging deep, Lloyd Anderson. And here's where Marvin comes to life, is in Eliminations. Because if you ain't first on the racetrack at a drag strip, you are going home. 1045 and the 1030, now Marvin's just toying with him. Lloyd was 029 in reaction time. He was 6 behind, 1096 on the 1082, and by 17 ten-thousandths of a second, which is like a toenail, 2 eyelashes, and a thumb, Marvin Rolls moving on. Final car here on a single, Tony Citro. Once again, attention to the pits, attention in the pits, B gas to the lanes. Top end on the 1048, 1042, 9, 129, Tony Citro. And that's going to do it for Hot Rod.
All right, from door slammers to center steer drag cars, it's Nostalgia Eliminator 2 coming your way. Thanks, Steve LaBarber, for doing the hot rods. So next category is Nostalgia Eliminator 2. It's an index category. Everybody runs the same number. The goal is get there first without going too quick. All right, don't leave without an official Cacklefest t-shirt from the 29th Annual California Hot Rod Reunion. They've got them over in the reunion tent where you can get all your NHRA goodies, t-shirts, signs, and stickers, and more. But don't leave without a Cacklefest shirt. Prove that you are here for the 29th running of the NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion. You may need the shirt for an alibi later on, so get them while they got them in your size. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 cars come to the line. Jeff Brockheiser out of Forest Ranch, California, 32 Bantam. He is the number 12 qualifier with a 440 cubic inch Chevrolet. James Overton from Wilton, California, 77-year-old retired racer with a 67 Chevrolet powered dragster. He's got a 454 big block in the car against a 440 big block. Now, number 26 against number 12 qualifier. Overton ran an 885. Brochester ran an 862. So just over 0.2 of a second separated them in qualifying, but this is racing, and that is a whole different ball game. Two dragsters getting ready to go here in the Central, and it's a red light. He goes in deep stages, not permitted in the category, and it becomes a first round runner-up. The win goes to Jeff, and he is got the gimme. Now, double breakout, but first or worse, and the red light is a safety violation, so it's first. Next pair, Eric Warner out of Redding, California. 27T altered with a Chevy 510. Ron Kolb out of Fullerton, California. A 2009 tunnel chassis car with a 465 cubic inch big block. Your number 11 qualifier in the Budweiser lane, the number 25 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane over in the left. Index is 860. No dial-ins here. Everyone runs the same. It's 860. Get there first, but don't go too quick. Reaction time is going to play an important part in this, as it does in bracket racing. Both these guys going for that elusive 860. During qualifying, they came close. Well, at least Eric did. Ron was 0.2 off that 860 number. But this is racing. The pressure is on. You'll see it in the number of red lights today, as their anticipation tends to be a little bit more sharpened. Pre-stage lights are lit. Full stage now, and they're gone. Reaction advantage, a huge one. He had to make the jump. He's out in front. Is he going to go too quick? Kolb goes 863 to take the win, upsetting the better qualifier who breaks out trying to catch him. It was an 0:12 reaction time to an 0:64, and Kolb got the better reaction time and ran the number. Told you it was racing. It makes things different. George Chatterton III out of Escondido in his 37 Topolino. 406 Chevy for power. He was the number 18 qualifier with an 864. Mike Nitz out of Happy Jack, Arizona. Isn't that a pancake? Anyway, he was the number 4 qualifier with an 860. Again, on paper, Nitz has the advantage, but it's only a small one of 0.04 of a second. Let's see what happens here in race trim. Full stage, lights go green, they're gone. Reaction advantage, a slim one as they head down the track. Chatterton's got a slight edge. Is he going to be too quick? Is he going to be there on the number? He runs the number. Look at this. Both of them run 864, 0.03 of a second slower for Chatterton, but he got him on the tree by 0.06 of a second. So the margin of victory, 57 thousandths. Doc Beebe out of Porterville, California, the educator. He is qualified number 14 with an 863. Taking on Jacelyn Generalo Jones out of Las Wages, Nevada. Number 28 qualifier, 936 is what Jacelyn ran, which is well off the number. But again, this is race. But you don't want to give up anything to Doc Beebe, the family of racers since the beginning of drag racing. The Beebe and Mulligan team, famous for their times back in the 60s. The family that races together stays together, and Doc Beebe continues on the family tradition. RPMs come up. Beebe puts the wheels in the air. Headed down track. Reaction times show that the Beebe car is out in front. Is he going to be too quick? Yes, he is. Beebe goes too quick, and it's a 9:30 run is all that Jacelyn needs. Got a gimme on that one. Doc Beebe never looked back and had it covered by 0.7 of a second and gave it up. Jacelyn Justice out of Aliso Viejo, California. In the little Willys Jeep. I keep looking at it and say 1941 Willys, and then I see a Jeep. That is a cool looking racer. Taking on the Topolino of Gabe Wood out of Bakersfield, California. 48 Topo, 392 cubic inches worth of Chevy power. Jacelyn Justice in the 41 Willys Jeep with a 358 cubic inch Mopar. The history of the Jeeps. Bantam, who we talked about with the Bantam Roadsters, is the one that designed the original Jeep. They didn't have the manufacturing capacity, though, when Willys and Ford built the original World War II Jeeps. By the end of the war, Austin was in bad financial condition. The federal government gave the Willys Jeeps the go-ahead, and Willys got the Jeep. Fiat drives around and is too quick. 856 to an 880. Sometimes it pays to be a little late, and Jason gets the win. 880 at 151 to a breakout 856 at 155. Eddie Lucas out of Modesto, California, project engineer, 32 Bantam. We just talked about Bantam being the designer of the Jeep. Chevy 622 big block. Ran right on the number. 860 with a 0 was the number 2 qualifier. Jeff Schultz out of Gold Hill, Oregon. The 48 Fiat Topolino was the number 16 qualifier. All right, Topo moving up into the beams. Bantam is there. 860, the magic number. They hit the lap pedal and 058 reaction. Whoa! Jeff gets a little out of shape, goes towards the center line, backs out of it. 865 is all Eddie needed and gets the win at 152 miles an hour to an 896, backing out of it at 147 miles an hour for Jeff. Gary Ryan out of South San Francisco from the Juggers Racing Club in the Bantam Roadster. 331 cubic inch small block. Jason Truby out of Bakersfield, the 48 Fiat. Chevy 565 big block. Remember, this is an index category. You can run any engine combination you want. Just don't go quicker than 860. In qualifying, Ryan ran an 865 and Jason ran an 861. Topo being the quicker of the two, at least in qualifying. Let's see what happens. Jason only had one qualifying hit and came in with the 861. Green light, they're gone. Reaction advantage, a slim one. Only 2 thousandths of a second separates them on the starting line. At the finish line, though, it's Jason going 863 to an 865. Both are off the number just a little bit, but Jason gets the win by 22 thousandths of a second. George Lawrence out of Las Vegas, the banquet rider. How do you write a banquet? Well, he does it, and he's driving a 1962 Swindell chassis car with a 350 small block. He qualified with an 865 at number 20 on the hit list. And Neil Schneidler from Eugene, Oregon. He does embroidery. He's got a Sarmento chassis with a 427 Chevy. He was the number 6 qualifier with an 861. So these two cars are evenly matched. I love the dragster that George has brought from Las Vegas. It's got the enclosed back covering the parachute. Always like that look on cars. Light goes green. They hammer the throttles and off they go. Big hole shot though, and that's going to separate these two. You can see it on track. Don't need to say it. And an 863 to an 869. And Neil had the hole shot with an 026 to a 123, nearly a full tenth of a second ahead. And George couldn't make up that gap. Margin of victory, 15 hundredths of a second. Nostalgia Eliminator category, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, are all centers to your cars. And here are 2 fine examples. Dragster against altered. Robert Johnson out of Visalia, California, a 31-year-old lineman for the Southern California Edison Group. He's driving a S&W chassis car with a Ford 427. Qualified 15th with an 863. James Howe out of Apache Junction, Arizona. He's retired. He was tired yesterday and he's retired today. 23T with a 565 big block. He qualified 29th, going 1349, has not been able to capitalize on the car's power and get it to run the number needed. So this could be an interesting run. It could be anyone's race, and Howe could come from behind with the unknown number and run what he needs to do. Watch them on the starting line. Reaction time, again, a very important part of this race. They're looking for the elusive 860. Howe's shown he hasn't been able to run it yet, but this is first round of eliminations, and things can change rapidly. Pre-stage light lit for both cars. Full stage, who's going to bump in first? Well, okay, it's going to be James. RPMs come up, they're gone. Dragster starts to pull away. Howe trying to close. Will the dragster driver realize he's already out in front? Yes, he does. 867 to an 868. The margin of victory, 77 thousandths of a second. And Robert Johnson going on to another round of racing. Bantam from Sam Tucker out of Redding, California. 470 cubic inches worth of Mighty Mopar power. Ran an 861 in qualifying. Jerry Bonds out of Escalon, California. He's got a 350 Chevy in the Fry chassis car. He ran 869 in qualifying. Your number 8 against number 22. Moving up in the beams, pre-stage lit, full stage for both. Lights drop to green, and they are gone. Look at the reaction time. Well, you can't see them. There's 1/100th of a second separating them as they head down track. And at the stripe, 880 to an 866. Tucker runs closest to the number. Bonds way off with an 880, 0.2 of a second. Can't make that up. Better reaction time went to Tucker with an 026 to an 036. And the number 8 car prevails, moving on to another round. Troy Moyle out of Carson City, Nevada, number 27 qualifier in his 23T here in the Budweiser lane. Robert Duke Baker out of Thornton, California. He's got the front engine dragster over in the three-way Chevy lane. It's got a 427. As a matter of fact, both these cars powered by 427 cubic inch Chevrolet engines. Moyle wasn't able to get down into the 60s on his regional runs. He leaves the line and loses ground rapidly as the dragster slingshots out in front. Dragster through the lights first, 869 to a 903. Moyle doesn't run the number. NE, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. NE1 to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. This is your first call. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. Clint Ariel out of Parowan, Utah. 47 Fiat Coupe, 468 Chevy was the number 23 qualifier. Adam Westbrook out of Porterville, number 9 qualifier. He ran an 861 to an 872. On paper, a 10th separates them. But he's going to get a single. Clint Ariel doesn't make the call. So Adam gets a gimme on this one. See what he runs. 867, 154. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 to the lanes. Lauren Kirstens out of Littleton, Colorado. 27T with a 468 Chevy for power. Jimmy Miller out of Rancho Santa Fe, driving the 29 Ford. I call it the mailbox because there was a mailbox that looked just like this. He's got a Dart 565 big block. Number 7 against number 21 qualifier. Miller had the better qualifying time, running an 861 to an 865. So only 0.04 of a second separated them in qualifying. Reaction time is important, and we've seen a lot of races here won by reaction times. Pre-stage light left in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Now in the Budweiser lane, they're moved up. RPMs are up and they're gone. Oh, big hole shot. But the car with the slower hole shot is pulled out in front. Going to go too quick. Oh, way too quick. 851 breakout to an 865. Sometimes being slow is the way to go. Terry Lindblad out of Chico, California. 1966 Williams chassis car with a Chrysler 392. Larry Battenberg out of Cool, California with the 37 Fiat Topolino. I like this Topolino. It sits pretty upright. Cage isn't sticking out of the roof area. It's about the correct wheelbase, just a little bit longer wheelbase than stock. So getting ready to go. 860 still the elusive number. Your number 3 qualifier in the three-way Chevrolet lane, up against your number 17 in the Budweiser lane. Now, even though there's 17 positions down there for Lindblad, it was only a matter of 400ths, and a red light gives Larry Batten, the number 3 qualifier, a losing run. Jerry Lindblad gets a gimme, goes 861 with a 5 to an 864. On paper, he won it either way. Had an 029 reaction time, a deep stage for Battenberg, gave him the red light from the start. No deep stage in the category. Wes Anderson out of La Mirada, California, the TV repairman, was the number 1 qualifier and gets the bye run into the second round. He had an 860 with a 0. Picks the front wheels up, sets them back down. 022 reaction, 1.260 foot mark, 3/4 at the halfway point. Comes up on the finish line with an 861, 153 miles an hour. All right, more race cars coming your way. These are door slamming machines. This is B Gas. B Gas, another index category where the number is 860. Weasel Enders out of South San Francisco, the plumber with the 66 Chevelle SS. First year, full year of the big block SS's, 632 cubic inch. Randy Armstrong in the 57 Bel Air. He does his burnout across the line, as does Anders. And the Randy Armstrong out of Paso Robles, California, 1957 Chevy Bel Air, last of the Tri-5s. 548 cubic inches worth of motivational power. He qualified 13th with an 866. Weasel Anders couldn't get the car to slow down enough and qualified with an 844 under the 860 number. So the big heavy Chevy is going to be a tough one. Chop top fiberglass replica 57 over in the three-way Chevy lane. Steel is real, and that is what the Chevelle is in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. In 1966, it was the first year or full year of the SS 396. They introduced the 396 in late 1965, but only 200 were made. If you ordered an SS in 1966, you got a big block. This one's got an even bigger block, 632 cubic inches versus the 396 they came with. 57 Chevys over in the freeway lane, and they are gone. Reaction time is significantly different, but they are still neck and neck at the stripe. And it is the comeback. Double breakout. Armstrong breaks out by less, running a 57 on a 60 to a 55 for Weasel. And, sorry, Weasel, you weaseled out of that one. You're running too quick. Rich Zondervan out of San Jose, California, driving the 1972 Camaro, second gen. Taking on the Thunderbolt-style Ford Fairlane. Now, Russ Raley has had some issues qualifying. He only went a 1077. 860 is the index. But we saw a run later in the afternoon where that Thunderbolt ran super strong. It's not showing up on the qualifying hit list, though. 706 cubic inches. That is a mountainous motor. It's nearly double the size of the engine I've got in my car. Rich Zondervan out of San Jose, California with the 72 Camaro, the second gen Camaro, has a 604. So this is a battle of the mountain motors. 100 cubic inches does separate the two, but it is Russ Raley that's got the most to prove because he hasn't run a good qualifying pass. This is Eliminations. We've already seen some underdogs take out the favorites, and this could happen. Zondervan against Raley. RPMs are up, and it's no contest. Raley late on the lights by 0.3 of a second. And the win goes to Rich. He goes 872 on a 60 to an 896. He was backing out at only 129 miles an hour. Mark Leager out of Windemar, California, 64 Nova. Takes on Jimmy Black with the Paso Robles-based 66 Nova. These are two first-generation Novas, although the bodies are different. The chassis remained the same until 1967. In 68, the cars got a total redesign. The base engine on these cars was a 4-cylinder back in the day. Now, I don't know how many were sold, but there weren't that many. The 4-cylinder, 153 cubic inches, was 2 cylinders short of a 230 6-cylinder. All the internals, except the crankshaft and cam, were interchangeable. Mark Leager getting ready to go. He's running best of 862. Jimmy Black in the bright white Nova is running best of 885. They hit the pedal, and oh, Mark Leager's got a perfect reaction time. Will he convert it to a win? He does. 863 to an 861, a perfect reaction time. And Mark Leager, I got a perfect light pin for you here in the tower. Come up to the tower, I'll give you your perfect light pin for Mark Leager. Perfect lights rarely happen, and Mark picked the right time right in the first round of racing. So Mark Leager, I've got a perfect light pin for you here in the tower. Come on up, show me your ET slip, and I got your perfect light pin for you. Billy Miza out of Glendora, California, number 4 qualifier with an 860, takes on Steve Pullen, the number 16 qualifier with an 868. Pullen in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. The late model 82 Trans Am, kissing cousin to the Camaro, is in the Budweiser lane. Much more aerodynamic, 69 Camaro, last of the first generation Camaros. Third generation Firebird, and he's losing ground already. But it's a red light start for Pullen, giving Bill Miza the win. He breaks out with an 853, but not an issue, to an 864. One of my favorite cars ever on a drag strip, the Henry J. Mark Schaff out of Redlands, California. A 1952 Henry J, built by the same people who brought you the Jeep. They decided they wanted to build a compact car, and they came out with a Henry J named after Henry J. Kaiser, who was the president of the company. Chris Dollinger out of Exeter, California, the 69 Mustang. 632 cubic inches worth of Ford power. The Henry J has not run the number necessary. He's run a best of 889. Dollinger has run 863. The Mustang has got the advantage coming into this round. Lights begin to drop, and they're gone. Reaction advantage, a slim one, but one that is there. The Mustang out in front. Can he hold on without breaking out? Yes, he does. 879 to an 885. Although Schaff gets his best run of the weekend, it's not enough. They both go through the lights at over 130 miles an hour, and Chris Dollinger going on to another round. Boyd Shower out of Menlo Park, California, got the world's fastest 1940 Oldsmobile. He's qualified 18th with an 875. John Solani out of Lake Havasu City, 861 with his beautiful multicolored Camaro. 1969 Camaro with a 540. Boyd with a 540 cubic inch Oldsmobile engine. Boyd coming off a big win at the Kingdon reunion race. Oh, and Shower goes in deep in red lights. He backs out of it, realizes the error of his ways, saves the motor. The Camaro goes under with an 858, but it's first or worst, and it was Boyd that red lit. Big body Chevelle of Chris Turek out of Queen Creek, Arizona. 1970 Chevelle, 632 cubic inch big block. Brian Franks out of Elk Grove, California, 68 Camaro with a 572. Now, the 632 seems to be a popular size because Generous Motors just announced they are going to release a crate engine over 1,000 horsepower, fuel-injected 632 cubic inch big block. You can buy a race motor right over the counter. Well, they say it's a race motor. I bet there's going to be a few on the street. It's fuel-injected and ready to go. Chevelle moving out. Camaro is there. Candy apple red, wide body Chevelle, 1970. In my opinion, one of the best looking Chevelles. Full staged for the Chevelle, full stage for the Camaro, and they're gone. Better reaction time, a huge difference. Ryan Franks out in front. He gets passed at the stripe, and a breakout for Chris Turek. Pops the parachute, the laundry's out, but it's all the way win for Brian Franks. Franks got there first and won 865 at 147 miles an hour to a breakout 859. Tim Gorman out of Bakersfield with a 55 Chevy, the number 3 qualifier, the orange and white machine ready to go up against the Oldsmobile of Mike Munoz. Now, Munoz out of Ojai, California, with the second series of the Olds 442. The first 442 was introduced in 1964. It was supposed to compete against the GTO, but only had a 330 cubic inch V8 engine. In that year, the 442 stood for 4-speed, 4-barrel dual exhaust. All 442s in 64 were 4-speeds. In 65, they added the automatic. And it's a breakout for Mike Munoz, 861 with a 1 for Tim Gorman. That is a good run and the win. Barracuda, Kevin Riley out of Santa Clara, California. 67 Barracuda with a Dodge 572. Was the number 2 qualifier, running 860 with a 6. Rick Kruzenga out of Cypress, California with the 55 Chevy. In the Budweiser lane. The right lane is the Budweiser lane. Three-way Chevrolet's got the Barracuda. Now, if Riley wins, watch the lady, the blonde lady standing alongside Riley's passionate purple Barracuda. If Riley wins, she's going to be dancing. She always does. And now she'll make me sound foolish and she won't do the dance, but she'll normally cheer. So Riley, the number 2 qualifier, the favorite in this run. He ran a better time by 7/100ths of a second. RPMs come up, and red light, he gets the win. And see, she's dancing. She's hopping around. So Kevin Riley getting the win. He goes 859 with a 9, breaks out by 1,000th of a second. But he got the win because Rick Redlit. Justin Federmeyers out of Washington. I have no idea where this guy is from. You can't, there's too many letters in that city's name. He's a pipe fitter with the 33 Willys. Neil Westbrook out of Pixley, California, the 61-year-old farmer in the Camaro. The Willys coming back rapidly. I always wondered how these guys back these things up so straight so quickly without having mirrors. And then they got their backup person. But he had to get that far. 1933 Willys, very boxy machine. Now, Willys AmeriCar is what they were called, their official name, and they were powered by a flathead 4-cylinder engine. They were an economy car. Of course, American hot rod ingenuity of the 50s and 60s took that lightweight body and found that if you stuff a nice V8 in it, they go pretty darn quick. Justin qualified 22nd with his 927. Hasn't been able to run the number. Neil Westbrook qualified 10th with an 863. So on paper, the Camaro is the favored car. But that's on paper. Let's see what happens in this run. This is racing. Pre-stage light lit in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Pre-stage here in the Budweiser lane. Now they're both full staged. Lights begin to drop and they're gone. Reaction times are not stellar. The Willie starts to pull away. Is he going to be too quick? He is too quick, way too quick. 8:34 on a 60, and that is not the way to do it. 8:60 with a 0.5 is what Neil Westbrook just ran to take the win. Excellent run, 162 miles an hour. He was running it out the back door. The Willies slowed it down to 149. Val Miller out of Bakersfield, California, 71 Barracuda. Jerry Wold, the screaming Norwegian with the Camaro. They're gone. Gerald late on the lights. This is not the time to do it. He is 0.3 of a second late. He goes through the lights first with an 8:56 and breaks out Val Miller, 8:88. Gerald didn't need to go that quick. He had him covered by 0.05 of a second. Greg Peterson out of Chino, California. 8:72 is the best he's run with his Camaro. Mike Rabiner out of Paso with his 67 Camaro. Number 5 qualifier with an 8:60. Now it's hard to tell the difference between a 67 and a 68 Camaro from these perspectives. On stock cars, it's a little easier. Rabiner puts the wheels up in the air. Reaction advantage, a slim one to Peterson. He's out in front. Is he going to go too quick? He can go quick. He does. 8:59 with a 7 to an 8:61. Peterson goes too quick and loses. He had him covered on the starting line, and all the incrementals down the track. Didn't lift, didn't give up the stripe. Megan Gorman, your number 1 qualifier out of Bakersfield, with her 67 Camaro, is getting ready to go. She gets the bye run into the next round of racing. Megan qualified number 1, running an 8:60 with a 6. She's got a 1967 Camaro. Camaro first generation cars. Took Generous Motors a couple of years to catch up with Mustang. When they did, the Camaro was a highly modifiable car right from the factory. You could spec it out with a whole bunch of different options. She leaves the line with an 037, 1.2 the first 60 feet, 3.5 at the 330, 5.4 at the 8th, and at the stripe, under the number with an 857, but she knows what the car will do, 158 miles an hour. So that was our B-Gas category. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. You should be suited up, ready to go. You're coming out now. Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Another center steer category, and these are the quicker of the Nostalgia cars. Nostalgia Eliminator coming out. Thanks for being here with us at the California Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could join us. If you're watching us on dragracer.tv, hi, how you doing? Let us know where you're hailing from. It's always nice and fun for us to see who's watching and from where. As I said before, got a whole bunch of notes from our friends in Great Britain. Neil Panks leading the pack. Jeff Stillwell and others from the Drag Racing Hall of Fame group there in Great Britain. And Warren Evans is coming in. He's going to do Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Tell you all about these center steer cars as they come up to run. Oh, whoa. We got a car that really brought the RPMs up on the start, trying to launch the pistons. I don't know. All right, Warren, it's all yours.
Thank you, Bob Beck. Jump in here and talk about Nostalgia Eliminator 1. 760 is the index for these race cars coming at you right now. Steve Schoenfeld, your best qualifier of the group, went 760 with a 2. He was your number 1 qualifier, 2 thou from being perfect on the index. Ryan Doyle, Cole Foster will start it out here. Doyle, left side out of Tehachapi, California. the Fiat Topolino. Cole Foster over on the right, Salinas, California. The Hemified dragster over here. I believe he calls it the Soul Crusher. So the long burnout and the long backup here for the silver dragster. Been fighting that car a little bit. 8:38 was his best effort in qualifying. Shout out to my buddy Mike Eames back home, watching in on dragracer.tv, as well as my good buddy Cole Kuntz. Hopefully you're watching as well. Equally crappy reaction times for both drivers. And at the top end, it's a 764 at 161 for your winner, Ryan Doyle. Cole Foster got out of the groove and slowed as soon as he got to the wall. And his terrible weekend ends right here in round number 1. Doyle goes on. Sabrina Pecora comes up next, the Sonoma, California nurse. And Garrett Crisp. Garrett waits behind the water box. So while we got a quiet moment here, we're getting quite a collection of golf carts here along the fence, and we'd sure like for you to move them along here. Unless you are a tow vehicle for a race car that is either coming up or is up, need to clear them out, please. That is not a parking space. Be considerate of everybody else, including the folks sitting in the grandstands and along the fence that are obstructed by your view. So if you would please get in those vacated golf carts right now and move them along. We'd sure appreciate it. Once again, if you are not a tow vehicle for a race car that is either at the ready line or in the water box, pack them up and move them out. So it looks like the Soul Crusher leaving a little residue right there on the starting line. We'll get that cleaned up as quickly as we can before we bring you your next pair, Garrett Crisp and Sabrina Pecora. As the program moves right along here. And again, if you've seen the posted schedule, we are moving right through it right now. I can tell you the one change to the posted schedule is our friends with the Nostalgia Funny Cars will run before Top Fuel. We're going to flip-flop that in the order. It'll be Nostalgia Funny Car round number 1 and then followed by Nostalgia Top Fuel Q3. So a little change in the run order right there, as Funny Car will come out before Top Fuel. Otherwise, we have our schedule posted, and we're sticking with it, working our way through elimination round 1 here for some of our categories. Q3 for Top Fuel. The fuel alters will be out, and then we've got our Honoree Presentation and Cacklefest to close out the night. That'll be coming up in a little while, but in the meantime, putting race cars down the racetracks and turning 2 into 1. Attention in the pit area, we need 7-0 Pro to the staging lanes, please. 7-0 Pro, bring them on down. Your round number 1 coming up. 7-0 Pro to the staging lanes, please. 7-0 Pro to the lanes. I hear the word go out that starting line is back in readiness, and so we're going to light the fuse on the 2 cars sitting back here behind the water box right now. Sabrina and Garrett will be coming up next. All right. Motors come back to life, and the burnout's complete for the two altereds here left and right. In the three-way Chevrolet left lane, that is Sabrina Pecora out of Sonoma, California. The Fiat Topolino bodied, small block, supercharged machine over there on the left-hand side. Right side, the injected machine over here of Garrett Crisp from Visalia, California. Big Rodeck power out there in front of the driver. Again, 760 is the target number. Get down there and turn on the wind light without going under the number. 7-0 Pro to the lanes, please. 7-0 Pro to the lanes. Again, both drivers a little bit tardy letting go of the button there, but it's Sabrina getting on the win on the breakout as Garrett Crisp got down there first. Took 800ths of the stripe, broke out by 200ths. 758, 2-2 quick on the 760. Win light goes to Sabrina. Cross second, but gets the win. 763 at 173. Next to the water box, it's Jason Barta. Barta moves over to the left side of the track. His goldenrod supercharged machine over there on the left-hand side. Excuse me. Did a little lane swap there on me as Tom Brown goes to the three-way Chevrolet lane, left side, the Pearl City, Hawaii machine. Supercharged 427 Chevy power alongside Jason Barta. The S&S fabrication injected front motor dragster out of Bakersfield, backing up over here on the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Both of them move way back to get realigned and pull them forward into the pre-stage beams. It's like some t-shirts going into the crowd. Race team showing their appreciation for the sport. Flying Hawaiian doing better on the starting line. Tom Brown better on the reaction timer, but cannot run the number. Gets there second. Jason Barta for the win. 768 at 149. Ahead at the finish line by about 2 car lengths. 10th and a half advantage there to Barta for the win. Dave Lawson comes up now, left side of the track. You see him backing up. And the 8th mile burnout there for the green machine of Pete Crona. Crona's 23T altered. Hustling back right now. He might get to the finish line before Dave Lawson does. Lawson out of Mariposa, California. Crona from Columbia Falls, Montana. The supercharged altered over here on the right-hand side. I believe he calls it riffraff over here on the right. Left side, the little naturally aspirated big block, 565 cubic inches of bow tie out in front of the driver. They are staged and ready. Away they go. Little altered moving around, trying to make up the difference. Cannot do it. How about that drag race right there? 7-6-0-3, dead on 3 at 175 for Dave Lawson. gets the job done as Pete Crona, 761.5 at 172. Best race of the session so far here in round number 1 goes the way of Dave Lawson, winning with a dead on 3, taking out the 1/761 for Pete Crona. Margin of victory, 0.03 of a second at the finish line. Ed Silberman and Dave Isley coming up now. Silberman, Lake Isabella, California. Retired United States Air Force man. The car called King Baby. Alongside the Dave Isley machine out of Ontario, California. Plenty of cubic inch horsepower right there. 7-0 Pro, 7-0 Pro to the lanes. 5 thou difference coming off the starting line, top end, wind light flashes on the three-way Chevrolet side of the track as Ed Silberman gets the win. Isley got down there and broke out by 0.04 of a second, got there first. 7:59.6, 4th out breakout, wind light to Ed Silberman. He was dead on 3 at the finish for the win. 760 with a 3 at 176 for the speed. Larry Rosenbaum and Ken Upton coming up next. Rosenbaum's altered left side. Upton's dragster right side. Rosenbaum out of Riverside. Ken Upton from Garden Grove. Once again, a reminder, if you have a golf cart parked along the fence there and you're not with one of the race cars on the racetrack right now, you need to get in it and get it gone. Just keep them rolling. So the crew looking things over there for Rosenbaum. Green and gone. You've heard that expression, B-00, take 00. Well, Ken Upton was 00 on the starting line, 009, and then he dumped the laundry there at the 1,000-foot mark. He had the shoot out way early. Slows to a 773 at 152 and still crossed the stripe 3.5 seconds ahead of his competition as Larry Rosenbaum off pace 11:14 at 62. So not sure if Upton had a problem or just saw his competition slowing and did not want to take the chance of breaking out. But the parachute out way early there for Ken Upton. Damian Dorland coming up now out of Bakersfield and Bill Workman from Long Beach. The supercharged 32 Vicky over here on the right. Rodec powered machine. He's in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Left side, the three-way Chevrolet lane, Damian Dorland in his supercharged dragster. Dorland better at the start, Dorland better at the finish. Gets the win, 7:68 at 177 miles an hour. Damian Dorland left side. Moves on. Bill Workman, his weekend is done, 7:80 at 158. Trailed at the finish line by a little over 1/10 of a second. Bobby Lee, Monrovia, California, comes up now. The Oldsmobile-powered 23T. Alongside Corey Bogue, the Chatsworth, California machinist over here on the right-hand side. Bogue has a little huffer on top of his power plant there. Be looking over the top of the bug catcher. As does Bobby Lee's whiplash machine. .70 Pro final call. 7-0 Pro final call to the lanes. Virtually identical off the starting line. And Corey Bogue got down there. He took a half a second stripe, broke out by 3 thousandths of a second, 3 hundredths of a second. 7:57.0, that's 3 hundredths of a second too quick. Losing on the breakout, Bobby Lee, your winner with an 8:15 at 165 miles per hour. Bobby Lee's whiplash goes on to Sunday. George Johns and Hans Jacob come up next. Another altered dragster matchup. Johns, Bakersfield, California, another Topolino Fiat-bodied machine. He's up on the three-way Chevrolet side. Hans Jacob, the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane out of Lake Havasu. Cleans it out just a little bit before he rolls forward. .70 Pro waits in the wings. We've got a pair on the line, a handful of competition singles because some people could not make the call. Then we'll go into .70 Pro. Green light's a pair. Better light for Jacob. Win light for Jacob as well. 765 at 160. How about this for George Johns? Got there first, trying to go 760. He goes 750, 9 with a 9. Breaks out by 1/1000th of a second here on the 760 index. Hans Jacob gets the win via the breakout. Goes on to Sunday racing. So this is a laddered field. Each of our racers had a designated competitor. But once the competitor could not make the call, the racer that does make it up here gets the competition single. Get the chance to just make a free shot down the track and move on to the next round. And it looks like Dustin Lee is going to get the advantage of that as Tom Ellis cannot make it up here. Dustin Lee will move down the left side. Lee is 21 on the tree. And on the shakedown run, we'll go 757 at 175. Max Cassie gets to come up and gets to pick whichever lane they want to run in. So Max lines up on the right side, the Budweiser CP Carrillo side, as Shannon Cantrell cannot make it back. That gives Max the competition single into the next round. And our 7.0 Pro drivers getting suited up and buckled in as they will be up next. Max will pull forward. And again, a free look at 760 to get ready for Sunday action. And Cassie right off the starting line goes 001 on the tree. And 762. 762 at 174 for Cassie. And near perfect on the reaction timer with a 001. One more single coming up now. Dan Shrokosh will get the bye here as Tom Martis not available to make the competition here. Shrokosh, San Marcos, California, the HVAC tech. And a little dancing down there as he heads down track, but closes it out with a 763-2 at 177. So 3 competition singles out of the way, and now it's your true bye, your number 1 qualifier. Odd number of cars in the field, so number 1 gets the bye run into the next round. Steve Schoenfeld, Murray, Utah, was 0.02 of a second from perfect. In qualifying, went 760 with a 2. And by virtue of that best run in category, will get the bye run into the next round. And he will back his altered up here. The runner out of Murray, Utah. Neal and Parks built chassis. Big block Chevy. Injected machine. Over here on the Budweiser CP Carrillo side of the track. Schoenfeld leaves a little bit early, but does not matter, gets the automatic win. Sounds like he's lifted as he's headed to the finish line. 9:59. It's 88 miles an hour for your number 1 qualifier. So Steve Schoenfeld will be racing on Sunday. But we're still racing here on Saturday. And 7.0 Pro will be the next cars you see coming up to the water box right now. And the next voice you hear on the PA will be the voice of the California Hot Rod Reunion, Mr. Bob Beck.
Hey, thank you, Warren. ProMod to the lanes. ProMod, first call to the lanes, please. ProMod to the lanes. You know, it's always fun being here, meeting and greeting with friends and neighbors and so forth. And I just had my neighbor from Oxnard come up here and say hello. Glad to see him. Glad to see a lot of friends. This is a true reunion this year, as we haven't been here for a couple of years, and now we're back, and it's great. So 7.0 Pro coming your way right now. This is a run what you brung. Don't go quicker than 7 seconds. We've got a lot of cars out there getting ready to go. A couple of missing that made the qualifying, but had difficulties. Rich Phillips is going to be the first car coming up. Rich was the number 1 qualifier, running 7.0 out of Visalia, California. A 32 Bantam altered with a Donovan 510 cubic inch engine. He ran a 7.00 with a 2 thousandths of a second off the index. This is an index race. Everyone gets the same number. 7 seconds. Richard Phillips, an engineering manager. It's a 32 Bantam altered body. Now, if you've ever, look it up. If you've never seen a real Bantam Roadster, look it up. They were tiny little cars, but very stylish for 1932. The biggest thing they had against them back then was the Depression. Even Ford had trouble selling cars in that year. They came out with the V8. The Bantam Roadster body became very popular in altereds. Lightweight, covered the chassis. Rich Phillips getting ready to go. First pass in 7.0 Pro. We need Pro Mod to the lanes. 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 170 Pro completes the Pro Model run, and we'll be on to the fuel. Leaves alive with an 0.55 reaction time, 1 second to the first 60 feet, and a 7.02 on a 7.0 index. That's a good run. All right, if you haven't got your event t-shirt yet, now is the time to go, because the reunion tent will be closing at 5 p.m. Reunion tent closes at 5 p.m. So if you're not coming back tomorrow, head on over there and get that event souvenir. Proof that you were here for the 2001 running of the California Hot Rod Reunion. Mark Tarabuccia out of North Plains, Oregon. The 1970 Barracuda with a Brad Anderson 521 cubic inch engine. He is in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. The funny car. Again, center steer, any body style. Could be an altered, could be a dragster, could be a funny car. Just don't go quicker than 7.0. Dwight Garland Jr. out of Mission Viejo with a front engine dragster. He was your number 6 qualifier, running a 7.07. Got a Chevy 523 cubic inch engine. 7.0 Pro. The interesting part about this class is it's made up of a lot of cars from other classes. Altereds, funny cars, top fuel cars. Cars that may not have run the number they needed in the category they were originally built, or they ran too quick for what they were originally built. So Mark Tarabuccia with the Barracuda over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Dwight Garland in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Green light, they're gone. The times are relatively close. Heading down track, the Barracuda has got the shootout early and goes 8.01 to a 7.48. So Garland gets there first and gets the win. Mark at 108 miles an hour, shut her down early and gets the losing effort. Stan Hibbler out of Saskatchewan. He's in Canada. Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan. The 65-year-old construction manager with a 632 Chevy powered car here in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Steve Fowler out of Lake Havasu City with the 32 Bantam. And we've seen Bantams in almost every category out here. From altereds to Nostalgia Eliminator and now 7.0 Pro. And it looks like Stan Hibbler's got an issue with his car. He's just sitting there, not moving back. They can run down, check on him. If he can't run, they want him at least getting out of the vehicle before the car in the left lane runs. Thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. Remember, the reunion tent souvenir booth will be shutting down at 5 p.m. So if you want to get that last minute souvenir, official T-shirt, you need to head on over there today unless you're going to be back tomorrow. All right, so the driver's out of the car. Stan Hibbler's car is done for the day. The 7-0 Pro is an eliminator round, so that is a tough break for him. But Steve Fowler gets a gimme. Fowler leaves the line with an 0.57 reaction. 1 second to go the first 60 feet, then runs under the number with a 6.97, but it's a single. He got the win. More 7-0 Pro action coming your way here today. Don't forget, ProMod, we need you to the lanes. ProMod, to the lanes, please. ProMod, we need you to the lanes. And stick around. Once racing ends, it doesn't end here. We're going to go into the Cacklefest and more. So stick with us. It ain't over. We're going to be running the Cacklefest. A lot of old nitro-burning dragsters coming up here for that a little bit later on. We need ProMod to the lanes. ProMod to the lanes. We've got 3 categories to run after the ProMods. We've got our Honoree Presentations and our Cacklefest for you tonight. So we are going to continue running, continue showing here at the California Hot Rod Reunion 2021. Thanks for coming out. I'm Hot Rod Bob. Glad you could be here with us. This is the greatest nostalgia event in the country, and I'm glad you could be here with us. All right, so Stan Hibbler's got a problem with his car there. They're not going to be able, they're trying to get it to move right now. Crew's down there. We'll check it out and get things going once again. Again, 7.0 Pro is a index category, 7.0. Run what you brung body. Could be a dragster, could be an altered, could be a funny car. Just don't go quicker than 7.0. ProMod, we need you to the lanes. ProMod, please pull up in the lanes. ProMod, please pull up into the lanes. Beautiful weather out today. It's been a great day for racing action. We're expecting the same for tomorrow. So please join us tomorrow as we move into all the other elimination rounds. We've run a few today. We'll be running eliminations all day tomorrow. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck, along with Warren Evans, Donnie Couch, Steve LaBarber, and Mike English, keeping you informed about what's hot, what's not, and what's going on throughout the weekend here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. So the Pro Mods are coming into the lanes. The nostalgia cars for 7.0 Pro are there. The drivers are suited up and ready to go. We'll get the track cleared, and we will be on to racing action in just a bit. So the dragster had a little bit of a problem. Went tinkle there on the track. We'll get it cleaned up, get on to racing action again in just a little bit. Bob Pry will be hosting the Cacklefest and the Honoree Presentations a little bit later on. We'll also talk about some of the people that have passed over the year that didn't make this event. Sun going down, and that is going to be an excellent time for us to have the Cacklefest. You'll see the nitro popping out of the exhaust. That is always part of the fun of the Cacklefest event. Something that's been a mainstay here for years. Still some stuff to clean up there. The sidewalk Zamponi coming your way. Man, he is moving fast today, I'll tell you what. No truth to the rumor that the sidewalk Zamboni driver also handles the local ice skating ring. He couldn't make the turn after the goalies area. All right, they're bringing the dragster back, getting a bit of stuff cleaned up. And we'll be back with 7-0 Pro in just a few moments. Came to a stop, so the cleanup is a little limited. One thing we know about drag racers, they are quite capable of disassembling their vehicles while in motion. He started a little bit of disassembly with a little bit of motion. I wonder how many people are looking at that sidewalk Zamboni now and saying, he can get my kitchen clean in no time. The hard part's getting him through the front door, making the turn past the dining room. Great sights to see this weekend so far. The car show area been full of great street rods and muscle cars. A few for sale. I wonder if they've sold. I got my eye on a 1955 Dodge station wagon. Already talked to the wife about it, too. She's pretty understanding, I think. All right, the Zamboni turning around. Is he going to be able to make the turn? He does, without hitting the wall. The hard part for the Zamboni driver is when he leaves here and he gets into his regular car. Doesn't quite steer the same. All right, don't forget Cacklefest coming up in just a while after we've run the final rounds today. And we're going to do the Cacklefest a little bit later on. Now, the Cacklefest is going to happen. We're going to get these cars down the return road, fire them up, pull them on track. At the conclusion of the Cacklefest, you are welcome to come on track to see the cars up close and personal. Now, on that note, it does not mean hop the wall or the fences to get over to it. Basically, what you're going to need to do is walk around the back area of the burnout area and come around and go on track. So please don't hop the fence. We're going to come around behind this burnout area, and then you can come out on track and see the Cackle cars up close and personal. We're going to be doing the memorial a little bit later on as well, right before the Cackle cars, and that will all happen at the conclusion of today's runs. We've got ProMod in the lanes waiting. We're going to finish up 7-0 Pro, run the first round of eliminations for Funny Car, the last round of qualifying for Top Fuel, the last round of qualifying for Fuel Altereds, all going to be happening in just a little bit. We do thank you for your patience as we get the spill cleaned up. We'll be back to racing action in just a little bit. So thanks for coming out to the California Hot Rod Reunion. Oil downs and things of this nature are, well, they're relatively common. It happens in racing. We know it's going to happen. We have the equipment to clean it up. It does just take some time, and that's what we're trying to get accomplished as rapidly as possible. We don't like the downtime any more than you do, but we do appreciate your patience and understanding as we get things cleaned up. And again, once the Cackle Fest has gone on and the engine's shut down, you are free to walk around the tower and come out on track and see the cars, meet the drivers up close and personal. And some of the drivers that have made history are here today with their Cackle cars, which includes TB Tommy Ivo, Gentleman Joe Schubeck, and a host of others that are there doing this for you. So they'll be out in just a little bit. As the sun goes down, it makes for a better show of the Cackle cars. We're going to get things going for you. Squeegeeing out the track with the tires. On the back of the tractor, we are going to be racing in just a few moments. The sidewalk Zamboni has come to a stop. Tractor coming around for another shot at the track. Crew's still mopping things up, getting it ready. If you look at the tire dragger at the back of the tractor, it's driven off the power takeoff of the tractor and turns the drag racing slicks backwards, giving them more resistance on the track and putting down more rubber. All right, so the Zamboni is being parked. That's a good sign. The crews are walking back from the spill area. The tire scraper is coming down, getting things cleaned up. That is a good sign. It'll just be a few minutes before we go back to racing action. Tire scraper moving pretty quick. He's in a hurry to get this thing going. Tire scraper headed down for another pass. Looks like they're putting down some gold dust and scraping that in, rubbing that into the track. The tire scraper making his pass. Don't know if it's his last or not. Hopefully it is. We'll find out. No, he's going to make another pass at it. So the front sweeps and the back puts down some rubber. I'd like to have this on my street just for a day so I can really irritate the hell out of my neighbors. All right, so still to come, Nostalgia Top Fuel, Nostalgia Funny Car, AA Fuel Altereds, our Cacklefest and Memorial for those of our racing family that are passed. Again, Pro Mod, if you're not in the lanes, you should be. Pro Mod, if you're not in the lanes, you should be. 7.0 Pro, hopefully we'll get you out there in just a moment. Those are the only two categories that should be in the lanes right now, 7.0 Pro and Pro Mod. Both 7.0 Pro and Pro Mod are in their first round of eliminations. We do apologize for the delay. Apparently Stan Hibler's car was not track trained enough and went single there on track. Tractor driver decides, I'm going to make one pass in the other lane just for the practice of it all. All right, we fired the cars up. We're ready to go racing. Thank you again for your patience as we move on to another round in 7-0 Pro. Richard High out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. He's going to be in the three-way Chevrolet lane with his blue dragster. Mark Vaughn out of Crawfordsville, Indiana. He is in the Budweiser Carrillo lane. Road deck power, 388 cubic inches in the right lane. 500 cubic inches in the left lane. Again, this is 7-0 Pro. Run what you brung. Don't matter what you got. It's don't go quicker than 7-0. Vaught qualified number 12 with a 7:15. Richard High qualified 11th with a 7:12. Their time, 7:15 and a 7:12, difference of 0.03 of a second in qualifying. Both cars moving up to the lanes. Pre-stage lights are lit. Clears out the engine. Full stage. They're gone. Hole shot. Over in the left lane. Right lane wiggles a little bit. And he gets the win, 7:08 to a 7:01. But it was reaction time that did it. Richard High, a full 1/10 of a second ahead. Margin of victory, 77 thousandths of a second at the finish line. George Vanderpool out of Redding, California. Yahara chassis with a 392 Chrysler Hemi. Qualified 8th with a 7:09. Chris Bates, one of the Bates racing team or family, driving the Bodakian Altered. The Napa Auto Parts outside sales rep. 39 years young. I've seen him at the track since he was probably 2-3 years old. His dad, Ken Bates Sr., the #1 qualifier in A-Fuel today. His brother's car having problems also in A-Fuel, but here today. Chris Bates, the #15 qualifier, ran a 7:30. Index is 7:0. George Vanderpool, 8 qualifier, ran a 7:09. We've seen Chris run the number before. He just has not been able to get it down the track in the time needed. As a matter of fact, we've seen him get all 4 wheels off the ground during a burnout. Chris, a youngster, is gone. Gets the tires, gets out of shape, gets close to the center line. Left lane is out in front, and it is a 7:09 victory to Vanderpool. Chris gets a 7:12. but could not get there first. Lost by 74 thousandths of a second. Blake Reynolds out of Goleta, California. 1930s to 40s vintage Fiat Topolino. Dean Nilsson out of Redding, California. A 2018 Comstock chassis dragster with a 426 Hemi. Stick with us. Cacklefest, the memorial service, still to come, along with 3 different categories of nitro cars. Blake Reynolds over in the 3-way lane out of Goleta, California was the number 10 qualifier with a 712. Dean Nilsson out of Redding, California, the number 13 qualifier with a 726. Engine forward into the beams. Pre-stage light lit here in the right lane. Full stage goes right in. So much for the courtesy rule. Topo now lights the pre-stage, then full stage. They're gone. Somebody backs out when he pulls the front wheels up. The Topolino drives right around him. Who's going to get there first? 720, good for the win for Blake Reynolds. Dean Nicholson chopped the tree by 0.2 of a second over his competition, but had to back out when he lifted the front wheels. He was doing 181 miles an hour through the finish line, but not getting there in time gave the win to Blake Reynolds. Vince Giraldo Jr. out of Las Vegas. 32 Bantam over in the 3-way Chevrolet lane. Hasn't been able to slow the car down enough to get into the 7.0 category, but he's there. It's an all-run class. He ran 693. Derek Moria ran 7:01, was the number 2 qualifier. Now we know Vince can run the number. He can run under the number. If he wheel races down there, he could time it just right and win. Or he can go too quick or run Derek out. It's all going to depend on what he does in reaction time. And that's something you can guess at. You can feel it, but you're not going to know what it actually is. So 2 bantam-bodied cars getting ready to go. This is 7.0 Pro, round 1 of eliminations. Pre-stage lights lit, deep stage right lane, full stage left lane, and they're gone. 001 reaction time. Left lane's got the better reaction time. Is he going to be too quick again? No, 7:06. He's good. 7:06 with an 8 to a 7:06 with a 7. Derek Moria late on the lights with a 154 reaction. Vince goes 1 over a perfect reaction time. Getting the win, coming from number 21 to take out the number 2 qualifier. Ralph Fox out of Bowhead City, your number 4 qualifier, up against Larry Duncan out of Southgate, California, number 19 qualifier. Gilden Park Gaffney with a Donovan, 417. Taking on Ralph Fox in the 2016 Tuttle chassis car, also with a Donovan, but a 427 Donovan against the 417. 10 cubic inches, not sure that's going to make that much of a difference. But the number 4 qualifiers got the bigger motor. Ran 7:03 and a 7:10 in qualifying. Larry Duncan, 1 shot, did 7:87. So 0.8 off the index on the run. They've got a pair of Hemis. Again, you can run blown, you can run injected, you can run a carburetor. Just don't go quicker than 7.0, but you got to run at least close to it. Pre-stage light lit, left lane. Now the right lane. Now they're both staged, and they're gone. And look at the whole shot. Left lane, pulls out a big hole shot. Is he going to win? Oh, he goes under. The number 4 qualifier goes too quick. 697 to Duncan's best run of the weekend of 744. And Duncan goes on to the next round. Ralph Fox put himself out, not looking back, had the hole shot with a 005 and didn't lift and lost. Eiley Stafford, they've been hammering away on this car all day long, trying to get the brakes to fit and work. The Crower Cam Special was the number 14 qualifier. One shot, she ran 7:28, then the brakes went out. Kevin Raposo, the number 9 qualifier with a 7:09 out of Bakersfield. This is his home track, the 2017 Spitzer chassis with a Rodeck 496. And it doesn't look like Eiley's made the call. So they didn't get the car. Kevin Raposo gets a gimme, a 005 reaction time. Looking for his 7.0, goes 7:13. But Eiley Stafford unable to make the call. The brakes were not repaired. Lawton Ferrier out of Spring Valley, California. Number 7 qualifier with a 7:08. Jerry Buckley out of Talent, Oregon is supposed to be his competition. Again, does not make the call, so we have a competition bye. ProMod, you're going to follow 7.0 Pro. ProMod, you will follow 7.0 Pro. So Lawton Ferrier gets a gimme on this one because Buckley can't make the call. End of the year and attrition seems to be having a big effect on the vehicle. Ferrier leaves the line with an 016 reaction. 1-0 the first 60 feet and goes 7:09 at 189, just a 100th off his qualifying time of 7:08. All right, more racing action to happen as we move over to the Pro Mod category. All right, one of the cars that's going to be cackling a little bit later on is a Hemi-powered Altered. They're going to push him down track. One way to warm the motor up. Hemi-powered, fuel-altered, T-Roadster body with a shortened pickup bed. Do you ever wonder how they came up with the name pickup for trucks? Well, go back to the days of the Model T. The Model T Roadster body was separate from the turtle deck or the trunk area on the two-seat vehicle. And it is also separate on the early touring cars. But you see Model T pickup trucks. What it was, you ordered the pickup or the truck bed from your Ford dealer. They would bring it to the dealership, and you would have to go pick it up. Yes, that's how they came up with the name pickup truck. You had to pick up the bed at the dealership. Ford did not make it as a production off the assembly line vehicle. So you could take your touring car or you could take your Roadster, take the back half off the body, and make it a truck, a pickup truck. So you went and picked up the bed. Well, they quickly push start this Roadster. He fires up, and he's going to cruise on down the track. Cacklefest going to be happening as the sun goes down. It'll be great because you'll see plenty of fire coming out of the exhaust pipes of the cars. Julie Bevins behind the wheel of the dragster coming up next. It's her third time behind the wheel of the machine. Her first time was earlier today. And she was a little nervous to start with, but after her first run, not a problem. This is fun. All right, they're waiting for the other push start car to clear the track, and then they'll start Julie down track with the Nitro Dragster. All right, the Nitro car is clearing the track. We're going to spray down some sticky stuff, get some traction compound on there as we get ready for the Pro Mod. So Pro Mod drivers, please suit up. Pro Mod drivers, please suit up. All right, lots of fluid getting sprayed down there. That's traction compound, so these guys can get the power to the pavement. All right, traction compound went into effect back in the days when Ontario Motor Speedway was running. It was one of the big end-of-year races, and they said, let's try this stuff. What the heck? And the drivers loved it. They picked up a couple of tenths of a second, and that made a heck of a difference. We had record runs all the time. So spraying the track with the traction compound became the norm. And nowadays, if you go to a race, it's called no prep if they don't use it. And it's a little difficult for a lot of the drivers because they're used to that extra traction sprayed on the track. So the cars aren't necessarily set up to handle the lack of traction of a no-prep track. So it's consistent. Every track in the country, for the most part, does a spray of a traction compound. Now, it takes a few moments for it to take a set and become sticky once again. But if you look down the track, it looks like the track is wet. And they're spraying down a lot of VHT is what it's called, depending on the brand you use, of traction compound. VHT was the more popular and the first one they used. All right, Pro Mod coming around the bend. Here we go, Pro Mod drivers. The first one out is a C4 Corvette, 4th generation Corvette. It was the first really aerodynamic Corvette to hit the streets, and in Pro Mod configuration, it's not too bad either. It's going to be going up against a Chevy 2, a Nova from about 1966 or 67. Pro Mod drivers, please pull up in the lanes. Pro Mod drivers, please pull up in the lanes. So you've got the Brick, the Nova, up against the Slick, the Corvette. All right, so the 7-0 Pro category is completed. That was their Eliminator round, first round. The Pro Mod, this is their first round of eliminations as well. All right, they squirt some alcohol in the hat, and it fires up. First one to light up is the Nova. Corvette is ready as well. 4th generation Corvette body. 1st generation Nova body as they get ready to romp. Carl Wilson out of Anaheim, California, a railroad conductor. The 93 Corvette, and that was a burnout John Force would be proud of. Brad Anderson, 471 cubic inch engine in Carl Wilson's Corvette. He's the number 3 qualifier with a 593, 248 miles an hour. Robert Bingham out of Nightgen, California. 67 Nova. Brad Anderson, bigger motor, 526. But he hasn't been able to get the power to the pavement. And his best run is a 708 at 162 miles an hour. 80 miles an hour slower in 2 seconds. But this is racing. They've been back in the pits. They've been working on the vehicles. Fresh load of VHT down on the track. The traction is definitely going to be there if they've loaded in the power. Then they can hook it up and go. Last minute adjustments on the Chevy Nova. Crew frantically acting there. One of the crewmen, the crew chief, not real happy there. All right, now he says, all right, go. Pre-stage light lit for the Corvette. The Nova moving up. Bingham in the Nova. Wilson in the vet. Wilson has an advantage based on qualifying. They're both staged. Lights come up and on. Look at the Nova stay right there with them. It could be an upset. Oh, close, but no cigar. Look at the numbers. 627 for Wilson. 626 for Bingham. The margin of victory. 81 thousandths of a second at the finish line. Where was it won? On the starting line. Bingham with a 280 reaction. Wilson with a 188. He had a 1/10 of a second advantage on the start. Held on to all but 2/100ths of a second of that lead. But boy, this was close. 6:27 to a 6:26. And Wilson going on to another round. Sean Renteria. I love the Renteria cars. I've been watching them do this for over 30 years. The Hollister-based body man and painter. Number 4 qualifier with a 595 with the world's fastest Plymouth Valiant. Wade Sjorstrom out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. 57 Bel Air. Renteria started running this car in A gas. They had the most beautiful tow vehicle. It was a matching Plymouth Valiant station wagon. They went from A gas to double A gas and then moved up to Pro Mod. This car has seen a lot of duty, and it's got a lot of unique body work done to it. You've got to look at it closely. The front fenders are pie cut to bring them down to a more aggressive slope. The top has been chopped. It's lower. It's a 4-door, giving it a little bit longer wheelbase. It is a steel-bodied car. 57 Chevy of Wade out of Canada. 522 cubic inches worth of Brad Anderson V8 power. He qualified 9th with a 646, 176 miles an hour. He's got the bigger engine. Renteria in the Valiant, a 451 cubic inch Brad Anderson engine. He ran 595 at 244. Wade ran 646 at 176. But as we just saw, qualifying times mean little. The last race was won by thousandths of a second. Full stage for the Renterias. RPMs come up and they're gone. And the Chevy takes a hop and heads towards the wall. He can't straighten it back out again. And Renteria goes through the lights. 584, 247 miles an hour. His best run of the weekend. 584, his quickest run at 247 miles an hour, knocking on the door of 250 miles an hour. The 247 time equals the number 2 qualifier of Ed Marks. And is quicker. Troy Ferry out of Antioch, California. 2014 Challenger here in the right lane, a new body style for Pro Mod. He's qualified 5th with a 602 at 244 miles an hour. Josh Kalish out of Aromas, California. The swoopy 653 Studebaker. Got a 526 heading. Troy Ferry out of Antioch, California. The 2014 Dodge Challenger. Got a 540 cubic inch. Dodge Hemi, he says. He qualified 5th with a 602, 244 miles an hour. Josh Kalish driving the 53 Studebaker. Much more aerodynamic than the Dodge. He qualified 8th with a 629. Based on qualifying times, Kalish is only 27 thousandths of a second slower. Mile per hour wise, he's only 4 miles an hour slower. We saw an upset in the first round of Pro Mod, where the slower car that was way slower ended up running quicker. But it was all reaction time that made the difference. Let's see what happens this time out. Pro Mod's a pair, their first round of eliminations. RPMs are up. Oh, and a tire turn. The door opens up on the Dodge. He backs out of it. So the number 5 qualifier going out in the first round, 6:05.248. Josh Kalish's team put it together. He runs a 6:05, 248 miles an hour, 8 miles an hour quicker than they qualified with, and 24 hundredths of a second better in ET. So as I said, first round of eliminations, forget qualifying. This is where it all counts and where it's going to come to play. So Kalish going on to another round. Had a .99960 foot mark. This car hooked and left. All right, Dan Myers out of Ramona, California, 57 Chevy with a 451 Brad Anderson engine. Was your number 6 qualifier with a 6:08, 238 miles an hour. He's in the Budweiser lane. Andy Corinas with that smoky burnout out of Pacifica, California, 68 Camaro, 471 Brad Anderson engine. He was the number 7 qualifier. Kurt Coons involved in this car. Kurt has a long history of running wild machines. Back in the 70s and 80s, I remember his Thunderbird. And he's run a best of 617, 214 miles an hour. So based on qualifying, which we know we've already done upsets on, he's 11 hundredths of a second slower. Not much. Track conditions appear to be better. Traction is not a problem for most drivers. One driver has had problems with the traction, couldn't get the power down, left too hard, overpowering the track. Number 7 against number 6. Myers in the Budweiser lane. Corinas in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Either one is staged. They're taking their time. Crewman looking on. Pre-stage light lit here in the right lane. Now the left lane. Now they're both staged. Uh-oh. Something popped on the Camaro, and it's going to be Myers. 629, 195 miles an hour. Not his most stellar run, but it was enough to get the win, and that is what counts. All right, checking the track out there. We're going to see how it was, if something came out. So far, the word is silent. This is the first round of eliminations for Pro Mod. It's going to get quicker from here, folks. We've got funny cars and Top Fuel in the lanes, getting ready to run for you. All right, good news we're getting from the track crews is it is clear. All right, so we're getting ready to go. Pro Mod Corvette. The swoopy 53 Corvette coming up next. Ed Marks out of Cherry Valley, California. Marks Motorsports 53 Vet with a 521 Brad Anderson was your number 2 qualifier. Eric Peterson from Washington in the 51 Chevy is supposed to be his competition, but is nowhere to be found. So a competition by run going to Ed Marks. Yeah, baby. That is a burnout for you. Going almost all the way to half track before he's able to slow it down. Backing up pretty quickly. Ed Marks qualified number 2 with a 592 at 247 miles an hour. That was the third quickest run of, or fastest run of the weekend. But we just saw Renteria run quicker than that in his first round of eliminations. So these are just qualifying numbers that I'm looking at right now. Renteria also ran 247 on his last run. So Ed Marks gets a single. Competition break for Eric Peterson. Ed Marks, all he's got to do is take the tree, but you know what? He's here to give you a show and have some fun, and that's what he's going to do. Let's burn up a bunch of fuel and have some fun. Marks pulling up into the beams. Through the lights, 598, 231 miles an hour. He didn't hold back much. 598. His qualifier was a 592. He goes 231 miles an hour against a 247. And the Kurt Coons Corvette coming up next. Similar body, later model. Jeremy Hanger doing the driving. This is the actual buy run for the category. Kurt Coons owns the car. It's a 59 Corvette body. 471 Brad Anderson engine. Ran the best time of the weekend of 577, 260 miles an hour. Jeremy Hanger getting the tires heated up. Don't leave your seats. We got nitro coming your way. We have nitro top fuel, nostalgia funny car, and AA fuel altered still to run before we go into the Cacklefest. And as you can see from the burnout area, it's the funny cars coming up first. So Kurt Coons always has red cars that he runs. Jeremy Hanger is the driver now. Kurt's relegated to team owner. Kurt has had some beautiful modified cars over the years. Remember him running at LA County Raceway with a 56 Thunderbird. RPM's coming up. Ran a 577 in qualifying. Hangs in. Straight down the track. pops the chutes for a 589, 208 miles an hour. Backing out of it, saving the motor for next round of eliminations that will happen tomorrow. But now we go into the Nostalgia Funny Car. They've already pulled up to the water box. This is their first round of eliminations, and we'll get Donnie Couch and Mike English in here to tell you all about that excitement.
Donnie Couch, how about round number 1 of Nitro Funny Car with Chris Davis, the old school Nitro Plymouth Arrow out of that number 13 qualifying spot. Jerry Esposito, 566-1, 256, sitting number 4.
Well, we're not wasting any time. They've started the cars. They're rolling into the burnout box, and you fans are in for a real treat here. First round of funny car action. Wow, look, nice burnouts. Track conditions are perfect. The weather's cooled off. Going to make a lot of horsepower with these nitro motors, Mike English.
Had to turn the microphone on there. Got a little complicated. I got the directions out. Yes, it is, Donnie. It's going to be very interesting to watch because the conditions we did not think were going to run this late, but due to minor delays in the program there and getting it all done and moving our way to round number 1 of Nitro Funny Car to narrow it down to a 8-car field for tomorrow, day number 3 of the NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion.
And what a pair to start off with. And of course, Chris Davis from Spokane, Washington. That beautiful 77 Arrow. It's like period correct, metal flake body on it. Old school Nitro.
Old school Nitro. Back-to-back 599s. Now, let's be honest, Donnie. Chris Davis is not going to run with that Atlas Testing Laboratories car, Jerry Esposito.
No, that's Jason Rupert tuned car.
Along with Brad Littlefield standing there. But if that Camaro far side makes a mistake, he might just be there for the taking.
Well, we're glad to have Chris Davis down here from Spokane, Washington, and he's part of the show.
Pre-staged. Chris Davis in the RPM coming up on that clutch car over there. And a big-time move for Jerry Esposito down there, trucking down that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Wow. 574, 253 miles an hour. Jerry was 255.5 to the 330, 379.4, $198 to half track, and was long gone.
Nice pass, 574. Temperatures have cooled off. Like I say, they're making a lot of horsepower out there. He didn't overpower the track, and I didn't hear the clutch come up.
No, it did not. And Chris Davis, of course, ran it to half track down there, seeing if he'd made a mistake, and clicks it off at 629, 171. And the team going to be making that tow back up to Spokane with that just one of my favorite cars, the old school Nitro Plymouth Arrow. It's the next pair already up. It's going to be James Day and Billy Morris. And this is a pretty interesting matchup. Billy Morris, career best run at 563.5 in the problem child. And James Day got it in pretty much on a one-shot qualifying. He pedaled it out there, got back in it, slipped into that number 14 spot at 6'10", 240 with a car that's way capable of going quicker than that.
Yeah, they got Johnny West over there as the crew chief, and runs big show cars. He's got a fuel altered, and he's very capable of getting these nostalgia funny cars running. So it's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yes, it is. Another one that's going to be fun to watch. A guy that didn't do so well in qualifying over there far side for Jim Broom and crew chief Johnny West, and a guy who has had career best numbers over here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane for Eddie Knox and his dad Rick Morris and that entire team.
James Day a little late starting out on his burnout, so he'll have to rush back and not delay the problem child.
Well, that is a very veteran driver, that Speed Sport Omni, and he knows that he was a little bit tardy and he'll get back there. Over there talking to him in the pits there, and unfortunately his wife Eiley and the Killer Crowler 7.0 Pro car had brake problems It did not get to run first round.
No, they couldn't find the parts needed to fix that car. So hopefully James said he can go some rounds and keep Eileen busy over there helping pack the parachute.
Oh, she does a whole lot more than that.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, I know. So your number 3 qualifier over here on the right side, that three-way Chevrolet lane, that's your number 14 qualifier.
It's going to be a hard matchup because that problem child car owned by Eddie Knox, tuned by Eddie Knox, they've been putting up some numbers all weekend. And that
Quicker and quicker. Go down there. Billy Morris, best run, career best, 5:61.5, 250 miles an hour. Billy Morris into the twilight zone, 2:49.2 to the 3:30, 3:70, 2:03 to half track. James Day was better in reaction time. James Day was 2:58, 3:30, and that problem child was reeling him in.
Wow. And James Day, of course, looked like he banged the blower at the top end. Saw some flash of fire. And
that's a Kabawi.
A Kabawi.
Yeah.
But what a comeback for the James Day team.
Eddie Knox is down there holding his chest like, man, my heart quit there.
Yeah.
But just what a way, man. Billy Morris is just 5:61.5 in a career best run there, and he needed every bit of that run to run that James Day down.
Yeah, and good comeback for James Day. They hadn't put up good numbers all weekend.
No, they hadn't. James is down there. I can tell you, I know him very well, and he had that pedal down there. Come on, finish line. Come on, finish line.
Well, he was ready. He treated him and was trucking pretty good the first half of the course. And seemed to lay over a little at the top end, and then the big Kabawi. So,
Safety Safarian's down there with James. A little bit of fire, as you all saw there, and wanted to make sure that James is out of the car and okay. And well, I'm not sure. There may not be anything on the track because it may have burned away.
it looked like just they banged the blower and there was a quick flash of fire and that was it. I don't see too many trucks rolling down there.
Well, that's probably a pretty good thing.
Yeah, they're inspecting the track and then double check, and we'll be right back into funny car action.
What'd you say, Eric? Eric? So the word is down there, Donnie, there is a little bit of stuff down there, so we're going to have a little bit of a cleanup here. Be just a second. This, man, what a way to start off round number one. Holy cow.
Got my blood pumping. That was a good side-by-side race.
Yes, it was. Of course, we're looking down there, and the Safety Safarians doing their work down there. Take a look at the starting line here. It is NHRA Heritage Series debut in from Texas. Terry Haddock in the Fool's Errand Vega. Qualified in that 16th spot, got into the last session, taking on the four-time national champion, Bobby Cottrell and Bucky Austin, Mike Jeanette O'Brien's Bardall Camaro.
That Fool's Errand, Terry Haddock, that's a good, I like those Vega bodies. You don't see too many of them anymore, and it's just a good-looking car.
And the interesting part is, you say you like the Vega bodies. Back in the 70s when that car came out, they were very popular.
Everybody had a Vega body.
And
Don
the other,
Schumacher. And Mike Burkhart.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of them. And you take a look over in the other lane, Bobby Cottrell for Bucky and Mike and Jeanette. The 69 Camaro body was not popular.
No, it sure is now.
Yeah, the body to have.
Yeah,
that's what they say about me. The body to have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they say that a lot.
Said no one.
He said no one.
Yeah,
exactly.
Of course, Bobby and Bucky and Mike and the whole bunch over there. Big Ken, 577, 560 with the 9, and then 5603 in session number 3 to stay number 1.
Just great performance out of that team. Of course, that's what we expect out of them all the time, is a top team, and got a lot of resources in the trailer. And Bucky Austin having a lot of fun tuning that car.
Yes, he is. And, of course, Terry Haddock over here, part of the NHRA Camping World Series. He runs the funny car, and he has different people running the Top Fuel dragster. And he's only got 2 passes on this car, so a brand-new combination. But a guy that is, shall we say, crafty.
Yeah, he does a good job out there for the amount of money that he has. To field 2 cars is pretty expensive.
And now he brings out a nostalgia car.
Exactly. And to the biggest race of the year, gets in the show, and hopefully he'll go some rounds. But he's got his work cut out for him with that Bardall car.
Everybody over in the far lane there, the three-way Chevrolet lane, looked at you and said, "Really?"
Yeah, and those are my buddies. And
Yeah,
they're like
they were your buddies.
They said I'm number one or something. Raised their finger.
So two very different combinations. It's going to be kind of fun to watch. Alan Johnson power for Terry Haddock, and of course, Brad Anderson parts and pieces over there for the four-time champ and their driver Bobby Cottrell.
Speaking of Brad Anderson, I saw Randy Anderson walking around the staging lanes. He's,
Yes, I did.
Tuning a Pro Mod car and alcohol BAE motor, and great to see Randy out here.
Guy that had a lot of success as a driver himself, and then, of course, the family operation there, Brad Anderson Enterprises.
Yeah, Randy does a lot of fuel systems for all these alcohol cars, and one of the guys to have. I don't see too much equipment down there. Must be a quick cleanup down there.
Outstanding news. Saturday night, Formosa Drag Strip. The NHRA California Hot Rod Reunion, round number 1 of Funny Car.
Well, looks like we're getting the signal to fire up, or are they moving?
Oh, they got to move.
Oh, they got the tractor coming out.
Jim Black going to run the Kubota down there and just put a little drag down there, and it'll be one of those, we'll be done, ready to go.
How'd that go again? Oh, okay.
That's track cleanup talking in the announcer's booth.
Okay, I don't know that.
John Bowser just kind of like, he just, So, Donnie, being the crew chief that you are, the sun going down, the cloud cover changing the track temperature and the ambient temperature tremendously, that kind of, for a crew chief, that kind of throws them a big-time curve?
Well, when it cools down like this, motors make more power on nitro, and, you don't want to go out there and overpower the track. They add a lot of power to those motors in these cooler temperatures, so, they got some thinking to do here, but you don't have much time. It's take a couple minutes to clean this up. And
being I know absolutely nothing about tuning one of these cars, would you drop the percentage of nitro? Would you change the timing, or would you change the clutch?
You might want to take some weight off the clutch. Is the easiest thing to do. To change the nitro, you'd have to empty the tank and stuff. That's something they can't do in line, but that would be one option to change the nitro. But in the conditions they're at, they have no way to drain it out of the tank and have a mixture ready, because it takes a while to mix that fuel.
Very good stuff. I know we were over in the Drew Austin pit area. They're talking to Grandpa Walt, who's celebrating his birthday today. Very, very cool. The guy's been part of championship drag racing for 60 years or longer, it seems like. And it's, of course, Drew's dad, Pat, on his back doing the bottom end on the motor. And Drew was over there mixing the nitro with a very cool little gun-like hydrometer.
Yeah, electronic checker.
Yeah.
So great family over there, and a lot of talent. They'll be one to be reckoned with. It's their first national event with that funny car, and it's got a Ford motor in it. And, they're going to have to watch out for that guy.
Always do. Just a great, great young driver. So pretty much the track cleared down at the top end, other than the Kubota tractor, who's putting down the layer of rubber.
Well, we must be getting close, Mike. I see the starters are hooked back up to the cars, and the workers are putting some more water down in the burnout box. And oh, it looks like the track Kubota might be pulling off down there. So
Gates open up. That's a good sign. So Terry Haddock, in his debut out of that number 16 qualifying spot in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, fool's errand. In the three-way Chevrolet lane, your 4-time national champion, Bobby Cottrell, for Bucky and Mike, Jeanette, and that entire Bardall crew.
yeah, she's down there.
Here comes Terry Haddock. Here comes Bobby Cottrell. Now, Don Wiener will walk over to that Bardall car and make an adjustment on the ejectors. They do every run a little bit different than what the other teams do. Is Heidi Austin will walk out in front of the car there, bring Bobby back, and Don always goes down there to, in case the injector hangs.
Well, most of the time the injector will hang open a little bit and add RPM to the motor. He does that to make sure that the blades are all the way down and it's easier to get it in and out of reverse. So if it's a high RPM and it sticks a little, they're not going to get it in reverse. So you'll see teams trying to push it back and rock the car.
So Heidi says right there, Mike O'Brien will walk up over here and take that throttle stop off on the right side of that car. And the Buckaroo will bring his driver in. Terry Haddock, a guy who, like Bobby, builds them, tunes them, drives them, brings them to the races and everything else. Pre-stages here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, waiting on that 4-time national champion, Bobby Cottrell. RPM start to come up. Here we go. All that Bardall car trucking down there. Bobby, watch the scoreboard. 563, 242 miles an hour. He was out of the throttle. 253 to the 330 for Bobby. 373, 206 to half track. Terry Haddock gave it a shot, and then 409, 183 in the Fool's Errand. In its debut, goes out at 618, 234. But Bobby's speed was down about 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, they were off a little. I don't know if they might have backed it down because of the weather conditions are cooling off and anticipating more, making more power. But hats off to that Terry Haddock team because they've run better and better every run. It's their first event with the car, and that's pretty commendable.
Absolutely. Just a great job in the debut, and I hope to see him part of the Heritage Series next year.
Yes.
Which, don't forget, Heritage Series next year. Folks, we need you all get together again in March, first weekend of March 2022. The Good Vibrations Motorsports March meet.
Yep. Can't wait for that.
Not at all. So former national champion and newly crowned top fuel champion, Dan Horan. The Budweiser CP Carrillo lane for Infinity Plumbing and Barry Speed Shop and a whole group of sponsors. And Don Knobloch, the team out of Washington, the Atomic Punk. Nice burnout.
Yeah.
Dan Horan ain't going to be outdone on the burnout.
The Atomic Punk, of course, they have Jeff Deal over there and his wife helping out.
The surfer.
Yeah,
Yep.
the surfer.
Jeff, the tall guy standing out on the starting line there, who's been helping Don on those cars since it debuted. Qualified in that 15th spot with a 651.3. Dan Horan, 566 and 561.4 for the number 2 spot. And qualifying with that Pete Kaiser tune-up. Pete standing out on the starting line there, talked to his wife Laura for a few minutes and just very calm. Of course, you see Ryan Horan standing down there, who's going to be making his Nitro debut next year.
In one of these cars, the dragster or that funny car we're seeing on the starting line.
Whatever Dad decides.
Yeah. I'm looking for this car to lay down a number with Pete Kaiser tuning this thing.
Well, you know that Atomic Punk over there, Jeff Deal has started to find the way on that car. You see him lead over the ejector there. Dan Horan rolls up an adjustment on the wheelie bar, which is really part of the tuning on these cars, even as much as...
It's very critical to the tune-up.
Up to the drivers. They are pre-staged. Going to be fun to watch. Whoa, Horan had to pedal it there. Knobloch did too, down there top end. 596, 251, Dan Horan. Takes out a 620, 199 for Don Knobloch. Wow.
I thought that was going to be an upset.
Yeah, Dan Horan was only 270 to the 330. 4 flat, 193, and continues on down there. But Don made a great effort there, that Atomic Punk. Sorry, but 596, 251, and I'm a little stunned.
Yeah, that was there for the pickings right there for Don, but he was having some trouble way down there and got out of the throttle early, and of course Dan Horan chased him down and got the victory.
It was, well, and that gives kudos to Dan Horan. A great job there of pedaling that car. Let it calm down, get the tires hooked back up again, and then get your foot back in it.
Exactly. He's pretty smart driver and got a lot of laps in that car, so he felt it shaking a little and did what he had to do to get the victory.
Justin Taylor, evil, wicked, mean, and nasty for Dad Dennis and the team, and in the house this weekend with the Taylor team standing down here with that black cowboy hat, Hall of Fame starter Larry Sutton, man. Just so good to have Larry back out at the track here out of that number 12 qualifying spot for Justin at 579, taking on the capital punishment, Tony Girardo and the team out of Pleasanton, the Capital Glass Company up there. Tony, a glass contractor, puts windows in really big buildings.
Yes, sir. He
Tony,
wanted to sell this car. He's been talking about selling this Nostalgia Funny car, but now that they're going rounds and running good, he says, I got to think about it.
Dennis Taylor lowers the body down around his kid. Jason Bunker for Tony Girardo. Now, Terry Morrow normally does the tuning chores along with Dennis Taylor on that evil, wicked, mean, and nasty car. And Terry got in an unfortunate motorcycle accident and broke his leg. And he's home listening on dragracer.tv and wishing Terry all the best. But John Wirtz has come on board for this race to help out. That's some pretty good talent.
Well, John and Terry Morrow have been working together on this car on the tune-up.
Right.
So Terry Morrow is not leaving the team. He's still an integral part of the team and will be back.
Qualified number 5, far side is Tony Girardo at 567.4. Number 12, Justin Taylor at 579.6. Justin shutting off early, both runs, 235 miles an hour. I'd love to see Larry Sutton get between the two lanes one more time.
Yeah, hit that starter button.
Three stages, Justin Taylor waiting on Tony Girardo.
Tony's in.
RPM start coming up. Wow, that's pretty good down there. Tony Girardo top end, 563 again. 258 miles an hour. Justin, 579.4. Justin was better off the starting line. Justin was better at 60-foot time. Justin was better at 3:30. Justin better at half track. By the time we got to the 1,000-foot mark, that capital punishment car had punished that evil, wicked, mean, and nasty. Justin Taylor, 251 to 3:30. Tony Gerardo, 256. They were at half track. Tony was 375, 208. I believe Justin started spinning the tire. He went 374, but only 196. So Tony to round number 2 at 563.8, and he will pick his lane over Jerry Espeseth tomorrow in round number 2 as the next pair fired up, Jeff Moniz and Drew Austin. Wow.
Good matchup here.
Big time matchup.
Jeff Moniz having his best weekend ever. And
568.1.
The Pro Max car with Drew Austin. First time they came out and brought this car to a national event. And,
yes.
They're making some good strides. Of course, in that orange Camaro over there, they've got a Ford motor in that thing.
Yes, they do.
A very unique motor that's developed by Walt Austin and Pat Austin. And look for this thing for some good passes. And once they get it figured out.
577 for the number 11 spot is Drew Austin. 568.1. Career best numbers for Jeff Moniz for that number 6 spot. And of course, Grandpa Walt Austin standing behind his grandson down there. Well, Drew's dad, Pat, walks out in front of the car, and happy birthday to Walt Alston.
Yes, sir.
Jeff Moniz, his father-in-law, Keith Clark, having his 75th birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's a birthday weekend for these two teams.
Yes, it is. Party in the pits, I'm thinking.
Yep. Well, there'll be a party whoever gets by this first round, because this is a tough matchup here.
Well, I think Jeff Moniz would be very happy with another 568. Drew Austin, Dad Pat, Grandpa Walt, picking it up every single run, getting a little bit quicker.
Well, they only got the one motor, so they've been being very careful with that tune-up, and it's making progress.
Pre-stage is Jeff Moniz, the quarter pounder. Drew Austin comes up in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Jeff Moniz is in, Drew Austin's in, and here we go. Wow! Drew Austin is going to go to round number 2 down there, the top end. 572, 253. They are starting to find their way with that Pro Max car. 572, 253 for Drew, 572.0, and he will race Billy Morris next round and will pick his lane, or Billy Morris will pick his lane with that 561.5. Jeff made the move off that starting line, struck the tires instantly, coasted to it 1674 at 63 miles an hour. And round number 1 of Nitro Funny Car has been very, very interesting as Corey Lee and Ryan Kono in the next pair. Corey, 568.4 to qualify in that number 7 spot. And Ryan Kono, 571.9 in the number 10 spot.
Pretty evenly matched pair here, and of course Ryan Kono, the Kazanjian Lemon and Kono, beautiful Mustang body. He'll be in the right lane, the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane.
Three-way Chevrolet lane, Corey Lee. Gary Turner's Peddler.
As the sun goes down and those header flames grow, we're getting entertained by the first round of Funny Car and enjoying it. Right, doesn't get any better.
Qualifying
than this.
session number 3 for Top Fuel Eliminator, followed by qualifying session number 2 at Double A Fuel Altered.
Wow!
And don't forget the Twilight Memorial out on the stage there with your host Bob Fry, and then the Cacklefest. Going to parade the cars down the track, turn them around down there, and push start them down the return road here at Famoso Drag Strip. at the California Hot Rod Reunion. Tom Lemon making adjustments on that Ryan Kono-driven Mustang. Gary Turner for Corey Lee. Winner gets Dan Horan tomorrow in round number 2.
Both restage.
Ryan's in, Corey's in. Wow, that Gary Turner car, I believe Corey Lee pedaled it down there, goes 5.70, 258. Corey Lee made the move off the starting line, and from then down, he was better every single run. 258 to the 330, 379, 203, 5705, and he will pick his lane over Dan Horan. Ryan, a great effort there. And goes 384, 205, 260 to the 330, 578, 9, 252. And a great effort for Ryan Kono as the final pair. Round number 1 of Funny Car. Kamaka Pocock, the Legends of Nitro. Funny Car Rookie of the Year. Thanks to Stith Printing for sponsoring that. And Matt Melendez, the Cacklin Critter. Challenger body funny car for the general contractor from Northern California. Number 9 qualifier far side, number 8 qualifier over here. Kamaka coming up here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo Lane. Don Nelson's California Hustler. And Matt Melendez, the Cacklin Critter. And I got to tell you, Kamaka has done a great job, and Tony Foti gets a lot of credit.
Yeah.
Recommended Kamaka to Don Nelson has just, done a spectacular job. And, Tony knows how to pick them.
That motor sounds pretty good in that California Hustler.
Yes, it does.
It's thumping pretty good.
Of course, Matt Melendez, a rock solid, low 570, high 560 car. Kamaka career best 568.4 and qualified. The winner of this pair, round 2 tomorrow, Bobby Cottrell will be waiting for you. Both drivers will roll right in and light that first light. They are set to go. Kamaka with the move off that starting line. What a great way to close out Funny Car. 572.9, 240 for Matt Melendez. 576.5, 230 Kamaka Pocock. They were separated by 6 thousandths of a second at the finish line in Nitro Funny Car, and Matt Melendez will pair up with Bobby Cottrell, and Bobby will have lane choice in round number 2 tomorrow in Nitro Funny Car here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. What a nice round of applause for all the Funny Car teams, man. That was just a spectacular first round.
Great side-by-side racing and no downtime, and just watching those header flames as the sun went down. And now we got Top Fuel Dragster coming up.
And we got to give kudos to Matt Melendez. He was 250 flat to the 330.
That's trucking.
Yeah, that tells you, gets through that shake zone and goes. Qualifying session number 3 in Top Fuel Eliminator. Dusty Green and Dan Horan. Far side 3-way Chevrolet lane. That is your newly crowned national champion, Dan Horan, the only one in the NHRA Heritage Series to win a championship in both Nitro classes.
Yeah, he's done a great job over there. And Pete kind Kaiser doing a great job.
Yes,
Can't
he is.
say enough about his work.
Absolutely. Dusty Green rolls up in the Neal and Parks car. Dan Horan qualified number 1 at 5.610. Dusty Green in the number 9 spot, not part of that 8-car field, has gone 6:45 and 6:45. 6:35.1 is the bump spot now, occupied by Tyler Hester in that overtime special.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Interesting note, Horan, who's sitting in number 1, comes right out here and says, I want to be in the first pair.
Yeah, well, they don't care about that. Kaiser, he was asked the other day about the funny card. What pair do you want to be? Because they have a choice when they
Right.
qualify number 1. And he goes, I'll go number 1. Same thing with the dragster.
Well,
But we know the track's good.
Yeah.
Right?
And that is kudos to that team over there in the far side, that they believe in their combination. This car will go A to B under any conditions.
Right. Well, most guys that have a choice want to go at the back of the field, Mike, to see how the lanes are and see maybe they can make some adjustments. But when you're here at Formosa Drag Strip, both lanes are equal and they're in top shape every run.
So Dusty Green will come up here in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Dan Horan, far side that 3-way Chevrolet lane. To set the 8-car field for round number 1 tomorrow in Top Fuel Eliminator.
Here we go.
Wow, Horan had the pedal and Dusty trying to get in the field shuts it off. 6:49. He is not going to be part of that 8-car field. So now we are going to race for position. Dan Horan was 9:19 at 92 miles an hour. Dusty was 6:49 at 176. And Dusty, unfortunately, is not going to dance on Sunday. So from here on out, the rest of the cars that run this session will be racing for position, which actually you want to be in the quick 4, so you pick your lane tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah, another pair getting ready. They're plugging in the starters.
Tyler Hester, the overtime special, the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane, and Jim Murphy. Murphy sitting number 6 in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Tyler, who just saw the only guy who could bump him out, not get in the field. They've gone 6:35.1. They're sitting in the number 8 spot, and I know that overtime special team with Daryl Tedford and Rick McGee want a whole lot more.
Yeah,
Jim
exactly.
Murphy, former national champion, 6:25.4 is not the numbers they were looking for out of that WW2 team car far side.
No, they've been struggling this weekend, but in the past couple events, that car had stepped up and done good. So it's just easy to lose your combo, or you're trying different parts, trying to make them work. You never know what the story is with these guys. That they'll change whatever they need to win a round.
Well, Donnie, don't you kind of have to change things to keep up with the other cars?
All the time. You know, you're never satisfied with the performance, and you're always trying to make it better. And, you got these guys breathing down your neck.
So Jim Murphy over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Tyler Hester, Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. If you want to get into the top half of the field, right now you need to run 6:02.3 or better to pick your lane round 1 tomorrow in Top Fuel Eliminator. Up to the drivers. Hear him come up on the high side. The motor changes its tone. That starting line, Jim Murphy. Whoa, that baby made a move, lift off that throttle. 626.6, 164 Jim Murphy. 621.6, 181 Tyler Hester. Well, both of them are going to stay. Tyler actually jumps over Jim Murphy up to the number 6 spot. Murphy back to number 7 spot. Brendan Murray right now sitting in the number 8 spot. And Brendan Murray is coming up in the next pair along with Adam Sorokin, the Champion Speed Shop Special.
Slick full-body dragster with a windshield in that car, and Bobby McLennan tuning that small block Chevrolet to the winner's circle every time he runs. Number 2 in the points, I believe, still.
Number 2 in the points behind national champion Dan Horan, who clinched the title in Tulsa.
If you ain't first, you're last.
So Brendan Farside with one of those late model motors, the 426 Hemi, and the small block Chevrolet for the Champion Speed Shop team. So a check of the track down there at the top end. A bit of smoke coming out of the cars there. Maybe just sacrificed a couple pistons.
Yep, top end is clear, Mike. And
great news.
We're going to be into top fuel action here. Great pair. Jim, well, we got Adam Sorokin in Champion Speed Shop, and he's in the Budweiser CP Carrillo lane. Brendan Murray is going to be in the three-way Chevrolet lane, the left side, and full-bodied, beautiful car, too. Both these cars look very nice. And
yes, absolutely. Period correct is that Brendan Murray car. Now, Adam Sorokin has been 973 in a Smoky and then 582 session number 2 noontime today. Brendan Murray spun the tires at 743 yesterday and then 630 session number 2 noontime today.
It's going to be a pretty good matchup here right now.
Adam Sid number 3. Brendan number 8. Racing for position. Man, that small block Chevrolet for the Champion Speed Shop. The burnout there sounds mighty stout, Donnie Couch.
Well, temperatures cool off. These nitro cars come to life. Of course, the small block Chevrolet and the Champion Speed Shop car. Brendan Murray, as you said, late model Hemi.
As they call that Champion Speed Shop car, the mouse motor on steroids.
Yeah. Beautiful car, and usually has the performance to get the job done.
A very, very talented team put together there, and a pretty darn good driver, too.
Oh, yeah. Adam Sorokin, one of the best out there.
RPM just came up big time on Adam Sorokin's car.
I seen that. I heard it. Here we go. He's trying to bump it in.
Oh, we got a doinker there. Adam left like a rocket ship, and then Matt Baby went to the left and doinked that 330 cone there. And then Brendan Murray moved over, and I was like, hang on there, boys. We're going to start rubbing fenders.
I thought it was a fuel alterage running.
Yeah. 744 for Brendan Murray, 917 for Adam Sorokin. And, well, Adam's run crossing the center line there will not count. Not that I don't think it made any difference there, but
Yeah, it really didn't change anything.
so Adam right now will start out of that number 3 spot, and Brendan will start out of that number 8 spot, as he is unfortunately wasn't able to move up on the qualifying ladder. So, of course, they have the safety safari has to scoot down there and replace one of the 330 orange cone there. Take just a second. Little bit of glue, little bit of adjustment. We'll be ready to rock and roll with Tyler Hilton.
Hey, Mike, you remember a couple summers ago when they ran over so many cones, we ran out of them?
42. Remember
42 cones, yeah.
Had to call Jeff Foster at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and hey, you got any cones? He says, yeah. And he says, start driving to Bakersfield. And Jeff, being the good guy that he did, loaded up his truck with a bunch of cones and come on down.
That was a Saturday night nitro, and pretty wild runs we saw that night.
Those poor cones had no chance.
No.
So that was just a single. Tyler Hilton coming up here. He had a grand slam earlier. Got 4 of them.
Well, they've been having trouble with that car lifting the front end. They've adjusted the front wing and added some weight to the front, try to keep it down so we can steer it. Car making a lot of power and arcing that front end up, and tires in the front aren't hitting the ground. He can't steer it.
Well, Grandma Allison Lee down there, her tune-up on that car.
She'll get these boys straightened out.
If they don't, it's going to be a long ride back to Ohio because they ain't never going to forget it.
If she lets them go back to Ohio.
Of course, husband Jim back home, listening on dragracer.tv, watching the show. Just a great, great family, and just the history of the Great Expectations car back into the 60s.
Unbelievable.
Word is the cone is good at 330.
Well, we ought to be getting right back into action. And the last, well, we got some more top fuel cars back here. This looks like a single, and then we got another pair behind that, Mike.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
So as we get the signal to fire Tyler Hilton and the Great Expectations Top Fuel Dragster, we'll hear that car come to life.
Big block Chevrolet on nitro.
Doesn't get any better, Mike English.
Well, a very good car that has just had a lot of success here. It promotes the drag strip.
Just got a message from Ron Capps, the Napa funny car driver. He's on watching the show and complimenting Pat and Walt Austin. They keep getting quicker and quicker, he said. We miss you, Ron Capps. That Chevy sounds pretty good, Mike.
So Tyler's sit number 4 at 6024 with a car that is just very capable of running a whole lot quicker than that. But like you said, Donnie, it's been hiking the front end down track.
Yeah.
And he's had to pedal it because he can't steer it.
Yeah, well, they put more wing, put the wing at a greater angle for more downforce, and they added some weight on the front axle. So we're going to see what happens with this car. Of course, they're making a lot more power. They put a different camshaft in it this morning and changed the power curve a little bit.
It'll be fun to watch here. And then we've got a very special race coming up after this, the final pair for some big money in memory of a very good friend of ours. So we'll talk about it in a second here. But right now, let's see what Tyler does. Bobby Hilton, his dad, take a look at it. His grandmother standing over there watching the car.
Bobby Hilton making the final adjustments. Tyler, bump it in. He's pre-staged.
In and set, here we go. Oh, that's a whole lot better than it was earlier today. How about 588, 219 miles? But all of a sudden, we got another player in top fuel eliminator, and Allison Lee down there giving high fives to everybody. Bars a couple years back, Tom Shelar, who was the owner, operator, and boss of that high-speed motorsports team, and Jimmy Young put this together. A lot of sponsors got involved. 12 sessions, and the two quickest cars on average will run for almost $12,000. It's going to be Brett Williamson over here for Mike Fuller and Frank McBee Jr. in memory of our good friend Tom Shelar, who did so much.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
he had that. We all got together with a great memorial for him, and now Jimmy Young has put this memorial together for Tom Shelar, and Jimmy, just a great effort and appreciate that. And so this final pair, this is.
I'd like to thank Custom Floaters, too. They're the ones that put up the money.
Yes,
and,
they did.
You know, Tom Shelar not only was a great champion and Mindy Fry drove the car, but Tom Shelar helped a lot of other racers.
A lot of other teams
improve their performance.
Yes, he wanted everybody to go
Right.
fast. So the final round for $12,000 in the Tom Shelar Memorial Drag Race here with Brett Williamson and Frank McBee Jr. A race within a race, because this is also their final qualifying spot.
Right.
But there's a lot of money on the line right
That
now.
is a lot of money.
Yes, it is. Brett Williams, number 2 qualifier for tomorrow's race at 575.6. Frank McBee Jr., your number 5 qualifier, but that could change with this run here. Now, you put $12,000 up. These
Anything
guys aren't.
can
No,
happen.
these guys are not going to lift. That thing may be up against the wall, but man, hey, $12,000 can fix a lot of parts.
Exactly. And the prestige of winning the Tom Shelar race.
Yeah, and I got to thank Brian Hall, who's not racing this weekend, but I appreciate you giving me that information, and Jimmy Young for a great effort to go out and get Custom Floaters to sponsor this deal and just do so much, and a great effort there. But right now, it's all about the boys out on the track there.
I got to say that Jimmy Young, he's doing a great job promoting this class. He's brought in new people in the Midwest, and he's really supporting this Top Fuel, Nostalgia Top Fuel field out here.
Got a great program Jimmy does, and just the efforts he does are fantastic. And to race for $12,000 in qualifying in memory of our friend Tom Shelar is pretty spectacular. So this will wrap up Top Fuel qualifying session number 2. Wherever they end up, that's how we'll pair them up tomorrow. But right now, it's money time.
Well, right after this is Fuel Altered, so don't go away, folks.
Then the Honoree, the Memorial Twilight, the Cacklefest is going to be a fun Saturday night here.
Yes, it
for
is.
Most of Drag Strip. Pre-staged and staged. Frank McBee went in low with both lights. Here comes Brett Wilson. $12,000 How about that baby down there? Brett Williamson, Mike Fuller and the team. 579, 250 miles an hour. And how about high fives and a round of applause to Mike Fuller, Dave Yahara, and that entire team. Congratulations on winning the Tom Shelar Memorial Drag Race and $12,000. A great effort for the team of Frank McBee Jr. and Sr. and the whole bunch, 820 at 102. And they were right alongside to about half track. And Frank said, I know it's $12,000, but I got to lift. This car's getting out of shape. So congratulations to that Forever Young team. And just a great job there. And man, that's a lot of high fives and a lot of hugging and stuff. And just, man, $12,000.
Yeah. Guess who's buying dinner, right?
They get 2 cheeseburgers.
Wow. And all that excitement, and now we got more with the Fuel Altereds. The rat trap's on the line, and I can't see who's over there.
Pure hell with his son, Brian Hope. But right now, round of applause for that minivan there. $12,000 richer. Mike Fuller and the Forever Young team and their driver, Brett Williamson. And don't forget, the McBee team, the Valley Thunder, and that white Chevrolet truck there. A great effort in the Tom Shelar Memorial Drag Race. Oh, man. I'm out of breath, Donnie.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting.
You ain't kidding. AA Fuel Altered coming up now. A little father-son matchup with Ron Hope, the original Rat Trap, and his son Brian over there in Rick Skawasko's Pure Hell.
Oh, legendary car there. And Rich won't give up running this car, and he can barely walk. He's had his hips replaced, and you know, he's not going to give up running this car. This is his life.
Loves that car.
He's got the original car in the Long Beach Lions Museum.
Father right, son left. Ron Hope came up here and gave us a little information on the Fuel Altereds earlier today, and he was up here, John, on the PA, and Brian comes up here and goes, hey, Dad, don't forget, you're going to get to watch me run in round number 2 of AA Fuel Altered qualifying, and Dad says, no, you're going to watch me.
Well, Brian's already won the burnout contest between the two, and as they back up and crew puts them in their tire tracks, it's going to be pretty exciting, folks.
AA Fuel Altereds. Of course, Rich Kowalsko, as you said, Donnie standing down there with Scott Campbell and Rich's daughter Jill and the whole team out of Northern California, and their driver in from Tennessee. And Ron Hope. Couple of Bantams. Couple of early style Hemis.
Both cars pulling into the beams very carefully.
Remember in session number 1, that Rat Trap car headed toward the center line.
Pre-staged.
Father-son matchup, session number 2, Chevrolet Fuel Alter. Wow, watch that rat trap down there near the center line. Brian reels it back and goes 6.64, 216 miles an hour. Ron Hope started moving towards the center line again in the rat trap. Goes 10.22, 108. Brian into that number 5 spot. That's 664. Ron will stay in the number 9 spot.
Great race. Those fuel alters are exciting.
Love every minute of it. Is Randy Bradford and Don Pettinato. Don in from South Carolina. Late model Hemi. Randy Bradford in from Washington. The early style 392 Hemi. And of course, the rat poison far side for Don Pettinato. And Randy over here, the Bradford family fuel altered, a car that was just part of the Southern California history for fuel alters. Of course, his dad, the late Dexter Bradford, they had Bradford's crankshaft service on Garden Grove Boulevard in Orange County. You probably visited there a lot, I think, Donnie?
Well, yeah, I have, and it's good to see that car. It looks the same as it did early in the day.
Another one of those period-correct cars that are so
That's
cool.
what we love the most.
Yes.
So they both come to life here. Don Pettinato, he's in the left lane there, the three-way Chevrolet lane, doing his burnout. Bradford's making final adjustments, and they got to drop the body on that car and do his burnout quickly.
Randy Bradford, 6.25.8, 236 for the number 2 spot. Don Pettinato out of the throttle, 9.53. That rat poison, there he goes, starts backing up very slowly as Randy Bradford comes up. Love the 12-spoke Americans on the front of the Bradford's car.
Oh, he shortened up his burnout. It's not to take too much time for Dan over there, and it's very respectable.
Back from their burnouts.
Look at those header flames, Mike.
Wait till they whack the throttle.
Yeah, no kidding. They grow a couple feet.
The beauty of Saturday night under the lights here from most of the drag strip. You can watch the flame pattern down there if they lift it. I didn't lift. Yeah, you did. We saw the flames going.
Yeah.
No sneaking through there.
You get it crossed up, too.
Oh, dry hop.
Dry hop.
Yes.
We haven't seen that in the fuel alter.
Love it.
That ought to get Randy Bradford's attention.
He drives the fuel altered. They're not scared of nothing.
Yeah, we're going to find out right now.
Randy pre-stage waiting on Dan Pettinato. Woo! Strikes the tires, gets back in it. Randy's coasting. Don's whacking the throttle down there. Gets, wow.
Wow, he pulled it off.
906, 124 for Don Pettinato. Dan Pettinato, I'm sorry. 1126 coasting Randy Bradford. Randy sits number 2, and Dan is number 8. And woo! Man, did you see that Bradford's car get out there about 300-400 feet, and all of a sudden you heard the motor sing up and a little bit of smoke off the rear tires, and pedals it, gets back in it, then says, "Yep, we'll just shut her off. I'm already in the number 2 spot."
Yeah, why hurt any parts?
Sean Cowlin, the High Heaven car, in from Idaho, and Kyle Huff, 3rd-generation driver, Donnie. Of course, we said in session number 1, Grandpa Dave in the black cowboy hat there, and his dad Rick both wheeled the Nanook fuel altered. Legendary name in drag racing.
How would you feel about putting your kid in a fuel altered the first time he went down the track?
If it's Nanook, love it.
Right?
Yeah. I talked to Rick after session number 1. He was telling me, he said, we just didn't have enough clutch in the car. Went 717. Of course, Sean Callan went 658.9. So, going to be another fun pair.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out right now as both cars come to life here under the lights.
Of course, Nanook was legendary in Southern California. The High Heaven car. The Jackson brothers used to campaign that car and come down from Colorado and be part of the wars here for fuel-altered supremacy. Kyle Huff started wheeling that Nanook car when he was 17 years old. Sean Callan. Supercharged, nitro-burning, big block Chevrolet for the High Heaven car, the three-way Chevrolet lane. Brad Anderson power here in that Budweiser CP Gorilla lane, and Kyle Huff. Rick Huff leaned over that motor there, that Nanook car. Now walks up to the starting line to bring his son in. Sean Callan rolling up their far side. Hang on there. Wow. Hang on there, Kyle. That's fuel altered extraordinaire. Reels that baby off the wall. It coasted 1017. Sean Callan, he goes 1090, 69 miles an hour. But Kyle went to the center line, tried to pull it back, and that baby got up on two wheels briefly there, got over next to the wall. But the veteran driver that Kyle is lifted off that throttle, and they both just coast through the top end with 10-second runs. And that's fuel altered extraordinaire.
Great job of driving.
Yes, it was.
I thought that car was going to be in trouble, but very good driver and brought it back in his lane.
The last pair of AA fuel altered, Panic and Pure Heaven.
Yeah, Panic, they laid a number down, did a really good run earlier today. Of course, that's our favorite A&W root beer car there.
Absolutely. The root beer floats were absolutely delicious. 594, 8252 for Nick Van Horn. Jeff Bennett over there, far side, in from Henderson, Nevada, racing in memory of his legendary father-in-law, the late Leon Fitzgerald.
Burnout there by Nick Van Horn.
You know, his brother Sean drove this car quite a bit, and he decided, I'm going to tune on the car, and Nick's going to drive it. And Nick's taking it as fuel altered like a fish does to water. And wow, that Pure Heaven car never spun the tires.
Acted like it had a throttle stop on it. RPMs never came up. It never spun a tire. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
You know, you've seen that happen so many times. You go, oh, well, they're in trouble, and they go right on down through there.
Good. As long as the tire is dried up from going through the burnout box with that water, I don't think there's going to be a problem. You know, it's one of the best prepared tracks in the country.
Well, Blake and John and Mark Dawson supply the safety safari with the best equipment. Of course, Mike Bryce bringing the guys in from Division 7. And, of course, the staff here, one of the best in the biz. So a couple of Bantams. A&W root beers for everyone, I think. I don't know if that's an okay or not. And Jeff Bennett, going to be interesting to watch that Pure Heaven car. Watch and see what happens here. Whoa, hang on there, Sean Van Horn. Jeff Bennett, 669, 182. Nick Van Horn got over against the wall there. He stayed with that thing and goes 779. Finally lifted off the throttle about 800 foot down there. But Jeff Bennett, no burnout, 669, 182 to go to the number 6 spot is General Jerry Lee. The wheel standing 29 flatbed Ford truck. This is going to be fun to watch. We're going to get things set up for our Twilight Memorial. Hey, don't go anywhere. We've got the Cacklefest. We're going to parade the cars down the track here for you, introduce you to each and every one of the cars, and then they're going to push start in front of the grandstands. When it's done, come on down on the track and join us. You folks over on the far side there, walk around behind the starting line here. Come on out. The folks on pit side grandstands here, walk around behind the tower. Come on out and join us for a great time. As the General wheels up here. How about those fuel altereds, man? Great job there with Pure Heaven. I tested it earlier.
Doot. All the Cacklefest cars should be in the staging lanes. Ladies and gentlemen,
Don't go far, folks.
Cacklefest.
There's still a lot
Coming
to
up.
come here.
Oh, man, we're not done.
Next.
We're going to have an absolutely spectacular Saturday night. Dan Nagy back home there in Covina. You and wife Mary, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Join us at dragracer.tv. It's General Jerry Lee. So unfortunately, the General not going to be able to make a run there. As it sounded like it was starving for fuel, didn't it, Donnie?
Fuel or ignition, something going on.
I have no idea.
Just go to the bank and get that money.
Great job, my friend. Great job.
Yeah, Jimmy Young said we got to have pictures taken.
That would be. I'm not sure.
Right.
Bet you do. You mean you're not taking us all to dinner? So the General going to back off down there. We're getting a few things set here, and we're going to get the Cackle cars in the staging lanes there.
Well, the General gets to try again tomorrow. Oh, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you for being with us here today, and it's been a very interesting day of racing. We have two things left to do before we conclude day 2 of the California Hot Rod Reunion. One of them's a little somber, the other one's way cool. But for those of you that have been with us for any number of years, know that each year we come here, we like to recognize those of our racing community that have passed over the last 12 months, or in this case, since our last reunion here 2 years ago. So if you would, last night we honored our Grand Marshal, Ed Iskandarian, who turned 100 years old this year. What a great man he's been, and we wish he could have joined us last night, but he was feeling a little bit under the weather, but our best wishes with him. We also had all of our honorees who are here during the day today, celebrated for what they have done for the sport of drag racing and hot rodding in general. And we enjoyed having them with us last night and over the autograph session today. We have our cars lined up at Cacklefest, which will be the culmination of today's activities. But first, I would like to ask you if you all could bear with me. If you could all please stand and join me as I read the list of those who have passed over the year. I will tell you in advance, it will take just a couple of minutes, but I think it's well worth it for the time and the dedication that these people have made to the sport of hot rodding in general and drag racing in particular. I will also say this. I apologize in advance if we miss anybody that was near and dear to anybody that is here today. We've done our best to compile the list. If you had your souvenir program, in the back were the names that we were going to read for this Twilight Memorial. Since the book itself was sent to the printer, we have added 6 more names to that list. We do appreciate all that these people have done, and I thank you for bearing with me as we celebrate the life and times of Jim Agawa, John Andretti, and Austin, Charles Brent, Dick Perry Brockner, Sonny Bryant, Carol Bunny Burkett, Terry Caulfield, Gary Clapshaw, Andy Cohen, Ron Colson, Don Cook, Ken Crawford, Bob Crow, Donna Crowther, Bob DeLevo, Clinton L., Jack Ditmars, Norm Drazy, Don Edmonds, Jim Edmonds, Dickie Estevez, Don Ferrara, Larry Fisher, Leon Fitzgerald, Art Foster, Rocky Gambino, Ed Garlitz, Bruce Geisler, Woody Gilmore, Gary Red Greth, Barbara Hamilton, Doug Hampton, Jack Harris, Henry Harrison, Root Beer Frank Hedge, Bonus Hurd, Matt Hurd, Don the Beachcomber Johnson, Tommy Johnson Sr., Jack Jones, John Kimball, John King, Mike Cool, Jim Lang, Eric Lanny, Bo Laws, Bill Levitt, Don Lee, Al Marcy Marcellus, Richard Maskin, Orem A. Millar, Diamond Dave Miller, Craig Anderson, Spence Murray, Ronnie Noons, Dennis Overacker, Pete Palumbo, Fat Jack Robinson, Johnny Rocca, Carolyn Safford, Kyle Seipel, Bill Simpson, Mort Smith, Paul Stage, Jerry Steiner, Ronnie Swearingen, Bobby Tapia, Charlie Taylor, Doug Thorley, Bobby Unser, Dick Vermillion, Dave Vermillion, Johnny White, Kirk White, Monty Wilson, Darrell Woods, Darrell Zimmerman. Now just join me in a moment of silence for those and others in our drag racing community and in your families that were lost over the last year. May they all rest in peace. Amen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience with that. We appreciate it. We honor the memories of all those that have meant so much to our drag racing community. And now. All right, maybe not right now. A minute from now. We got the cars lined up in the staging lanes for the Cacklefest. For those of you that have been here before, you know the basic procedure. We'll push them down the racetrack, identify them to you the best we can. They'll then come back up Return Road and line up on the racetrack and finish day number 2 at the California Hot Rod Reunion. I want to take a moment to thank all of the teams that have taken the time, the effort, and the financial resources to get these cars here and be part of this great tradition that has been such an integral part of the California Hot Rod Reunion. The cars are beautiful, beautifully reconstructed, some original, some reconstructions, some a mix of both. But we certainly appreciate all the people, all the men and women, the families that have continued the great tradition that started at Bakersfield, of course, with the first fuel and gas meet in 1959. Those of you that come to this racetrack know there are very few more places of hallowed ground in the sport of drag racing than right here at this marvelous facility. The first race in 1959 was really a turning point in the sport of drag racing. There have been books written about that, more stories and articles about that first race than probably any other single race in the history of the sport of drag racing. Speaking of which, coming up next week in Las Vegas, Nevada, will be the 1,000th national event in NHRA's history. From 1955, they'll celebrate national event number 1,000 in Las Vegas. A lot of the cars you're going to see here coming up have been such a vital part in the sport of drag racing from the formative years. The dragsters that were so much a part of the Fuel and Gas Championships, the great races, from the Tony Waters to the Don Garlets, to all the great names that have gone down this racetrack in the history of the sport. We have a lot of them here lined up with us tonight, and I think you're going to enjoy as they push down the track. We got some legends, some Hall of Famers that are driving with the cars that'll be towing down the racetrack. We have some second and even third generation drivers as these families continue the great tradition that is Top Fuel here at Bakersfield. Thank you. But we do appreciate all you folks for coming out. We know there were a couple of little bumps and bruises along the way today with some of the race cars, and nobody feels worse about that than the guys with the cars who, A, have caused a little delay in the program and, of course, a little bump in their budget. But we appreciate you all for hanging around with us, and we're going to wrap this up here as we get set to go with the cars in the Cacklefest. So they're back there in the staging lanes, all getting lined up and ready to go. We got photos and honors and trophies and everything being given out back there in the staging lane area. Congratulations. And as I look back, most of the cars for the Cacklefest are lined up down there in the staging area. Don't forget again tomorrow, more great racing. Champions will be crowned. Our honorees will be around during the course of the day, and it's always nice just to walk around the pit area and see a little bit of drag racing history. Last night we probably had 24 or so members of the Drag Racing Hall of Fame who were with us at the reception. A lot of them will still be here walking around and enjoying this wonderful event just like you will. So we hope you've enjoyed today. Enjoy the Cacklefest tonight, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see you again here tomorrow. We'd just like to congratulate Brett Williamson, the Forever Young team back there, winning the Tom Shelar Memorial Race. That was the photo op that was going on back there. Tom's such a great supporter of the nostalgia drag racing craze, passed way too soon, and is still thought of with fond memory by all of those that were involved in the sport. And it was nice to have that Memorial Championship, and the final 2 cars went down there. We're contesting it, and congratulations to the Forever Young team and Brett Williamson, who's been another gentleman whose father was involved in the sport back in the early 60s, and Brett continuing on the fine tradition. Brett himself, one of the great naturally gifted drivers in the sport, having driven alcohol funny cars and nostalgia dragsters. Always a treat, and congratulations to them and that team for the win. That was what the photos were taking place back there at the head of the staging lane. So again, we appreciate your patience. We take care of a little cleanup work before we get underway with the cars. But it's going to be interesting to watch as the cars come out. Like I said, we have some of the drivers who are wheeling these cars who are members of the Drag Racing Hall of Fame. A lot of them who have been honorees here at the Hot Rod Reunion in the past. And I know they always mention how nice it is when they parade down the track and they get the nice response from you, the fans here. It means so much to them. And then they'll come back up in front for the photo op, firing up in front of the grandstands, and then finish up out there on the racetrack. So we know you'll have a lot of your personal favorites, but all of them are favorites with us because they've taken the time and the effort to come on out here and be part of the final night, or the final activities for this night here at the California Hot Rod Reunion. So they'll swing around here, they'll push down the track, get down to the end of the race course, and then fire them up on the return road. So it's always a great way to end the racing festivities here tonight. And they're just trying to make sure everybody's lined up in order back there in the staging lane. So we'll get ready to go here in just a minute. Well, I tell you, it's interesting when you run into people. I just told the gentleman here who's down here from Alaska, for goodness sakes, for the racetrack up there. Always nice to have you down here. Weather's probably a little nicer here than it is up in Alaska right now, but I can't tell that for sure. Dick Calavoda down here, one of our honorees, and his son Brady's with him. Brady, I got to ask you, what was last night like for you and your dad?
It was pretty special. I can answer on behalf of myself. I think he'd say the same thing. It was pretty special. It was great, a great opportunity for him to be here. A real honor. It's an honor for me. It's cool.
Dick Calavoda's with us, and I was really impressed last night, first of all, with your memory of all the other racing. Not only the fact that you've got a lot of your jackets and trophies that you had, and that was way cool, but the great family atmosphere that was here last night.
It was very cool. It was very, the drag racing crowd is a special fraternity and a special culture. Somebody mentioned it last night. A special group of people, and they hang together, and I love drag racers, and I love DeSoto's.
Yeah, we found that out last night. Loves the DeSoto's. But I saw you hanging out with Jack Beckman for a while down there yesterday. It's kind of nice for a guy from your generation to sit there and talk with Jack, who really loves the history of this sport.
Jack is one of the best, and he's one of the most knowledgeable in the history of the sport. He's another one of my heroes. In fact, I had Fast Jack sign a T-shirt of mine, and he signed it, "Fast Jack, I want to be like you." And I'm not sure to this day exactly what that means. So,
well, we're always trying to figure out a lot about what Jack Beckman means and everything like this. But how about that helmet that your son had last night? For those of you that weren't there, his son had a helmet painted with a lot of the history and pictures of your car running. I mean, it's a magnificent piece.
Absolutely. Let Brady tell you about it, 'cause he's the one that had it made special. But it's an awesome helmet. And Brady, tell him about it.
Well, I think you said it. It's an awesome helmet. No, it's a tribute helmet, Dad. It's a tribute helmet. It's like a scrapbook on a helmet, if you will, of all pictures of cars, time slips, pit passes, newspaper clippings on a hot rod helmet, and it's a tribute to my dad. So I felt like it was the thing to do, was to bring it last night.
And it's kind of cool. For those folks who may not be that familiar with your history, you were actually one of the very first to set the national record in top fuel. Ran out of the Nationals in Detroit in 1960, and just generally had a great career with some cars that were not only good looking but ran well.
Yeah, I was very fortunate, but I had good help I had my partner John Hamlin and Ed Norton, and without either of them, I would not be here.
Well, congratulations to you. It's great to have you with us, Dick Calavoda. Brady, always good to see you, brother. And we want to thank him for taking time out for being with us. So we're just getting our cars lined. We just said that, Mike. Mike, that's really nice. Mike English just came up and said to me, "Why don't you talk to Brady Calavoda, second-generation driver?" I said, "Mike, where you been for the last 10 minutes?" Good help is tough to get, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that Bob. Okay. Very cool. I'm wonderful, thank you. Do we have our cars? They're going to be up here in just a little bit. Got my longtime friend Dennis Taylor back here. Dennis, you told me your car is going to earn 579. You ran a 579.
Yeah, it's tough that we got beat, but you know my kid's doing a terrific job driving the car. You know he's never driven anything but a nitro funny car, and he has the honor tonight to push start and cackle the Roger Garten Fuel Altered. Was asked to do that, and I'm so proud of him for being able to do that. What a cool thing.
Isn't that neat? You've been such a great part of the history of racing out in this part of the country, and it's got to be cool for you to come to this event.
You know, it's always cool to come to this event. You know, I'd like to say that through the years of doing our business, we've got to know an awful lot of people, and a lot of the legends are my friends, you know, over the years, and it's just great to see people here. It's all about the people. It's not about the racing. It's definitely about the people.
I agree with that, and I love the name of your race car. Let's bring back a little history also.
Yeah, it was originally put together as a tribute for Harley Griffith, who had the original evil, wicked, mean, and nasty alcohol funny car in Southern California. And my son Justin and Harley worked together at Bob Brooks' AFT Clutches. So, you know, there's a lot of history weaving in a lot of that stuff. We didn't just put that name on it because, you know.
That's very cool. Business is good, you tell me, over there, your safety products company?
Yeah, everything's great at Taylor Motorsports Products. So, you know, we moved to Oregon a few years ago, and life's been great ever since.
Always a joy to see you. Congratulations. So nice to have Dennis Taylor. I thought his car was named after my prom date, but that's a whole other story for another day. Evil, mean, wicked, and nasty. All right, waiting for the first of the cars to come up. As you can imagine, it takes a little bit of technical maneuvering to get everybody ready back there in the staging lanes. So somebody's got this card here that's got to move. Oh, Don. What? Waiting for cars. They're waiting to move the cart until they send the cars. They're waiting to send the cars so they move the cart. So, all right, guys, you come on out. Bring them out up there in the fire-up area. All right. Appreciate your patience, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit like herding cats, trying to get everybody lined up back there, but we got a lot of cars. Some will be firing up as they go down the race course. Others will wait till they spin around onto the return road. All right, here we come. Our first one getting set to roll down the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. Classic front-engine race car, the Martin & Smith machine. Current driver is Scott Hannum out of the Division 5 High of Littleton, Colorado, hence the 515 number. 392 Henry, John Martin out of Blue Springs, Missouri, American Master wins, one of the last front-engine dragsters to qualify for the national event in 1974. The Mustang, current driver Mike, and current owner is Neil O'Kane. What a beautiful tow vehicle there. That's a Woody Gilmore chassis, 182-mile-per-hour race car. Beautiful machine. Give him a nice round of applause. The blue car, the Mustache Gang. One of the great innovators and drag racing Hall of Fame members, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Stuback. Current owner, the Peterson Automotive Museum down there in Los Angeles. Inducted into the Drag Racing Hall of Fame a couple of years ago, has done so much in the sport with his Lakewood chassis, creating safer racing products for a lot of the drivers that are participating here and that have for the last half a century. The great Hall of Fame gentleman, Joe Schuback. Gotta love the classic rail jobs. You take a look at these cars coming down, you wonder where they got the name the rail jobs. You look at these great front engine dragsters, very flexible chassis. The Southwind tribute car. Jay Carpenter, the team out of Fallbrook, California, heading on down the racetrack, and then coming right behind them, the Freeman and Sons Charger. Top Fuel dragster, currently driven by Danny Larson, owned by Danny and Jessica Larson. That is a Chevrolet-powered 350 cubic inch, one of the great chassis by another Hall of Fame member, Woody Gilmore. The relatively short wheelbase car around 190 miles an hour in 8.2 seconds. Marvelous machine heading down the racetrack. Coming up right now, another one. The Hall of Fame machines, the Waterman and Hampshire team car, pushing down right now. Ronnie Hampshire, part of that great brother team, also members of the Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Ronnie and Jeep Hampshire, the 219 mile per hour Chrysler, the tremendous machine from Sid Waterman and Ronnie Hampshire pushing down the racetrack. Gotta love the Plymouth Signet tow car that they got with it. Ladies and gentlemen, nice round of applause for the Waterman and Hampshire team car.
Right there. Sorry.
The classic, unique, very identifiable paint job on the legendary Bivens and Fisher Checkmate car. Hard to believe this car has been around since 1962. Julie and Jerry Bivens from Palm Desert, a race car specialties chassis, 392 Chrysler, 230 mile per hour machine. Original owner, the great Jerry Bivens, the Bivens and Fisher Checkmate car. You forgot your card. We're gonna have to send you home. So tell us about it.
I'm Don Gall.
Yeah.
Handle body, got a 3 Chrysler in it. It was originally a gas car, but you can't cackle it on gas, so.
Well, we'll let you cackle it this way. What a beautiful car. The Varmint, ladies and gentlemen, a beautiful machine. The full-bodied race car, all set to go on down the racetrack. But if you take a look at this race car, you see the evolution from the dragsters, the classic rail jobs, the beautiful full-body machines, the Varmint race car heading down the racetrack. We got a whole fleet of Soapy sales cars getting ready to head down the racetrack. Let me just stop them for just a second. Tell us quickly about the car.
1969 Woody Gilmore 200-inch car, 392, originally driven by Tommy Allen and Steve Carbone.
That's a lot of Hall of Famers driving this race car. Tommy the Watchdog Allen, Steve Carbone, the Hall of Famer. Ladies and gentlemen, you get a chance to take a look at one of the beautiful cars out of the Soapy Sales Larry Huff Racing Stable. And any car that was driven by Tommy Allen and or Steve Carbone, legendary names, Hall of Fame members, and the beautiful Larry Huff Soapy Sales car. And I got to tell you, the push vehicle's not too shabby either.
This is the next Soapy Sales car.
Well, that is Soapy Sales 2 going down the racetrack. Wow, is this Tommy Allen actually in this race car? Coming down? The Tommy Allen? Wow, how cool is this? You talk about some of the great race cars and race car drivers. We just mentioned the Watchdog, Tommy Allen, behind the wheel of the Soapy Sales car. What a magnificent automobile this is. This is the 1969 NHRA Top Fuel World Champion, and one of the great drivers of all time behind the wheel as they head down with that race car engineering chassis, a Tom Hanna body. Those are both Hall of Fame members. A 228 mile per hour car. Terry Allen, Steve Carbone, Larry Huff, all joined together for this race car. So come down in front of you, the second of two. Show your appreciation for the great Soapy Sales car and Tommy Allen.
This car right here.
Beautiful machine. Well, they're not all supercharged. They weren't all top fuel, but they all were magnificent machines. Bob Thomas and the 45 car, sponsored by Wayne King, the Peregrine. A Team out of Washington, another small block Chevrolet, fuel injected. The Bob Thomas entry.
Right there.
If you're sitting up there in the grandstand saying, wow, this looks like a lot of fun, I wish I had one of these cars, you can have this car. This car is up for sale. The beautiful Cross, Man, and King Junior Fuel Machine. Jerry King, another one from the great Northwest up there in Washington. Dick Calavota's stomping grounds. Chevrolet powered, 180-inch wheelbase, 200 mile per hour, national record holding machine with Jack Cross, Jerry Mann, and Jerry King. Cars for sale could be yours.
This car right here.
Well, apparently, nobody told these folks that green is not supposed to be a lucky color in auto racing. What a magnificent machine coming up right now. The Green Dragon, AA fuel machine. Another car from Renton, Washington. Take a look at the magnificent bodywork on this. Original driver Ron Rallstad, another one of the division. The AA fuel Alders have put on such a great show historically here at this racetrack, and none better than the Burkholder brothers. Take a look at the injector setup on this Fiat. Imagine yourself in a car with a wheelbase shorter than a junior dragster running 205 miles an hour. That's some ride. So Robert Reel, the current driver, the Burkholder brothers, Fiat 706, 205 miles per hour. The chassis by the owner and builder himself, the great Harry Burkholder. There's Justin Taylor. We talked with the proud dad earlier in the day, Mike Taco, and the Harper and Garton team machine. The chassis by Jim Kirby, a 23T. Chevrolet-powered machines. The Chevrolets seem to do very well in the fuel-altered category. We talked with Dennis Taylor earlier. His son was driving in the funny car category. Now gets the Cackle, one of the great legendary fuel-altereds of all time. Great to see another second-generation racer behind the wheel. Well, Nolan Pritchard is the current owner of this magnificent fuel-altered vintage 1967. The Beaver Hunter machine from Bell Gardens, California. Check this out. Original drivers, the legendary Henry Harrison, and a guy you might have heard of by the name of John Force. Force actually drove this car. 392 Hemi, your classic 23T body. This car ran low sevens, over 200 miles per hour, with a short wheelbase, high body. A magnificent piece of drag racing history. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Beaver Hunter Fuel Altered.
This car coming up right here.
Another bit of drag racing history. Ronnie Stearns and the Radican, Jackson and Stearns, originally built in 1959. One of the great automobiles in the long-running history of the sport. This is a beautiful machine, the Fiat, with an Oldsmobile-powered engine. 420 cubic inch. Original owner and driver, Ron Stearns. Current driver, Ron Stearns. Vintage 1959, still with the car. One of the iconic cars in drag racing, Radican, Jackson, and Stearns.
Do you need help with this one?
Coming up next, you talk about a piece of drag racing history. There are very few cars that are as easily recognizable, as popular, as famous, and as dominant as the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, coming down, the famous Bakersfield Quarter Mile, we proudly present one of the iconic cars in the sport of drag racing, the legendary Freight Train. That car is so cool. Revolutionized the sport of drag racing. A litany of famous drivers that have been behind the wheel of this race car.
Next car.
Talk about beautiful. Talk about noisy. The beautiful Sizzler of Tony Nancy, Hall of Famer behind the wheel, Harry Hand Grenade Hibbler, or as we know and love him, Cuddles. I'm in trouble now. 426 cubic inch, the best of everything. A Woody Gilmore chassis, a Tom Hanna body, both in the Hall of Fame. last front engine car to win right here at Bakersfield, the legendary Sizzler of Tony Nancy. Coming up now, we're vaulting all the way into 1971 with the beautiful Iron Horse Team machine. Sam Chastain behind the wheel of a magnificent race car out of the Division 7 area, a Speed Products Engineering chassis. The Hall of Famer Tom Hanna did the body. Al Ferson was one of the original drivers. Dan Richards, also, who has recently been inducted into the Hall of Fame, drove this fantastic race car. Vintage 1971, a 6.5 second, 230 mile per hour legend, the Iron Horse. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I proudly present to you one of the legends in the sport of drag racing. I proudly introduce TV Tommy Ivo. One of the great showmen and legends in the sport of drag racing, one of the very first inductees into the Drag Racing Hall of Fame. He loves coming out here. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the legend, the great Tommy Ivo. Thank you, Michael. Now, the game plan is, theoretically, the cars are down there at the far end of the racetrack. They will spin around, push up the return road, great photo ops for you folks over there, and then line up on the racetrack, and we'll find out who is the last man standing. That was like a Hall of Fame show that we just had down the racetrack. Like I said, some of those cars are original, some are recreations. The drivers, in some cases, the original drivers of those race cars. Going back to Ronnie Stearns, to Tommy Ivo, to the great freight train, which had a litany of Hall of Fame drivers and one of the classic cars in the sport of drag racing. I want to thank all of them for taking the time for coming out. It is going to be very interesting to watch when they push back up, line up on the racetrack, and as Mike Inglis mentioned to you earlier in the day, after the Cacklefest is over, you're all invited to come on out onto the racetrack. Yeah, don't hop the fence. We'll get yelled at. If you come around to the back of the timing tower, through the staging lanes, come on out, little drag racing meet and greet right here at Bakersfield. Come on out and meet the drivers that we just saw. Take a look at the magnificent race cars. Look at the diversity from the short wheelbase, Chevrolet-powered injected cars, the great collection of fuel altereds that we have down there, the legendary cars and drivers, capped off with the great Tommy Ivo. By the way, some folks had asked me, they had heard about Big Daddy Don Garlitz, who will be turning 90 years old next month. And Don had a very serious bout with the COVID, came through it, sent a note and said it was the roughest thing that he's ever been through. And for a guy that lost half a foot in an explosion, revolutionized the sport, quit, retired, came back, and continued to be one of the best in the business, to say that COVID was the worst thing he faced pretty much sums it up. But glad to report he's doing well. Big Daddy Don Garlitz celebrating birthday number 90 coming up. And the good Lord willing, maybe he'll join us back here at Bakersfield next year. So, they will position the cars right down about the scoreboard. Again, they want to make sure that all are lined up, know the basic procedure. Then they'll start coming up the fire-up road. And again, like I said, if you have your cameras, great photo op. You can show your appreciation for these cars and stars, the legends, the Hall of Famers, and maybe, in some cases, future Hall of Famers. But it means a lot to us that they all took the time to get these cars ready, put in the effort, both financially and emotionally, that it takes to put these cars together. And they did it simply for the love of the sport. And they'll finish up our day today in just a couple of moments. I've also often said that when they come back up the return road, sit out there on the racetrack. In some cases, it becomes a macho thing. Nobody wants to be the first guy to shut off, and a lot of guys want to be the last car running. But it's always a kick to watch them, and nice that our Cacklefest will be wrapped up by the Hall of Fame member, Tommy Ivo. As you can imagine, it takes a little bit of logistics to get 20 some odd cars turned around down there, all pointed back in the same direction. I don't know, it's got to be a kick for some of these young drivers to get a chance to sit behind the wheel of these classic race cars. And I'm even more impressed that some of the drivers are behind the wheel of the cars that they actually drove. Some as far back as 1959, Ivo's case, early 60s. It's a joy to see them out here and be participating in the California Hot Rod Reunion. Those cars, those drivers were such a great part of this sport for so many years, and it's really a treat to watch them as they parade down the track and come on up. It's like a time capsule from the late 50s through early 60s, of course, until the rear engine car came along and Big Daddy Don Garlits revolutionized the sport of drag racing, and basically in the span of about 6 months obsoleted every front engine top fuel dragster in the country. A couple drivers hung on with him for a while, but after Garlett's big win there at Pomona, there were not a whole lot of happy days for the front engine cars. That's why it's such a kick for us to be able to see so many of these cars are a great part of the sport. We have national record holders, we have national event winners, we have world champions, we have Hall of Fame members, all being assembled down there at the far end of the racetrack. And that's one of the things that makes coming to the California Hot Rod Reunion such a great part. If you're a new drag racing fan or a veteran, always nice to come out and get a chance to talk to some of the people that have made this sport what it is today in their varying degrees of success, but all of them legends in our eyes, because those of us that have been around the sport for 50 some odd years, we just enjoy getting a chance to look at some of the cars who are such a great part of our history, and more importantly, such a great part of the history right here at this marvelous racetrack. So it'll just be a minute. I think the last car has made the turn down there at the far end of the racetrack, about a mile away from where we start. And any moment, they should start pushing back up the racetrack. Again, we want to thank you for your patience. It's logistically always a little tough to get everybody lined up, make sure the cars are all set and ready to go, and we do invite you all, after the last car is finished, come on behind the timing tower, through the staging lanes, and come on out and have a little meet and greet with the legends, the sport of drag racing. And in just a second, they tell me they're just about ready to start firing them up. And occasionally, I'll tell you, it always happens, one or two of the cars are pushed back up and not able to start for some odd reason. But we appreciate the time and effort by all of these teams, all the great Hall of Fame members and legends. It's one of the reasons why, as a guy that's followed the sport since back in the mid-1960s, I just love coming out here to Bakersfield and getting a chance to get your picture taken with some of these legends. Probably something you can't do in a whole lot of other sports. Go out there and meet all these Hall of Fame members, people that have been pioneers in the sport, unique to the sport of drag racing, and even more so to the California Hot Rod Reunion. Again, if you picked up your program with your goodies bag when you came in, I do suggest you get a chance, read the articles about the honorees. They're so well done. John Jaduga, who used to work for National Dragster, Greg Sharp, who was the curator at the museum, and probably knows more about all these race cars than anybody that I know, so painstakingly put together the program. The articles are beautiful. The picture is magnificent. We thank a lot of the honorees for digging back through their collections. But it's one of those things I always say, I hope the people that get the programs will take a moment to read them and enjoy them and the stories. There are some great stories about how these drivers got here, the roads they took to get here to be honored. And like we said, we talked with Dick Calavoda and his family, Rodney Flournoy and his dad who got him started, worked with the great Jim Nelson. Now Rodney's daughter is racing out here at Bakersfield and around the western part of the country. His mom was with him last night. Just very enjoyable to see all of these families that have passed down the great tradition of drag racing from grandfather to father to son, and in some cases daughters. Nice to see Sherm Gunn here, who was with us, who won the 64 World Finals and then built some of the great race cars in the sport of drag racing. Ron Atterbury, who not only raced the cars with his brother, built cars, built street rods, actually wound up running a Top Fuel car under the Jungle Jim banner. It was the only non-full-bodied car that ever carried Jungle's name, and Ron Atterbury received rave reviews from Shirley Muldowney and others for the great work that he did on the race car. One of our honorees last night, Mike Thermos, who revolutionized the nitrous oxide business, also part of our collection of honorees that shows that you don't have to just be a Top Fuel driver or race car driver in order to be honored. And that's one of the great things about the Hot Rod Reunion, the broad selection and screening process that goes in order to make these presentations. And we're always very fortunate to have the honorees be with us in most cases. And again, we wish that Iski could have been with us last night, but our best wishes to him. And it sounds like we might get started. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go as we get set to bring up the first cars. Cacklefest 2021. It's been a long time coming, but here it is. jumped up, back it off or something? Well, the other guy, a couple of years ago, guy didn't back it off, tried to push